This is a team of top ocean anglers. They catch tens of thousands of tons of tuna each year. A hook is enough to make a tuna shiver. The annual tuna hunting season is about to begin. Captain OTT as the season champion in previous years. This year they vowed to break through themselves. The conquest gave them a quota of 278 metric tons. That means they catch an average of one bluefin tuna a day. These numbers made him very unhappy. One fish a day is enough for everyone. Give me a ton. Catch a ton a day. Tyler and his sister Marissa are on their way. They got a new boat this season. This ship will give them a great advantage. The boat was bought with a loan. He must try his best to catch tuna and repay the loan. Captain Cook also summoned the entire crew. The fishing season starts after 12 o'clock tonight. Oil prices have skyrocketed recently. Put a lot of pressure on him. If I catch one fish a day, then he will be rich. Captain Paul brought only one member. Their harvest last year was not good. I hope this year will have a good luck. Captain Marcia is also assembled. He will take his son and nephew to sea this year. It doesn't matter if the family pays or not. Marcia may be the blackest and most profitable captain this year. All the captains came to the fishing spot in the middle of the night. It's fishing season after 12 tonight. It's also been a disastrous season for tuna. Before we even started fishing for tuna, they usually need to catch some mackerel from the sea as bait. Everyone is looking forward to 0 o'clock. At 12:05, first bait in the water. Everyone begins to wait for the tuna to have their midnight snack. There are plenty of fishing spots in the sea. The captain chooses the right fishing position according to his own experience. While waiting for the tuna, the crew needs to keep fishing for mackerel bait. The first tuna of each season will fetch a high price. All captains want to catch their first fish. There may be some luck involved. The lights under the boat attract many small fish. Tuna were soon detected. Other captains found the fish too. The detectors are picking up more and more tuna approaching. A crazy fishing war is about to begin. The crew quickly drop the bait. Soon the rod is pulled directly. Taylor's boat was the first to fish. His excitement took off straight away. My sister is in charge of fishing. Taylor directs the boat. The tuna is underwater. Unfortunately, he's in the bottom of the boat. If you don't change the position in time, the line will most likely be cut. While the tuna isn't putting up a fight, Marissa kept tightening the line. She guessed it was a big tuna. Watching the line being pulled, Marissa shouted excitedly. But then something happened. Whoa! The tuna broke the hook. Tuna bites are luck, but tuna decoupling is strength. Originally in the excitement of the two, now I feel desperate and want to jump into the sea. Who would have thought it was only a minute ago? None of the captains had anything to gain that night. Captain Marcia is very confident in his choice of position. At 8 a.m., crew member Jason starts making breakfast. He wanted the smell of breakfast to remind the tuna that it was time for breakfast. Soon the tuna came here. Can you really catch tuna cooking breakfast on a boat? They surprised themselves. Stop what you're doing at once. Wait for the tuna to bite. Suddenly, the fishing line was jerked. They were instantly excited. It takes at least 2 men to catch a tuna. One man is in charge of fishing. One man is responsible for steering the ship. Always pull hard when you're fishing for tuna. You need to wait for the tuna to wear out. Tighten the line again. The energy of the teammates was quickly consumed. If they can be the team that catches their first tuna of the season. They had some problems with retracting the line. If we don't get rid of it in time, could very well lose this tuna. Marcia is confident she will catch her first tuna. Soon the tuna's strength is exhausted. When the tuna is pulled to the surface, what awaits is a fatal shot. The Marcia team succeeded in getting their first tuna. They tied the fish's tail with rope. Tuna caught needs to be cooled back in the water. This is their first tuna of the season. All the members were happy. Marcia spread the word to the other teams. This tuna is the envy of all captains. Wait for the tuna to cool down. Marcia was pulled into the boat by tuna. This is the first tuna of the season. It's only 78 inches, but it's big enough. They returned to the port and began to sell fish. But buyers are already waiting for them. Marcia thought the fish was small, but the fish should be of good quality. The price of tuna is determined by the fat content and core of the fish. It's like opening a blind box. Sample a piece of fish from the tail. Remove the head and weigh yourself. This tuna weighs only 272 pounds. Captain Marcia was satisfied. Next comes the fat content of tuna. The fatter the fish, the higher the price. The tuna will be shipped to Japan. Oil prices are high this year, so the shipping costs will be high. Consider the cost of a secondary sale. Buyers don't want to overpay. The buyer looks at the fast tuna meat. They gave you a unit price of $21 per pound. The fish sold for $5,712. Marcia, they were quite satisfied. The price, however, is no surprise. That's a pretty low price for a first tuna. They continued to sail in preparation for tomorrow. Jack's team waited at sea all night. He was desperate to catch tuna. Waiting is anxious and uncomfortable. There's a lot of live bait in the boathouse. They need to keep changing the bait. If these mackerel bait activity decreases, you have to replace it with a new mackerel. That's how it attracts the tuna bite. 3 fishing boats have been spotted near Taylor. The competition is huge. Soon the tuna appeared under the boat. Taylor's rod was bent again. They've been waiting for this fish since last night. The tuna just took the bait. Be very vigorous. You have to wait for it to wear out before you reel it in. Marissa was in no hurry this time. After all, it's not time to go crazy. As long as tuna, every strength. Marissa needs to start retracting. The tuna is running wild under the water. He wants to get off the hook again. Taylor's biggest fear was that the line would be cut. If that's the case, Tyler would lose 2 tuna a day. There's a lot of lobster gear out at sea. If tuna swim into this area, it's very easy to decouple. The tuna tugs as hard as it can under the water. It doesn't seem to want to be a tuna prick, but I got caught on the hook of a beautiful woman like Marissa. Tuna will become a licking dog. After they got rid of the obstacle rope, Marissa continues to reel in the line, even though he's wearing leggings. Still enough for a single dog to go through 2 packs of tissues. Tyler's got a harpoon ready to attack. I can tell from the posture that it's an old gunslinger. I don't know how many tuna girls have succumbed to his spear. The tuna was quickly pulled to the surface. This is the perfect time to attack it. Wait for the tuna to approach. Taylor takes the harpoon and hits it. They had no trouble getting the tuna into their possession. Tie the fish's tail with a rope. After doing this step, they were completely excited. They were so lucky. The other captains received Tuna's message again. This is an enviable piece of news. After pulling the tuna on board, the size of the tuna excited them again. This is a giant bluefin tuna. The tuna is 112 inches long. Taylor's team is the luckiest team today. 2 tuna catches, and it's very big. At night, they return to the port to sell fish. Today is the first day of the fishing season. Tyler, they're not the first fish, but it's the biggest. I'm sure it weighs more than Marcia and them. Core. This tuna weighs a whopping 560 pounds. It's way bigger than Marcia's. This is definitely a big tuna. The next step is to judge the fish's quality. The fish is bright red and beautiful. The fat content is also very high. The core of the fish is beautiful too. I thought it would be expensive, but the buyers simply offered $16 per pound, although Taylor made $8,960. But a bluefin tuna this big, it's only $16 a pound. The buyer looks pretty. Why is your heart so black? A day passed in this way. 2 fish on the first day of the season. Early the next morning, all teams head out again to the fishing spot. Otter, they saw the whales feeding. Food debris usually attracts tuna. The teammates felt very excited. The belief that where there's a whale, there's a tuna. I hope this whale will bring them good luck. While they were still drunk watching whales, they cast mackerel bait. Soon the probe beeped. Their fishing rods were jerked in an instant. Everyone was excited at once. The sun has just risen. The tuna takes the bait. Watch the sunrise fishing for tuna. The mood suddenly improved. The fishing rod was pulled very hard. The opponent is pulling on the line. This tuna doesn't have the strength to fight. The whales are still eating breakfast nearby. All the OTT team has to do is bring in the tuna. You can leave early today. Soon the tuna loses its strength and got hit hard with a harpoon. This tuna is going to be the sashimi of the Japs. They tied the fish's tail with rope. Today is their victory day. Everyone was happy about it. The tuna cools in the water. When they pull the fish into the boat, this fish is not very big, only 79 inches. He looks very thin. Will this bluefin tuna bring them a high price? Dave and his men have been at sea for 2 days, but nothing came of it. If you haven't caught a fish today, that would be far behind other fishing boats. He once fished a 1,000-pound tuna here. Hopefully this position will bring him luck again. They say the first step is the hardest. Once you catch your first fish, the rest is much easier, with the first mackerel bait of the day down in the water. The next step is to wait for the pie to fall. Soon a tuna appeared nearby. They were immediately on alert. The fishing rod was pulled directly. The team is stepping on the hot wheel to finish. Captain Dave sees a future in this boy. Get him out of the way right now. The tuna just bit the hook. Still very physical. It's going to have to wait a while to reel it in. It was very close under the boat, but he's still strong. Sandro waits for his chance with a harpoon. The tuna went crazy after the hit. They had to try a second strike, but it's also causing this fish to go crazy. Before the tuna wears out, hook the tuna straight through. The fish was quickly contained. Looks like Dave and his crew are the violent reapers. He told the other captains the news. Let them envy you. Tuna trawl through the water to cool off. After they pulled the fish into the boat. Look thin, only 74 inches. It's the smallest tuna in 2 days. It's only the second day. The fish gave them great confidence. They soon returned to the port to sell fish. This fish is not big, but they really want the fish to be fat enough. Maybe the price will be low this year. Taylor's 560-pound tuna. I gave you $16 per unit. I wonder how much Dave's going to get for this fish. This tuna weighs only 159 pounds. I mean, it's just a little fish. Just depends on how fat this tuna is. Look at the dark red color of the fish. Anyone who buys tuna for their dog knows that. The deep red color of tuna meat means that the fish has been burned. The condition is usually caused by improper handling of the tuna after it is caught. The temperature of a tuna's blood is very high. If you don't cool the blood, it burns the fish. It's lactic acid that builds up in tuna. The fish burns and the lactic acid builds up. This is not a good escape for high-end sashimi. When they heard what the buyers said, I had a feeling this fish wasn't going to fetch much. The buyer offered $13 a pound. The price is ridiculously low. I could almost sell it to college kids. There's no need to underprice the crew. It is a very black heart. Captain Paul has been at sea for 2 days. He couldn't catch any fish last year. The boss pushed him straight into the ocean and fed him to the sharks. From then on, he swore to himself that he would take out a loan to buy a boat. This year, he will go fishing as his own boss. No fish for 2 days in a row. He is feeling very anxious now. There's a lot of mackerel in the barn. I picked one up at random, hooked the mackerel to the head of the fish. The next step is to wait for the tuna to bite. It didn't take long for the probe to respond. The fishing rod is pulled straight up and bent. They were both instantly excited. They waited 2 days for the fish. Finally starting to make some money. But it's not easy to catch a tuna. If tuna is crazy, it's easy to decouple. They were fishing. You don't usually pray for your dog's blessing, because it has to do with puppies. Tuna scurrying all over the bottom of the boat. Not to mention what this fish wants. Just get up here and be sashimi and make yourself worth it, okay? Soon the tuna is pulled to the surface. Paul takes out his harpoon and attacks directly. I was shot by Paul. Not even 10 widows. Not to mention a tuna weighing 200 pounds. They soon took control of the tuna. Today's success isn't just Dave's. There's a part of Paul, too. Tuna trawl through the water to cool off. If this process is not done well, it can easily burn the fish and produce lactic acid. Paul pulls the tuna into the boat. This fish is only 93 inches. That's a pretty good head start. Looks like this fish is big. It should be over 300 pounds. While I was getting my stuff, Paul had a fall. Paul was crying, touching his knee. But it doesn't hurt. Maybe it wasn't me that fell. My teammates are in trouble. He was quickly hit with a fishing rod. No doubt Paul did it on purpose. OTT's team returned to port. They sell the fish to this shady buyer. Each tuna needs to look at the fish to determine the price. After removing the head and tail, it weighs just 266 pounds. It was pretty satisfactory. This fish doesn't look good, and it's low in fat. The buyer eventually offered $17 a pound. OTT and his crew raked in $4,522. Paul and his men also returned to the port to sell fish. He looks like a very big fish. If there are no accidents, probably the fattest bluefin tuna of the day. This fish weighs only 268 pounds. Paul was pleased with it. The first thing the buyer said was that the fish was thin. That means prices will be low. The fish is very well handled. The final price was $15 per pound. Paul's bluefin tuna sold for $4,020. What surprises will they bring us next? Look forward to an update in the next video. This woman is really fierce. After catching a giant bluefin tuna a few years ago, I've been in love with fishing ever since. This tuna weighs over 1,000 pounds. Made her rich. She's the captain this fishing season. Took another beautiful woman out fishing for tuna. 2 days into the fishing season, but they got nothing. They had the worst luck. All the captains have come out to sea. When I found out there was a girl captain, the group of men welcomed it. It's all lip service, really. In fact, no one wants another contender. Jack's team spotted whales feeding nearby. They've got 3 decoys here. Each bait has a different depth. Mackerel is tuna's favorite food. If tuna shows up around here, I'm sure they'll notice their bait. Soon the pro beeped. That means tuna has appeared. All they have to do is wait for the tuna to bite. Soon the rod is pulled straight away and bent. The boat welcomes the first tuna of the season. They need someone in charge of fishing. One man is responsible for steering the ship. The tuna just bit the hook, and very physical. The fishing rod was torn and hissed. Teammates sense a big tuna. It's hovering under the water right now. When pulled to the surface, Jack's got a harpoon ready to attack. After you hit the tuna, you need to tie a rope around the tail. That's the only way they got the tuna. Less than an hour at sea and back. The fuel cost for the round trip was less than $100. Such a large ratio of income to effort. You really can get rich in a month. When they pull the tuna up, it's a bluefin tuna. It's only 76 inches long. Tuna of this size is very popular in restaurants. When they returned to the port, they began to sell fish. After the tuna was bought, the head and tail are usually cut off. The rest of the body is shipped to Japan. This tuna weighs 243 pounds, 76-inch fish. This weight means the fish is fat. Jack flashed a look of satisfaction when evaluating the fish. The buyer said the fish was nice colored, but not fat. Jack suddenly began to change his face. The buyer reluctantly offered $17 a unit. In the end, Jack and his family made $4,131. It's a waste of money, minus the $100 cost of gas. They make a net profit of $4,000. Another day has passed. It's past 5 in the morning. Otter and they start to get ready to go fishing. You want to find an area where whales feed. You have a much better chance of catching tuna. The day is getting lighter. Whales have appeared nearby. OTT drops the mackerel bait. Last time they watched whales feed, they caught a tuna. I wonder if I'll have the same luck this time. Whales have a very long feeding process. When it was completely light, the detector beeped. Soon the rod was pulled and bent. A tuna took the bait. Fishing for tuna is easy. All you have to do is tighten the line and drain it. Wait until it loses its strength. Just take it in slowly. Only continuous line. I'm sure I can pull it to the surface. After pulling it to the surface, OTT takes the harpoon and bleeds the tuna. This one goes down. Tuna will never see her mother again. They tie the fish by the tail. Everyone rejoiced. After pulling the fish out, it looks very small. It's estimated to be worth a few $1,000s. The fish is 77 inches long. It's basically the same tuna Jack and his guys catch. Cook and his men have been looking for tuna. Just put the bait in the water. The probe soon beeped. The rod responded immediately. Another exciting time. There's nothing a fisherman likes more than to enjoy fishing. Cook keeps tightening the line, but this fish goes crazy every once in a while. The line was pulled a long way. They have to wait for the tuna to wear off completely. Sometimes it takes an hour or two. Dozens of minutes passed. The fish was finally pulled up. Teammates quickly take out the harpoon attack. Hit the tuna right on the body. 4 days to harvest 2 tuna. Cook's team is really too strong. The team felt the tuna was heavy. Upon examination, it was found that it was hooked by the tail. We're lucky we didn't decouple. After pulling the tuna on board, it's 95 inches long. That's a pretty big one. The girls have been at sea for a long time. No fish was ever served. They're using dead fish bait. No wonder we never catch any tuna. When they cast the bait, a tuna appeared nearby. The tuna bites after waiting so long. Michelle keeps tightening the line. It makes my arm ache, but it got pulled out again. This war has been going on for an hour and a half. The longer you're underwater, the easier it is to break. The waves are very big at this time. This can also easily lead to tuna decoupling. Marcia noticed them nearby too, and making fun of their old boat. But in the end, I wish them a speedy decoupling. Otter and his men have returned to the port to sell fish. This one is as long as Jack's fish, but their fish only weighed 174 pounds. It's much lighter than Jack's tuna. Same length, lighter weight. That means the fish will be leaner. But the buyer said the fish had a bit of fat and a nice color. The final price was $16 per unit. OTT and his crew raked in $2,784. This tuna is cheap though, but the acquisition cost is very low, so they will also feel very happy. The tailors are having fun with themselves. They baa like sheep, and why don't they meow like a cat? Sometimes it's really hard for me to understand their behavior. Tyler and his men are fishing in the near sea. You can see the mountains from here, even if they don't catch any fish. It doesn't cost much. If I can catch tuna, that would be big money. After the madness, they began to tidy up their fishing rods and start putting out mackerel bait. The next step is to wait for the tuna to arrive. Michelle's still drinking tuna over here. It's been going on for 2.5 hours. If it wasn't for the girl, and that is that this tuna is very physical, which means this tuna is really big. I'm looking forward more and more to this tuna being caught. So far, this tuna is still pulling the line very hard. If Michelle can't catch this tuna, you'd probably jump into the ocean. This tuna can't be pulled apart. Had to hide under the boat. This is very easy to break the line. I wonder if this is tuna. Why so smart? Michelle gasped, directly opened the mouth to scold. Fortunately, the team adjusted the direction of the boat in time, although there are no broken wires. But this fish has been fishing for so long and never caught. The risk of decoupling is still significant. Michelle doesn't have the strength to pull. We have to wait until the tuna is completely exhausted. Cook's team has returned to the harbor to sell fish. They're by far the most prolific fishing team. The fish was caught by sheer luck. This tuna weighs 351 pounds. The next step is to assess the meat quality of the tuna. Fish has more subcutaneous fat. The core is beautiful too. The final price was $17 per unit. Cook's team raked in $5,967. It really paid off for him. It's past 3 p.m. Dave's team spotted a whale nearby. This is a good sign. There are a lot of bubbles under the water. It must be herring swimming in the water. Marcia's team picked up the tuna first. Teammates excitedly wiped the machine. This is such a treasure. I picked up a mackerel bait. Hook up and throw into the sea. It didn't take long for the rod to respond, but his teammate stood in the boat with a fishing rod. Captain Marcia looked amazed. The fishing rod is not fixed and can easily be pulled into the water by fish. Fortunately, the team quickly returned to the stern position. Then came another tug of war. This process must be patient. Tuna swim very fast in the water. It just snapped the line. What a joy for nothing. It's hard to go from happy to disappointed. Thank them for sacrificing a tuna for the show. The pain is theirs. The fun is ours. See them cut the cord this moment. The 98-year-old woman happily wore stockings and ran for a kilometer. Taylor's side has been at sea all day. At this moment, they are desperate to catch a tuna, then go home and have a late-night snack. Sister is constantly changing the bait. It's low tide now. The water level has dropped a lot. The waves also became very smooth. Might have a better chance of catching tuna. Let's take a look at the girls over here. It only takes a few dozen minutes for others to fish, and they spent 5.5 hours fishing. This is the longest fishing captain I've ever seen. The fact that she hasn't caught one means she's not capable. She's got a knack for staying on the hook. The battle lasted from day to night. It's going to be 7 hours soon. How big this fish is. My teammates are getting bored. I thought I caught this fish. They went on for another 9 hours. Michelle is totally exhausted too. Soon it was 11 hours. Michelle still can't get the tuna on board. This fish seems to have inexhaustible energy. Are the tuna lining up underwater to take the bait? At this point, the tuna resistance is very fierce. After 11 hours, Michelle was a little overwhelmed. Keep taking the line. What are you waiting for? The tuna has now been pulled to the surface. Teammates with harpoons waiting for opportunity. Tuna is still very strong. She took the harpoon and hit it. The tuna went crazy again. She continues her attack on the tuna and find the opportunity to tie the tail. The battle lasted 11.5 hours. We can finally declare victory. The tuna is still fighting back. I'm really looking forward to how big this fish is. I waited for 4 days in a row. Fishing took another 11.5 hours. It's the rarest tuna I've ever seen. The news also shocked all the captains. Everyone congratulated Captain Michelle when they pulled the fish out. This head looks really big. It's only 99 inches, but judging by its size, this fish is fat. When they got back to port, it's dawn. They sold the fish to a handsome buyer. This giant tuna is very big. After the buyer takes out the fish template and core, then remove the head and tail. This tuna weighs only 360 pounds. This weight is no surprise at all. The fat quality of fish is very good. The core is also greasy. The buyer says there is little skill in tuna these days, and it looks like the quality of the fish is very high. The final price was $21 per pound. They raked in $7,560. Although the weight of the fish is no surprise, but the price and the quality of the fish are very surprising. What surprises will they bring us next? Look forward to an update in the next video. This is the most lucrative job I've ever seen. It's only an hour at sea. I'll catch a giant bluefin tuna. This head is way too big. The fish is bright red and rich. You can easily make over $7,000. You want to do this kind of get-rich-quick job? It's past 7 o'clock in the morning. Paul's party saw whales at sea. They've only caught one tuna so far. Paul says to be very focused. It doesn't matter if you don't catch any fish. Once he worked as an employee, tuna fishing for other bosses, but because cannot catch fish was scolded by the boss. He countered that the boss was pushed into the sea and fed to the sharks. When I became my own boss, vow to be nice to your employees, even if the staff is worried about not catching fish. Paul urged his teammates to stay focused. They won't feed you to the sharks if you can't catch a fish. It's just a month's pay. While Paul was sorting out his fishing rod, the tuna took the bait. The fishing line clattered as it was pulled. The tuna yanked under the water, but the fish didn't excite them for long. It went straight off the wire. Not only did Paul not push his teammates into the sea to feed the sharks, and encourage him to do it again next time. Outwardly happy though, but I've been wanting to hit someone for a long time. Soon the day was over. Jack went out to sea a little after 3 a.m. He was hoping to catch a second fish today. Before we even started fishing for tuna, they all need to catch some mackerel as bait. Captain Marcia went out very early today. They're using dead fish bait. No wonder we often fail to catch tuna. It'll be dawn soon. Whales can be seen feeding at sea. Whales produce a lot of food scraps as they forage. This is likely to attract tuna. The OTT team is also waiting at sea. A teammate cooks breakfast on the boat. Every time I see breakfast, something good happens. These 3 fried eggs really attracted the tuna. Cook was nearby too. Everyone is waiting for the surprise to happen. Soon the fishing rod was pulled. The tuna from OTT's side. I can't believe he ended up at Cook's. Is this breakfast cooked for nothing? But it's not. Another tuna bite. Otter and Cook, they serve the fish at the same time. This breakfast is really good. 2 tuna were attracted at once. Before they catch it, they'll probably think it's a shark. The line was torn very badly. It's really loud to hear. It should be a big one. Just stop for a few seconds. It's another yank. How big is this tuna? The waves are very big right now. The boat drifted very badly. OTT and Cook, they're both fishing for tuna. This fish is very big. Otter here pulls up the fish. It turned out to be a shark. I'm so amused that the car overturned. They felt an instant disappointment. But the sharks are not entirely to blame. After all, they provide some emotional value. It's been going on with Cook for over an hour. The fish's strength is gradually exhausted when it was pulled to the surface. Teammates attack with harpoons. This fish is destined to be eaten as a sashimi. Cook and his team really had a lot of luck. They have caught 3 tuna so far. They tied the fish's tail with hooks, but there was still fierce resistance. The stronger the resistance, the stronger the fish is. They had a hard time tying the tail together. Everyone was excited when they pulled the tuna up. This fish is only 79 inches in size. No big surprises though, but makes a lot of money anyway. It's a little after 9 in the morning. Michelle and her crew are out at sea preparing their fishing rods. Yesterday they caught a giant tuna, made $7,500. The fish gave her great confidence. So today they still think they can catch another fish. It's good to have confidence. It's easier to catch fish without confidence. Cook and his men returned to the port to sell fish. This fish is not very big though, but it takes the least amount of time, even a low price. The cost performance is also very high. The fish weighed 266 pounds. This weight is very good. The price of fish depends on the fat content. The buyer cuts off a piece of the fish's tail. Evaluate the price of the whole fish. This fish has a clear core, and it has a lot of fat. The buyer offered $16 per unit. The price is not high. Cook and his crew raked in $4,256. As long as the cost is low. More money than Bill Gates and Elon Musk. After Paul dropped the bait, start analyzing yesterday's situation. The tuna will swim around when it bites the hook. Talking a lot of crap. Last word. The tuna bite hook is to swallow the bait directly. So the hook will be inside the tuna. They use this big grouse hook. Once the tuna bites the hook, if you don't go to the hospital for surgery, you will definitely die. The teammate hung the bait on the hook. Expect this fish to catch a tuna. 11 a.m. Jack's team is at sea again. Teammates dropped the bait into the water. A mackerel would be happy to go home this way. While I was waiting, the probe went off. The tuna came in pretty fast. Tuna bites the hook every time they come. The newly hooked tuna just has to wait. The occasional reel saps its strength. As long as the tuna doesn't get under the boat. This fish is in the underwater position, but the tuna is still strong. Teammates with harpoons ready to attack. This one goes down. You can kill a tuna with a thick skin. Jack's team successfully harvested a second tuna. This little boat is a hell of a boat. After they pulled the fish into the boat, the tuna is 83 inches long. It's a nice big tuna. Paul knew when Jack caught the fish. Really envied to death. Jack was soon back at the port selling fish. The buyer takes out the fish core. This fish weighs only 199 pounds. His teammates were satisfied. The next step is to judge the fish labels. Fish has a lot of subcutaneous fat. These small tuna are easy to sell. The buyer offered $18 a pound. Jack and his crew raked in $3,582. Gas costs $100 a day. I make $3,582, which is a huge profit. Paul, they've been at sea for 2 days. And a couple hundred pounds of bait. It's been a week since the fishing season began. They just caught a tuna. That's bad luck. The same goes for Marcia. They were also very unlucky. Marcia lit a doll on fire. Pray for good luck on this ship. Take this thing and walk around the boat. Does it really work? After the prayer service. Sure enough, the detector beeped. A tuna soon came nearby. They were suddenly refreshed. The fishing rod is pulled directly. Teammates immediately began to fight. Tuna fishing is really easy. After taking the bait, it's a wait. Just adjust the direction of the boat. When the tuna stops pulling, you can pull in and drain it. Marcia thinks it's the tuna he prayed for. Took the chance to blow a big blow. And his teammates took credit for it. It's up to him to catch this tuna. The tuna's strength is quickly exhausted. Marcia was waiting with a harpoon. As soon as the tuna surfaced, I'm going to be attacked by Marcia. It didn't hit the first time. The second time, it hits the tuna directly in the gut. They parade the tuna through the water. The goal is to work the tuna to death. His teammate hooked the tail of the fish. After completing this step, they, too, declared victory. The caught tuna still needs to cool down in the water. Marcia is enjoying the fishing atmosphere today. When they pull the tuna up, the size of this fish is too big, but only 73 inches. This fish should be the smallest of the season. It should sell for around $2,000. They soon return to the port to sell fish. This fish is small in size, but Marcia hopes the fish will be of better quality. The tuna weighs 195 pounds. The weight is still okay. Next comes the quality of the fish. Is there any fat in this piece of fish? But the fish core is beautiful. Finally, the buyer offered $17 per unit. Marcia's little tuna earned $3,315, a little higher than they expected. On the whole, it was satisfactory. Michelle's team is lining up the fishing line. Make sure the lines aren't tangled. After lowering the mackerel bait into the water, soon the probe beeped. The tuna came nearby. No surprises. Tuna's back on the hook. Get the fishing rods out of the way. Prevent tuna from hanging. The tuna that just took the bait was fierce. It will have to wait. Pulling blindly will only break the wire. Last time I fished for 11 hours. I wonder how long this fish will take today. Watching this tuna is fierce, but I didn't expect to be pulled out of the water so soon. I thought I was going to take this tuna. Then he went crazy and swam away. His teammates were furious. Michelle encouraged her that it was okay. It's just a year's pay. These girls have had a lot of bad luck. They had to move on to another spot to continue fishing. Paul, they've been at sea for days. I never caught any fish. When I am bored, I always think of my working days. Being scolded by the boss every day. In serious cases, they're pushed into the sea and fed to the sharks. Now I'm my own boss. I dare not lose my temper with the staff. Fear employees more than bosses. After waiting hundreds of years, a tuna finally appeared nearby. The crew was thrilled when the rod was pulled. They waited a long time for this tuna. His teammate vowed not to let him get away this time. Paul thinks it's a big tuna. It's definitely over 100 inches. I don't know where he gets his confidence. After 44 minutes of fishing, they're still waiting for the tuna to wear out. At this point, the teammates began to pull on the line. Paul was excited to wrestle for fun. Others fish for money. Paul worked his ass off fishing. The tuna is still far away. Looks like he's still going strong. It lasted more than an hour. My teammates' arms are starting to ache. They had seen the size of the fish. Guess about 900 pounds. When the tuna is pulled back to shore, Paul attacked with a harpoon. The two make a good match. The fish was soon tied up. The two men became excited when they saw the fish. This fish should be very big. Paul told Dave the news. This is really enviable. All the captains were envious. I also want to catch a big fish like this. Paul shows Dave and his crew his tuna. It looks like this fish should be pretty big. After they pulled the tuna on board, the tuna is over 100 inches long. It's a really nice big tuna. Back at the port, they began to sell fish. This fish is the biggest one caught this season. If the fish is fat enough, I'm sure it pays well. The buyer cuts off the tail and takes out the core. This tuna weighs only 453 pounds. It didn't come as a surprise. The fish is cherry-colored. There's some fat in the corners of the skin. This is a precocious tuna, so it needs more fat. The buyer offered $17 per unit. Paul and his crew raked in $7,701. The price should surprise Paul. What surprises do the contestants have in store for us next? Look forward to an update in the next video. These are the most profitable labor workers in the world. Just over an hour a day at sea, you can catch 100 pounds of bluefin tuna. Every day's catch can be sold to a second trader. They'll cut out a piece of fish to judge the fat content of the fish. Fatty fish will fetch a high price. Making tens of thousands of dollars a day is as easy as an old lady eating a bone. Do you want to do this kind of work? Jack took his team out fishing this morning. They're hoping to catch a third tuna today. Upon arrival at the destination, the first thing they do is catch mackerel as bait. These mackerel are tuna's favorite food, and there is an inexhaustible supply. They soon reach the final bait. Just drop the bait. The tuna came nearby. I just fell for it like I didn't know it, but it didn't feel very raw. They don't know if it's a tuna bite. He pulled it to the surface and found it was a shark. What a joy for nothing. This bait is for the dog. It's bad luck to meet a shark in the morning. But surprisingly, they also saw whales feeding. This is likely to attract tuna. Taylor hasn't had any fish in days. They've only caught one tuna so far. Due to the remote location of the ship, they're the only boat around. It's hard to attract tuna, though, but the presence of tuna nearby might bite their hooks. Tuna schools have regional habits. They usually forage in one place, but it's far away. It usually costs more than $1,000 for fuel. Paul, they don't want to risk all this fishing. It's been a bad year for fish. It takes the captains almost days to catch a fish. Go on like this. They're all likely to lose money this season. Past 8 in the morning. Cook's team is out at sea looking for tuna. There are whales feeding nearby, but there are plenty of competitors. Cook and OTT form an alliance. They tell each other where they are. Now OTT is heading to Cook's location to fish too. Here, dozens of fishing boats circle the whales for food. The goal is to compete for tuna. Soon the probe beeped. They quickly cast the mackerel bait. It just depends on who has the better luck. Otter will serve the fish first. The fishing rod was pulled hard. But here's what surprised me. They pulled the tuna up in no time. After confirming it was tuna, his teammates immediately took harpoons and prepared to attack. Is it that easy to catch a tuna? It took less than 10 minutes to catch the fish, and doesn't look small. They tied the fish's tail with a snare. Everyone howled with excitement. Cook called allies to take the fish. I think he was pretty pissed off. Only now to cast the mackerel bait. Maybe it's a little late. The otter team pulls the tuna aboard. It's only 77 inches. Not very big though, but this fish is enough to get you excited. They have caught 3 tuna so far. The team that fished the most. Paul telephoned the captain of the ship nearby. Says there's not even a hair in here. Tyler doesn't know why. Where the hell is the tuna? I'm not the only one who can't catch a fish. There may be some comfort in their hearts. Dave, they got a text. The government allotted them an additional 16 metric tons of quota, which means they can catch more tuna. But the question is not whether quotas are enough. It's a question of tuna fishing. It was a little after 11 a.m. Cook and his crew saw a whale nearby. OTT got his good luck this morning. How should it be your turn now? Teammates quickly drop the mackerel bait. Soon the detector went off. Sure enough, the tuna came nearby. Everyone was waiting nervously. The fishing rod is pulled directly. Whales do bring good luck. The tuna pulls very hard, and the sharks is as weak as a pussy. The sight of tuna under the water excited them. It's supposed to be pretty big. This tuna is right under the water. His team stood ready with their harpoons. I thought I'd get this tuna right away. I didn't expect it to suddenly yank. This can waste a lot of time. We have to wait until the tuna wears off. I waited for more than half an hour. The tuna is finally pulled to the surface. A direct attack with a harpoon. The tuna goes straight down with this shot. Cook's team successfully harvested a bluefin tuna. Jack's team was very jealous when they heard the news. Cook gave Jack the location. Tyler, his brother, and sister finished fishing rods every day. The effort never paid off. Cook pulled the tuna into the boat. This fish is 83 inches. It's a nice big fat fish. Otter and his men have returned to the port to sell fish. When the buyer gets the fish, first, remove a piece of flesh from the fish's tail. Then remove the core of the fish. Only fatty tuna meat. That will sell for a high price. This tuna weighs 272 pounds. The fish is bright red and beautiful. This tuna is just getting fat. There's some fat around the edges of the skin at the corners. The fish core is beautiful too. The buyer offered $19 per unit. The OTT team raked in $5,168. That's a surprising price. Jack and OTT cook their allies. Everyone else caught tuna. He's the only one in the Air Force. As he was packing up his fishing rod, a tuna comes nearby. Finally, it was my turn. The water in the distance looked like rain. I think the sand eels are breathing. This will attract the tuna's attention. The two wait patiently for the tuna to appear. The fishing rod is slowly bent. Pull straight after the hook. Teammate controls the fishing rod. Jack is steering the boat. They move the fishing rod from the stern to the bow. The tuna is in the underwater position. Jack waits for his chance with a harpoon. As soon as the tuna is brought to the surface, Jack will attack him immediately. The two easily harvested a single bluefin tuna. I think I can do it if I do it. They pull the fish up. This is a beautiful head. It's 90 inches long. They've had a lot of luck. The unlucky captain never got anything. They don't like seeing people serving fish all the time. Tyler texted Cook. Tell them to fish where they are. Let's see if their luck holds. When Cook gets the text, he felt that although he was in a position, it was easy to catch fish. But he also realizes that fishing elsewhere is not easy. Paul doesn't think Taylor should have attacked Cook like that. That's a little rude. Tyler was clearly jealous of the amount of fish Cook caught. It's even more embarrassing. No captain responded to Taylor's messages. Attack if you can't catch a fish. It is a little immoral. That's what competition is all about. You can also go fishing in this place. The most important thing is to make money. There's no need to break the peace. Cook returned to the port to sell fish. This is his third tuna, even though they're not big fish. But it's enough. I could get very rich. The tuna weighed 195 pounds. They were happy with the weight. This tuna doesn't have much fat. They haven't put on weight yet, but the fish core is beautiful. The buyer offered $18 per unit. Cook's team raked in $3,510. Substantial cost and low income. No wonder people are jealous of this deal. At 1:51 p.m., Paul was still waiting at sea. I can't even take a nap. I don't even know if the tuna bites me. Paul and Dave are allies. They keep each other informed. Luck is also connected. They were hoping for a tuna bite. Then they haul the tuna back to the port and sell it. Marcia has also been waiting at sea. They have also had very bad luck. Teammates keep dropping new mackerel bait, but the bait is like feeding a dog. There was no gain at all. The detector beeped. Paul's team took note. Everyone wants the hook pulled in front of them, but one tuna is not enough. Paul's team is already responding to the rod. They've been waiting for this tuna for days. If I don't take the bait, I guess Paul and his boys will get moldy when they're soaked in the sea. When they see clearly, it turned out to be a shark. Both of them lost their strength to pull the pole. There's a little bit of luck, but not much. It's like an angler when he's fishing. I thought I had a big catch. I didn't realize it was just a bunch of bras. They're looking exactly like that right now. Jack's team also returned to port. Today they caught a 90-inch fish. After the buyer takes out the fish core, the fish weighed 322 pounds. It's a very nice big fish. Tuna is the right size, and the fat content of fish is visible to the naked eye. The buyer simply offered a price of $19 per unit. Jack's team raked in $6,118. This little boat is really profiteering. You don't have to pay $100 for gas every time you go out. What's the difference between that and picking up money at sea? One fish is enough for him to live on for a month. No wonder tuna fishermen are among the world's most lucrative labor workers. Paul, hi. Dave keeps talking about failures. Said it was the length of a piece of cloth. You know, teaching people how to fail, right? Dave made a recap of his failure. He decided to drive on for a few dozen meters. Maybe we can catch some tuna. It's just this little distance. I can't imagine what it would do. It's the size of a shithole. They cast the mackerel bait again, just waiting for some tuna to come looking for shit. Sure enough, the detector beeped. There are also whales nearby. This must be stable. The fishing rod is pulled directly. They waited a long time for this fish. If you can't catch it, all three of them would probably jump into the sea to feed the sharks. The battle did not last long. The tuna was quickly subdued. Just caught some tuna. Need to drag in the water to cool down. The cooling controls the beauty of the fish core. Fish cores are pretty and fetch high prices. After they pulled the fish out, this fish is 98 inches in size. It's a very nice big fish. Tyler and the boys never got the results. So I'm gonna get out of here. It's a bad day. Can't catch a fish. And it angered the other captains. He felt he had accomplished nothing. I'd jump into the sea and die. Dave and they soon returned to the port. They only fish 8 miles from harbor. The cost is very low. To catch a big tuna like this, it's like bending over to pick up rocks. This tuna weighs 372 pounds. This fish is beautiful. It's also rich and fat, and the fish core is perfect. He said a lot of nice things, but only $16 per unit. In the end, Dave and his team only collected $5,952. The buyer will cut the price. And I gave Dave and his guys a broken bone. What surprises do the contestants have in store for us next? Look forward to an update in the next video. This is definitely the best way to make money. Just walking around on the ocean. I was able to catch a 90-inch tuna, recycled by traffickers. It's worth $22 a pound. They just went out and had a little sex. I made over $8 grand. Then I'm as tired as a dog at work. What the hell is it? After several days of work, the gap is already stark. The money that comes in first place. That's over $6,000 more than I ended up with. It was a little after 4 in the morning. Captain Taylor is setting up bait. Since he was here last time, caught a huge tuna. Make him think that in these waters, it's going to be a big payoff. That would take him down the rankings. Right up to the top. This guy seems to have a bit of a brain. I can't believe I came here alone. Stay away from the top teams. So they can't be with themselves. Snatch the few fish. With the sky bright. Other teams set off. OTT also set out with his teammates. Because now he's in 3rd place. Put them in a very awkward position. But instead, it aroused their passion. After a few hours, Bob's team. We also reached the spot where we wanted to go fishing. But they're not the only ship. And 2 boats, Paul and Otter. Although we are a competitive relationship. But they can also provide information to each other. Suddenly, he received a message from Mike. Not far from them, a school of tuna appears. But Mike lied to him about it. There are only sand eels in that area. They went somewhere else. I didn't know these people were so bad. Not for long. Bob also sailed the boat to its destination. Watch their movements. It was obvious that Bob believed Mike. Suddenly, their lines went wild. The crew quickly set to work, and he shared the news. This makes the other 2 envious. After their operation, not only did the line not stop going out, it's only getting worse. This made Bob a little nervous. I'm afraid of the fish that just took the bait. The turning head was lost by accident, but in the hands of an old man like Johnny. It keeps going back. Looks like the ship's got a treasure trove. Then a javelin flew out. The tuna was successfully hit, but when the crew recovered, but there was nothing on it. This Bob is so angry that he keeps talking dirty. But as a captain, he can't just curse there. Soon his mood eased. The crowd went through 10 minutes of pulling. Pull the tuna out again, with the javelin flying out again. But to be on the safe side, Bob shot him too, and tied his tail. They have since succeeded in harvesting their first fish. 20 minutes after the bait was dropped, Bob got the word out again. This put Mike in an awkward position. I didn't realize there were actually fish there, especially when Bob thanked him. The fish really hit him in the face. The tuna measured 92 inches. Paul's team in the distance. And the decoys are being laid, even though he and Bob are in the same water. But they come here. It costs a lot of gas money. This is for Paul. It's a huge gamble. After all, their harvest is okay so far. But if it fails here, The money that was earned up front, it will run out. So he's trying to increase his bait rate. They put iron on the bait. This will keep the fish in the water. Can't be torn apart by ocean currents. Suddenly, there was a noise from his machine. That's when the fishing line starts going out. Lance quickly stepped in to take control. Then Paul moved the rod to the stern. After Lance was reconnected, it was a face of excitement. But there's something strange about this tuna. Though they keep pulling the line away, but not very fast. This got Paul and Lance curious. It feels like it's playing with these two. More than 20 minutes later, the two also rotated several times. It was successfully brought to the surface. Paul quickly picked up the javelin. I just hit it right at the fish, although I missed the first time. But the second shot worked. Looks like he just got seasick. That's a long time to do this job. How is this possible? After successfully controlling the third, Paul immediately began to show off. It made old rival Dave mad. As the tuna cools down, they measured it right away. It's only 85 inches, but it's also a good gain. Let's look at Bob again. He brought his own harvest to Bubba's buyer. Want to know how much it's worth? Just look at the meat at the core. An unwanted fish tail meat. If the fish is clear and rich in fat. Weighed by Bubba, tuna weighs 345 pounds. This is very good news for Bob. Now we need to determine the quality of the fish. There's a little too much fat on it, but the color of the fish is very good. This made Bob very nervous. Good thing Bubba's a nice guy. I gave them $17 apiece. Just let Bob get mad. 5,865 yuan. It's good money to make. 10 minutes later, Paul. And here we are with Bubba. And now the process is exactly the same. Remove the flesh from the core and tail, and measured the weight of the tuna. After Bubba came to their boat, also observed in front of two people. I have to say it's fish. Better looking than Bob's, and less fat than the last one. Then comes the tightest pricing, with Bubba finally settling at $18. They were very excited. This is their highest price of the season. And Dave's team, there now. It's been a long time. This worried Dave. Decided to move 15 miles away, although he could have gone to Bob's part of the ocean. But this guy's a little stubborn. I just wanted to do it here. Don't trust other people's news, although they may lie. But if I do catch a fish, you will tell it too. That's a good guide. It feels like Dave keeps doing this. I might not get anything today. No, I'm not finished yet. You'll have something to eat. The crowd immediately began to move, although it cannot stop the speed of the fishing line out. But he kept recycling, still able to waste his strength. As long as you don't take it off. Oh no, I think I did. Jason just left for a second. The line is broken by the fish below. Don't look like Captain Dave's calm right now. But in fact, his anger was already high. Sure enough, he made them work all night. Taylor here, after a long wait. No fish ever took the bait. This made Taylor very worried. So I decided to change my position. An ocean close to home. I feel like he just wants to get home early. Don't look at what he's saying over there. Why? Must be getting up too early in the morning. I want to go to bed early tonight. The OTT team hasn't been good at it yet. It made him very uncomfortable. After all, the other teams are here. All successfully caught tuna. He's the only one left. Has been sailing in negative equity. Still, he's confident in himself. Think this situation is short-lived. It won't last forever. Let's hope he keeps it up. Jack also came to OTT's waters. I thought he didn't like being here. How did you end up here again? Looks like the tuna was in here. Let now poor Jingle him. Come here again to try. No one in the world can resist the temptation of money. This is his machine, finding lots of fish under the water. After many times I checked, this is the tendency for tuna to take the bait. At this point, the fishing line also began to run wildly. Jack quickly stepped forward to save it. His crew put on gloves. He rushed to help. Jack got a break too, but he dared not rest. After getting the gear, the crew was immediately replaced. Let control the direction of the ship, so the tuna don't get to the bottom of the boat and break the line. It's just that he took a little too fast. But this Nick is awesome too, just sitting there pulling. I guess I found a way to take a break, although it's a little easier with this trick. But his face did not change. Got the line back a little at a time. I was pulled back by it. Good thing Nick is skilled. After being able to fight each other for a while, it managed to pull it to the surface. Jack is also constantly looking for opportunities on the side. I'll get it right in. Nick quickly abandoned the fishing rod, pick up the rope, and pull off the tail. After all, it's the only guarantee. I won't lose this new prize. After waiting for a while, together, they pulled him into the boat. It measures 91 inches. This makes Nick happy. I beat my chest and screamed. After harvesting this tuna, I immediately went to the buyer's office. Rick quickly asked how was the harvest. Jack just smiled mysteriously. He didn't say anything about it. Start sampling them immediately and weigh it. I have to say it worked out pretty well. And they're fish fat. It looks pretty good. The color is also like a cherry, but there's still a slight flaw. Can only give the price to 18, but also made Jack over $4,000. It only took half a day. Makes me want to go tuna fishing now. OTT feels worse for you now. Everyone's fishing here. They were all in stock yesterday. And it's like he's on vacation. Came out for a walk. It made him anxious, especially the success of those few. Makes him feel like one. We all agreed to be bad together. And all of a sudden you're good. Then Mike suddenly realized there's something 150 miles under the water. OTT quickly lowered the line. Sure enough, it took a while. Then something bit me. Jarrett quickly picked up her gloves and moved the rod one position. It's just that this fish seems to have some power. To put such a strong man, dry and bloodshot, I didn't know he was in this state. How long can it last? After all, he's kind of like the game's blaster. There's always a time limit. Probably thinking about the dolls at home. I can't believe I made him work for half a day. Not only are there signs of a lull, it even brought Tuna to the surface. Otter is about to get his chance. I'm not watching anymore. With the rope successfully appearing on the fish's tail. Several people also got a fish, not just a couple of friends. The worst exists. This fish is also very saving face. Turned over on the way up. Look at this 90-inch fish. That's too much excitement to say. Taylor still hasn't gotten anything. I don't know if it's too bad. Use Tuna favorites mackerel and herring. Nothing has changed. Maybe it's a different taste now. I don't even care about it anymore. While they're complaining. The machine suddenly began to beep. That's clearly the sound of a delivery. Sure enough, the fishing rod began to bend. Taylor rushed up, but this fish looks a little bad. To the other side of the boat. This forced him to change the position of his fishing rod. But it hasn't been that long. There's a crab pot up ahead. This made the two people panic. Those cages have ropes on them. If this tuna gets away with it, that's going to get tangled up. This will make the two of you work ahead. It's all useless. Good thing the fish didn't pass. Marissa hurried back to the line. But it takes patience to do this. You have to keep pulling with it to have a chance of winning. Tyler was able to harvest it. It's also a way to cheer up. Just don't do it again. I don't know what to say to Marissa. She pulled again after a while. Taylor also stepped in to make the substitution. Looks like the fish is getting tired. That's when he took over and pulled it to the surface. Not even a javelin. He just tied his tail to it. Looks like Marissa's technique. Still better than Tyler. After measuring this as a bar, nearly 100 inches of tuna. It was an unexpected bonus. Bubba also sees OTT. Looks like they're selling it too. The most exciting moment. It's coming soon. After some weighing, I started looking at the meat quality. Under Bubba's careful observation and touch. I'm sure the fish is good fat growth. You could say it was perfect. The next thing is color. That looks good too. Bubba's offer was a very happy one. It's just $22. You can see this fish is really good. Otherwise, they won't make any money. That's $8,250 when the time comes to evening. The two tailors out there and found a buyer for tuna. Dennis was very quick. After learning about body length, I got to work right away. Just don't know on this night. I wonder if I can see the meat. But look at the flashlight. Still very serious. Not a lot of fat, though. But the meat is still very good. If the fat wasn't off a bit, I'm not going to give you $16. But this $6,528 harvest, it's also very good. Well, that's all for this program. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next episode. You can't imagine the happiness of capitalists. Just a 24-hour order. I can't believe this is the time frame. Successfully caught 2 tuna. And the meat in each one is very good. Can get a good price. While I was lying there, I made over $10,000. It's like a robbery, and it's legal. Michelle arrives on a new day. Bring your own boat and prepare. Head for 90 miles out to sea. But she's never fished in that area. It's a challenge for her. But Michelle loved it because it represents surprise. Not to mention several other fleets. Also fishing in these waters. There's a little protection. And the way she did it. Let OTT very admire. After all, Michelle is out of her comfort zone. Here we are in this strange place. To get there faster, she set the ship's speed at maximum. It made her crew a little uncomfortable. It was so bumpy. Tyler decided to go fishing for today. Add a good comrade. That's Dudley in the hand. Cats are known to love fish, and the nose is very sensitive. Tyler thinks he can lead himself to the fish. Well, it feels like something's wrong with this guy's head. How is that possible? The sea smelled fishy everywhere. How could it possibly tell? But the Taylors believed it. And for that I fantasize about today. Can catch 2 tuna. Why? I don't know what to say. When the time came to 10 o'clock, Dave also started today's journey because the number of tuna has not changed and decided to go to the waters where there were competitors. I hope I can find something here. You're not all bunched together. Is there enough tuna left? It's not a lot to begin with. Maybe you thought of that too. Change the way you fish. But not much has changed. It's like nothing. Just easy access to a fishing rod. While the crew outside is busy. Dave wants to sleep, but also pay real action. A capitalist who likes to exploit. Time passed slowly until the line of the rod flies out, only to wake up the capitalist. Good thing Jason's in charge. It's like the holy body of a bull. I keep pulling the line. Make it harder for that tuna to run. Dave looked at the mighty fish. Made a backstabbing move. That is to go fishing here. Not with those teams anymore. While he was still out there blowing water. Joe was going numb. I'm so tired. There's another guy out there bragging. Good thing the tuna showed up. And I'm not going to keep doing that. After his sharp prick, I managed to deactivate it. Several people quickly cooperate. They also planted fish to get there first. That's a long time span. The fish measured a whopping 76 inches. Not particularly big though, but for just going to sea, as far as catching Dave on his way home. It's a very good one. Tyler's a little busy right now. Where's the Dudley fish? It doesn't want to pay any attention to this nonsense. But to be able to catch fish, he came up with a good idea. It's just painting the fishing line blue. Can make it like the sea, but I don't think it's working. Kind of like taking your pants off and fart. It's not as clear as it was in the beginning. Bob then made a discovery. Quickly picked up the radio. Made contact with OTT. Turns out the two are running together. After both parties have determined that there is no harvest on the other side, they all parted contentedly. I'm really speechless. But after a while, we got a hit on OTT. The fishing boat is spinning very fast. Looks like Bob brought him good luck. I can't believe it just spread out. OTT's got something to gain. Jarrett, after moving the rod to its usual position, it was also determined that the gloves were fine. It turned on the seed right away. But this one's a little big. He can't even handle it, but still trying to hold on. Suddenly, the fishing line broke. This puts Jarrett ahead of the effort. In an instant, it went up in smoke. But when he reeled in the hook, I realized it wasn't broken. Just what about the fish? I spit out the hook I swallowed. OTT is a little fragile. That's what failure is all about. Dave was now back in port again, and they were the first to return. Even Rick was a little surprised, after learning that they do have fish. Not after fooling around with myself. Work began immediately and samples were taken. An excision of excess areas. And in addressing these latter ways. Turns out this one weighs less than 300 pounds, although somewhat surprising. But then came the final estimate. After Rick's observation, you can see the fat in this fish is good. But it's not going so well, you know. He was having a hard time. They were offered a unit price of 17. Although the price is not unusual, Dave was kind of open to it. Michelle has arrived at her destination. The preparations for the bait began, although it's a little different than she used to be, but still willing to listen. The regular guests who were here, let's do an experiment with these mackerel. Then they asked the same people. And OTT is very nice. Told him about the bait. Very vulnerable to sharks. But Michelle wasn't worried. After all, she thinks she's so lucky. How is this possible? I have to say this guy is really lucky. He's just been resting there for a while. There's a bite hook that's hurriedly pulling it up. The movement of things underwater make Michelle feel like the target is down there. This gives her speed in hand. That's a lot faster in an instant. But it's a little weird. That fish doesn't seem to have a strong escape as things are pulled to the surface. Turns out it's a shark. It's not tuna. It made her feel bad. Guess her luck wasn't so good after all. That pissed Michelle off. Don't know how to vent. After a period of relief, he told the news of his death. Though it failed this time, but it still makes everyone else happy. Like his crew, they talked for a long time. Taylor's team received a message. Michelle needs their help right now. This made the two men a little curious. But Marissa gave her coordinates anyway. Not for long. Michelle found two of them. They talked there for a while. Taylor handed the items to both of them. It feels like they have. What kind of shady deal? But Michelle was happy. After all, he really needs it right now. If not, that's for tuna fishing. There won't be any follow-up. Davin burst into a big speech. I'm sure I will be the last winner of so many teams. I don't know where he gets his confidence. Is it because he was the first? The reason for the tuna? As the sky brightens, the crew also took turns until everyone was out of bed. Looks like these guys are seasoned after all. Suddenly their monitors went off. There's obviously another fish on the line, but they waited half a day, and none of the creatures took the bait. Not even the sharks showed up. This makes them very anxious. Suddenly the rod reacted. A few people instantly from sleepy get all worked up. It's not why you threw a bunch of rope. Forget it. Forget it. Keep watching the guy with the tuna. Oh, the pole is shaking. It's like it's gonna break. No, it was a massive struggle. Otherwise, they'll be pulled to the surface. Even though it keeps pulling me back. But it doesn't help. Kept being brought back to the surface until a javelin is placed. Several people were immediately busy. Keep it on the side of the boat. Looks like Dave's luck is improving. It's only been 2 days. All I got was 2 tuna. And this one is 90 inches. It's bigger than the last one. It was late afternoon. Dave came to Rick again. But he didn't seem too surprised, did he? Just get right to work. Cut off the fins and the head. Then weigh it. This fish weighs 310 pounds. Then came the exciting time. Although every time I go to sea, I don't come back until I get something. But if there's something wrong with the fish, then the voyage will be a loss. But this meat isn't so good, is it? Rick could only offer $17. This is a very good price. It basically makes them some money. With the arrival of a new day, OTT made it clear not to continue. Gotta go home and take care of something first. When Michelle heard that, quickly began to ask for things. That's a little shameless. But OTT just went home. You're gonna lose a little bit. That's when Michelle met Bob. Looks like he gave them something too. I guess Michelle really has no shame. It's over here. He turned to look at OTT again. This operation left Bob a little speechless. But there's nothing to say. After all, people have to make money. After a few people separated again. At 1 in the afternoon, Michelle was fishing. Look at the big thing in the distance. The whole person that is happy as hell. Whales, after all. It's usually a sign that the tuna is nearby. Then his instrument made a noise. I got excited right away. Although last time I was happy because of the shark, but still cannot stop the excitement of the two. Suddenly the rod reacted. Leah quickly caught him, but the main export is Michelle. After his operation, still not pulling it out. Instead, the fish ran to the bottom of the boat. This makes Michelle a little anxious, but it also makes it clear that there's a tuna down there. Why don't you guys use a javelin? I can't believe I just tied the rope to it. They succeeded in a few days. I finally caught my first fish, measured by 2 people. Turns out this one's only 74 inches. Although the body length is a little smaller. But spread the word anyway. This made Bob very envious, while Michelle was still trying to show off. The radio suddenly went wrong. Bob immediately assumed that someone had done it. Got Taylor in a hurry in no time. He just ran over and cursed. Good thing Michelle didn't think it was him. After all, the main reason is Leah. Taylor was very upset. This has paid off for several people. But he hasn't found any tuna yet. Not catch them. It's that they don't even exist. That makes Taylor, who's been at sea for 2 days. I'm getting a little manic, or it wouldn't have been a joke. Just ran over and cursed. Good thing he had Dudley with him. It's easy to comfort him. Now we know what it does. Then the fishing rod suddenly bent. Marissa quickly set to work, and Tyler put the cat down and came to the back. It's just why he's holding a cat again. Marissa's out, they're working hard. But Tyler knows how to make money. Came to Marissa's side. But that thing down there, the force seems a little strong. When Marissa was on that line, can pull the line out. But it didn't last. Getting Marissa back on the wire could still work. It's not long before it pulls the fish to the surface. Taylor also quickly picked up the javelin. It's a jab against it. After tying his tail, the two also succeeded in the space of a few days. Got my first tuna, but I don't think the fish is quite dead. It's still moving, but they were able to measure their length. Michelle is now at the port. Met Rick the dealer. This guy seems to be a bit of a double mark. Back there when Dave came. I can't even see him, and he's so passionate. As the samples were taken, and start weighing them. Looks like these 70-inch fish. After getting rid of the useless stuff, there's not much weight left. The next step is to check the quality. Although these two are beautiful ladies. But Rick says it's no good. A little low in fat. But the color is still good. I can give you $17. That makes them $2,652 for the trip. Looks like Rick is a real double mark. Taylor came to the harbor again in the evening. Is not right for this time. That's a little bit of a hobby. Maybe it's because you're less observant at night. Trying to get Dennis wrong. But I don't think that's possible. I've been doing this for a long time. How could that go wrong? After the weight was determined to be 153 pounds. The examination began immediately. Although this fish is small. But I have to say the color is really good. But he has very little fat. Maybe even a little. Let the overall quality down. But Dennis still gave it 16, making two angry $2,448. Looks like someone was desperate for a fish this size. I wouldn't even feel that much otherwise. Well, that's all for this program. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next episode. The reason anglers are obsessed with big fish. Because the meat quality of the fish is not good, and the price per pound is very low. But I still ended up making $10,000. And it only took half a day. Others, that is envy, cannot come. The tuna fishing went on for a few days. The first place winners all earned $20,000. The last one has $10,000. It's really easy money. Dave's fleet at 6 a.m. Already fishing in the sea. But in this ocean, and Paul exists. Although the two are now in competition. But they were still there to send messages to each other. It's just they don't seem to be getting anything. In which case Dave had an idea. That's who gets the tuna first. The other person wants to treat you for free. Who got the heaviest fish? I get a drink for free. When Paul heard this, that is hurriedly agreed to come down. It's probably pretty boring fishing here. To distinguish the two Daves. I think we could call him a spiced egg. That's not a bad name. But the guy's in a negative mood right now. Why do you keep missing it there? A good life at home. Lying on the couch, drinking wine. Look at the TV in front of you. The way you do it. Not so good for the crew back there. Joe and Jason are still hard at work. Odder team at this time. There's another whale in sight. Why is this stuff so common now? I thought it was kind of rare. But OTT didn't care. Whoever has it has tuna nearby. All he sees now is money. After all, he didn't catch it last time. He returned home. He then contacted two other teams. They are Jack and Bob, trying to get some information from them. But while he was out there trying to find out, the fishing boat is running out fast at this time. This startled the people present. I didn't realize I was still trying to find out. You have a tuna. So early for dinner. You know, the bait's only been down for 5 minutes. The fishing rod is dry bent. Then suddenly there was another accident. Fishing line on the other side. Almost got wrapped around the shipment. Good thing OTT was there to help. Did not let this accident happen. So Jarrett can keep the output steady. After 10 minutes of pulling, tuna were also brought to the surface. OTT wandered aside for a moment. I put in right away, though it struggles in there. But you can't beat four hands with one punch. I had to be tied up on a rope, hanging behind the lonely drift. After waiting for some time, he quickly pulled the fish up. The fish looks disfigured. Fortunately, it didn't affect his price. Make sure it's 80 inches. Quickly began to return to the port, ready to wrap up the day. Dave's fleet is pretty laid back. Even let him start. Fantasize about dinner tonight. Listen to him say steamed lamb, steamed bear's paw, steamed deer's tail, roasted duck. Damn it, it's making me hungry. Paul suddenly began to ask for information. Turns out they didn't either. Just some mackerel and herring. The whole person is happy. But they only got off the phone a few minutes ago. Their instruments made a noise. Those of you who've seen a few episodes know that. It's a sign that a fish is about to bite. Sure enough, the two men came out. Then something happened to the fishing rod. Jody quickly grabbed the fishing rod, but I almost got pulled down. Were it not for his strength. We're about to have our first surprise of the season. Human lives that can't be seen. Even though he's out there trying to hold on. But I still can't get the rod up. If it wasn't for the strength of Tuna, it's intermittent. There's a real chance this fish is going to run away. But Jody's strength, and he's been bled dry by Tuna, just kept calling for help. Good thing there was someone next to him. Quickly took over. Looks like the sea game worked after all. Even the strength of the fish. But he's still pulled into view. And that means we can catch them. Just need to pull up a little bit. You can kill them with a javelin. With a splash of red. The tuna is still moving. Just one more shot. When it has no strength to follow. Quickly took it to the stern and tied it. But when they were there celebrating, Paul's boat suddenly appeared nearby. This makes the opposite person to envy. What took so little time? I managed to get one. Don't look at what they're not saying. But must be hard inside. It's dinner, after all. The fish measured 77 inches. I just don't know how much it weighs. I wonder if we can get rid of the booze, too. The line over there from the pickled eggs. There's a little disagreement. It's a little weird, though. I can't believe I'm going to bed with spiced eggs. What? It's a habit of being squeezed. It sucks to see him there. Jason was even cursing in there. Oh my God, that's so sweet. Wait, there's something wrong with that. That's how you make him drink medicine. After the spiced egg explanation, he's got a heart condition. It needs surgery to fix it. And drinking medicine can prevent the disease from getting worse. That's why Jason put it away. If you don't take your medicine, you may never see spiced eggs again. No, you're in a good frame of mind. I can't believe you're playing with it. OTT then came to the dealer. Rick didn't say anything. Just pull the prep up. Start taking a sample of this fish. And cut away the useless stuff. Weigh in. Looks good at 203 pounds. Honestly, I feel this meat. The color just looks good. But this fat is not so good. Only Rick gave us $18. I really don't think it's worth it. But that earned OTT $3,654. Paul team on the other side. A little anxious at the moment. Dave over there has already caught a fish. But there's nothing on your side. Not even a hint of tuna. I mean, I have to buy dinner now. But he didn't want to buy a drink. So he decided to change his position to an underwater mountain. See if he can get anything out of it. As he lays the bait again, sink it down to 112. And that's where the most tuna is. It didn't take long to put it down. The line starts flying out. Paul ran quickly to stop the boat. Lance is stabilizing the fishing rod. Paul sat idly by. You're not a capitalist. Stop the boat and leave it alone. Just walking back and forth on the side to cheer up. When Lance was there pulling, it feels like the fish is a little heavy. It makes them fantasize. That fish down there weighs a pound more than Dave. The whole thing was just laughing. Through Lance's hard work, it managed to bring it to the surface. With a javelin flying, quickly tie it down, so it can never go home again. Although this arrest took an hour. But I got a 79-inch fish. It was a thrill to my heart. And he just happens to be a little bigger than Dave. Looks like they're going to get a free drink. Dave has come to the immediate front. After his questioning, this time they didn't bring a big shipment. But it's also a nice fish. The fish sample was quickly removed. And after removing the useless things, it was weighed immediately. But it's only 175 pounds. It's not very heavy, but if the price is high enough, that's a lot to earn. Rick passed under the sun's observation. Only $16 was paid. That's not very high, but the final price, it's also very good. Taylor was under this competitive pressure. I painted the hook again. Looks like the last time he did that. Thought that would be a good way to do it. After he hooked the herring, it was immediately thrown into the ocean, hopefully on one of these hooks. One thing can be bitten, although he is now on the instrument. There are a lot of marks, but there has been no harvest. After waiting another half an hour, the fishing rod suddenly responded. Marissa perked up instantly, quickly came forward to take over. It's just a little weird. Why is Tyler dancing in the back? Watching Marissa get splashed over there. After changing the position of the fishing rod, and Marissa has a safe counter position, but it didn't last long. There was a float ahead. It was right next to the fishing line. The two quickly grabbed it, threw it on the other side of the boat, though there were no surprises. But it gives the tuna a reprieve. Good thing there are two people on the boat now. After 2 half-hour shifts, it also pulled it to the surface, even though there's a float next to it. But it doesn't matter much now. Just make sure the tuna doesn't dive. We can make a successful arrest. After a dozen minutes of Marissa trying, I was turning red, but let the fish run to the float. Taylor panicked in an instant, quickly took over the fishing rod, again a few minutes later, and managed to get it to the side of the boat. Let Marissa take over again. He picked up the javelin right away. Keep looking for opportunities on the side. With the camera, a vibration. The tuna is also starting to slow down. Marissa was tying the rope. The fish was found to be unusually large. Got them both under control. Celebrate a little. They pulled them on board. Looking at this big tuna. Definitely, since the beginning of the season. The biggest one that came up. The two men were hurriedly taking measurements. It turns out to be 111 inches. I can't believe it. Paul after a long voyage. And came to Rick. And he knows it too. Dave and his bet. It was a hurry to get to work. Kinda can't wait to know which one of you is buying drinks. After completing all the pre-work, it's time to weigh the fish. Looks like Paul got a free drink this time. That's exactly 10 pounds heavier than Dave. There's wine to drink though, but if the fish isn't good enough, that's a little expensive today. The good thing about Rick is he's a down-to-earth guy. Gave him $17 a pound. Just let the two make $3,128. Although it's a treat, but there's still free booze. This made Paul very happy. Jason is having a birthday at the moment. It's just a little rudimentary. Spiced eggs made him put up a birthday balloon. Looks like this guy got a little unlucky. I don't know if it's Jason. Just finished celebrating his birthday. We have a fish on the hook. Several people were immediately busy, afraid the fish will run away. After all, the other teams, they've all been caught. I haven't gained anything yet. But don't forget to fish here. Not necessarily tuna, but sharks. This makes the egg people very nervous. But we don't know what it is yet. Jonah didn't dare let up. In this environment, I can't believe tuna. Got a visual range. Only it took an hour. Jason quickly took it. Look at those two faces. The strength of this fish is not small. But it didn't do any good. Or by two people to get to the surface. No, why is this fish suddenly working again? And went back to the bottom of the sea again. Did I have to do it so suddenly? Look at how strong it is. Two people also chose to avoid the edge. It was kept like this for 3 hours. And the fish finally lost his power. The look of the fishing line going out also eased down. Joe quickly started, past him in a circle, in a matter of minutes, pulling the tuna to the surface. But how did the fish get the strength again? It went down to the bottom of the sea again. It's been almost 5 hours. I haven't got the fish yet. It looks like the fish is pretty big. This excited everyone present. Forget the constant yelling. To keep the fish from rushing again, quickly threw out the javelin. After a successful hit, tie the rope right away. I didn't expect a fish. It took over 5 hours. So they can catch him. As they pull him aboard, we measure it right away. Always wondered how big the fish was. Even though the fish is only 91 inches. Not the biggest this season, but this is their maximum. Taylor then came to the dealer. Matt knows the size of the fish. The whole person is also instantly excited. This is definitely a huge gain. If only it was fleshy. Well, they definitely made a lot of money today. This one in particular weighs 562 pounds. A few people hurriedly looked at the final result. If the price is $18, that's up to $10,000. But Matt took a look. It turns out the meat is not very good. The color is just fine, but he still gave it 15. Don't look at the low prices. But I also made $8,000 for both of them. Looks like all we have to do is catch something big. There's a lot of money in that, too. The seaside harbor at this time. Dave and Paul ran into each other. But these guys are kind of bad. He said he had over 300 pounds of fish. I'm just a little speechless. That's a lot of exaggeration. If Paul hadn't found out the weight, they have this real look on their face. And I believe them. Dave's didn't say anything when they got caught. Direct and honest discussion. I don't know what to eat tonight. It took more than an hour. The egg also came to Rick. Sell today's harvest. I thought it was going to be nothing. Getting ready to go home for the party. It turned out to be a bonus. They don't care about anything either. Straight to the final meat inspection. Rick was going to say something, but it's clogged with pickled eggs. Just let him tell you the price. Looks like he's really anxious about this party. And Rick was really awesome. I just quoted you $18. A few people after a little celebration. The return voyage began immediately. As the next day came, Spiced Egg's daughter had a party today. It was supposed to be yesterday, but the Spiced Eggs came back too late. Can only put it off until today. And he was ready to help. Get her daughter back for good. Looks like Spiced Eggs are just tough on the outside. A daughter slave, actually. Well, that's all for this program. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next episode. I never thought fishing for tuna was so easy. Two girls casually drop a mackerel bait. I caught a gigantic 406-pound tuna. You can tell by the size of this body. Easy haul of $8,910. You want to take part in this get-rich-quick fishing. Dave's crew started fishing early in the morning. There's been a lot of tuna dropping lately. It has seriously reduced the number of fish. But the good thing is where he is now. He's the only boat around. But they've been fishing here for over 2 hours. And no tuna took the bait. That scared Dave a little. There will be no payroll. Fortunately, he had plenty of mackerel. Can make sure he's here. Continue fishing for half a day. It seems sticking to where you are pays off. The instrument also made a noise at this time. There's a tuna at 120 miles. Soon the rod was pulled and bent. And it looks pretty big. Otherwise, the rod wouldn't be bent like this. Don't look at Dave. He's not doing much, okay. But the tuna was also pulled out. It's like the fish just got out. But just to make sure we get the money. Dave is still working hard. It just doesn't last. Can only rely on the next teammate to continue to the recycling line. It seems that the young are still strong. It's only been a while. The tuna is pulled out again. I even spent a little more time there. Just pulled the tuna up to 60 miles. We're about to reach the surface. It's still hard to see though, but they're also preparing on the side. I got the spear in my hand. A few people in this tense atmosphere, watching the tuna come to the surface. Even if the first shot doesn't hit. I didn't panic too much. Soon he pulled the tuna out again. To not disappoint another man. The speed at which the spear flies. So fast the camera didn't even catch it. After pulling the tuna to the boat, the rope was immediately attached to the fish's tail. Look at this giant tuna. A few people just tired. It was all gone in a flash. After cooling the tuna, he pulled the fish into the boat, measured by tape measure. Turns out it's a 103-inch fish. It's the daddy of tuna. The other teams went numb when they heard it. This is the beginning of the work to serve the fish. It's not about envy. Paul's team is in a terrible state right now. Dave didn't just catch fish. And 103-inch tuna. He didn't have anything. There are a lot of boats around. Come and grab the tuna from him. Now he's trying to make up for last season's losses. Some of them can't do it. If you catch too little tuna, it could be another year of losses. But then Lance saw a whale and birds circling in the sky. It was an instant jolt to Paul's spirits because it usually means there's tuna under the water and in pieces because everyone agreed in advance. What's the big discovery to share with other people? When OTT and Bob heard, I got there right away. I just didn't expect OTT to leave. The instrument made a noise. Have the crew start making bait right away. after hanging the mackerel on the hook. It was just thrown into the ocean. I hope I get a tuna in no time. Paul's instrument was silent for a moment. There was a beeping sound, and it looks like there's tuna everywhere down there. This made Paul very excited. After waiting for a few minutes, one of the fishing rods suddenly began to bend. Based on the outgoing speed of this line, Lance feels like there's a big fish down here, at least 90 inches, while this side is still busy. OTT's rod is responding too. Jarrett immediately stepped forward to reel it in. Fight underwater creatures. Paul's team on the other side is different. They're in this short time to pull the tuna to the surface. Just something on the line, you know. It's kind of blocking Lance's operation. Paul, that was hurriedly pulled off. Sure enough, it came down. Lance gets the tuna completely to the surface. But that's when the accident happened. The tuna broke the rope. This makes them very uncomfortable. OTT's side is different. Jarrett is still fighting the tuna. I guess we can't rush fishing. Why else is there nothing wrong here? Don't look at how bent this pole is. Jarrett's face was very red, but he's steadily exporting. It soon pulls the tuna to the surface. But now I can see the underwater. It's not tuna. It's a shark coming to make a nest. This drove several people mad, especially Jarrett in the back. Bob should be laughing himself to death right now. I thought I had nothing to gain. It seems everyone is the same now. Dave's here with Rick now, selling the good stuff we got this time. I heard this one is 103 inches. Rick got a little interested too. Want to see the quality of this tuna. I just didn't think of this one. He weighs 412 pounds. Definitely a good gain. Now, even the meat is bad. You can make a lot of money. Rick looked in there and found out. The texture of the meat is very good. Has a good fat distribution and color. Dave, who heard those words, I was instantly excited. Quickly inquired what the price was. It's just that Rick's kind of a bad guy. The riddles I've been working on. To quote a price of $21 a pound. Several people also received $8,652. That made the Daves even happier. I didn't think it was going to be faster than that. Still in a bad market. Earning so much money. When the time came to noon, Jack and Jack are fishing for mackerel. It's a strange time of morning. I don't care if I catch any tuna. I didn't even get much mackerel. That leaves them with very little bait. All that time, these are the only ones I got. Suddenly, their instruments made a noise. Only 220 feet from them. Jack is dropping the bait right now. After all this is done, just waiting impatiently. After all, the amount of tuna on the instrument is decreasing. This makes Jack very nervous. There are even some superstitions. But that's when the rod responded. Otherwise, the two will be materialists. Into something else. Jack moved the fishing rod behind the bow. The two men began to fight. I don't know what they were doing back and forth. Nick's going to take over anyway. He just sat on the bow, constantly recycling fishing line. It's just that the fish seems a little heavy. Nick used all his milk strength to bring the tuna to the surface. But the rod is bent like it's about to break. But Jack obviously didn't give a chance. Behind the tuna, he tied the tail, lest the tuna still have life. As the two men pulled the fish into the boat. After a little celebration, measurements were taken immediately. 83 inches is a good size. At 1 in the afternoon, Tyler doesn't have a tuna harvest yet. It made him a little edgy. The whole person is a little red, warm state. So many teams have caught tuna, and there's nothing on his side. After Jack came to the dealership, it shows you what you got today right away. Have Rick get the tuna up there, because the market is a little saturated. The number of tuna has increased. Jack is afraid that the fish will be slow now. I'm never going to make that kind of money. After being weighed, look at the 266-pound figure. A little disappointing for both Jack. I just hope the fish is good. That's up to Rick, of course. The fish has some skin fat, but not much. Fortunately, the color is good and the core is transparent. You could get up to $17 a pound, although not very high. But it also earned Jack $4,522. In a bad environment like this, Jack was more than happy to make so much money. Michelle and Leah have been trying all morning. Successfully caught 2 mackerel. That's a lot of stuff. Good thing they have reserves. I wouldn't even be fishing for tuna right now. Suddenly, the instrument made a noise. 120 feet underwater. There's a tuna. The two men quickly stood by the fishing pole, waiting for the tuna to bite. Soon there was a bend in the rod. Michelle just went straight back to the line. Have Leah pack the rest of the rods to keep the lines from getting tangled up. Although the line is out all the time now, but it's just enough to prove it's tuna under the water. Not that fucking shark. This fish has some strength. Michelle can't even pull it off. I can only go back to the line once in a while. But then they pulled it away. This left Michelle speechless. How do you want to catch another fish? It got so hard. But they had plenty of time. I can play with Tuna here. Even if he had the upper hand right now, it still doesn't change the outcome. After 10 minutes of Michelle's efforts, he pulled the fish out again. Leah immediately picked up the spear, wandering on the sidelines looking for opportunities. With the gun flying out his hand, Tuna in the water were also hit after stopping the boat. Although the tuna still has strength, but I still got caught in the tail by Michelle, so Leah can tie the rope. The two men who caught the fish were excited. It's like winning the lottery. There's nothing better about the whole person. Hurry to get the fish into the boat. Although the sea is a little bumpy, but it didn't affect the result. Measured by two people, the fish measures 92 inches. It's a giant tuna. When night fell, they came to the harbor. Bubba is seeing two people. We're gonna pull the fish up. After all, the two of them can get such a big fish. It's relatively rare. After Bubba's busyness, get rid of useless things quickly, and the tuna is weighed. Looking at 405 pounds of fish, the two became more excited. Now if the price is high enough, then the time wasted before will no longer matter. Take out this piece of fish. In Bubba's eyes, it's very good. Some of the fat has spilled out. It still feels oily. The core looks a lot like a cherry. This allowed Bubba to bring the price straight down to $22. That brings them to $8,910, just shy of tens of thousands. It seems that quality and weight of meat are indispensable. It wouldn't have made that much money otherwise. 6 o'clock the next morning. Bob hasn't caught any tuna yet. It made him doubt his skills. It's still not right. Plus, there's a lot more people fishing for tuna now. He was even more afraid of not making money. After all, he's the most profitable time of the year. In this short period of time, with mackerel after mackerel, rearrange into the sea, they have nothing more to do now. Just stand there and blow water at the camera. Let's hope the mackerel brings something good. About half an hour after I got here, one of the rods is responding. Bob jumped right in to keep the tuna from escaping. But it doesn't seem to be working, you know? Most of the fishing line has been taken out, and there's nothing Bob can do. You just keep doing it over and over again. After a little tug from him, there's something unusual about this fish. John had a hard time dealing with him. I just grabbed the fishing rod with my hands. Looks like he wants the fish too, but it doesn't seem to make any difference. No, he pulled the fish to the surface. Turns out it's not a tuna, it's a shark. I feel bad all of a sudden. Looks like Bob was right. Neither is the same species. It must feel different pulling on a fishing line. Don't look at the smiles on their faces now. Must have wanted to kill it. It's just why John's still there. While they're still upset about it, John told the good news Tuna. Manny was the first to react. I just went right down with the spear. After successfully hitting the target, the crowd couldn't believe it. It just looked like a shark. It turns into tuna, although there have been many reversals. But that doesn't stop them from hooking up their tails and put a chain on it. The man laughed so hard that he froze. Looks like the appearance of tuna. They don't even believe it. With the fish being pulled into the boat, Bob couldn't help laughing. It's been a long time. The fish measured 79 inches on a tape measure. Soon they came to Rick. Only their faces are still red. Looks like this fish has got a kick in it. It's not gone. When Rick found out why, I got a lot more speed in my hands. But Bob got some bad news. The tuna market now. Supply is starting to outstrip demand. It's going to be a tough time. But let's look at what's in front of us. After determining that the fish weighed 293 pounds, how about looking at the core right away? After all, that's what matters in the end. After Rick's observation, this fish is bad in a lot of ways. Less fat means less color. Not even the core. Rick struggled for a moment. They were paid $16 a pound. It's a small amount, though. but they still made $4,688. But the further you get, the harder it gets. OTT then heard Bob's news. The whole thing was there for the exit. I feel like the buyer's on ice. And a tip off Paul. The result is that the two of them are just yelling. But it can't be helped. There's so much tuna out there. There's going to be some shock, although they are frustrated. But Lance was a little different, and a lot of passion. Looks like this guy's a real angler. There are only such people to be taken care of by the sea. You see, the machine is ringing. The fish is 100 feet below the surface. The two men stood by the fishing pole. Get ready for the tuna to bite. Suddenly, the rod bent down. Paul grabbed the fishing rod at once. Get the tuna on the boat. Lance, after taking the fishing rod, start working on it right away. Paul was pulling in his fishing rod. This Lance is really fierce. It's only been a while. I pulled the tuna into the picture. After the pair found the fish, it doesn't sound like a small tuna. He looks very fat, although the fish is pulled to the surface. But he was struggling, so Paul can't stick the spear in it. Just let Lance keep pulling. Soon after, tuna appeared again. Paul immediately picked up the spear. I just stuck in the head. After controlling the fish to the side of the boat, I tied the rope up right away. Before anything else happens, this tuna looks pretty big. Let them spend their days in vain. But OTT got a little upset when he heard it. He's the only one who hasn't caught a fish yet. While they were still there talking, Lance pulls the fish from behind. The pair measured the fish at 88 inches. Looks like their observations are good enough. You can't measure a fish without knowing it's not small. After more than an hour of their voyage, came to Rick. After learning that the fish is 88 inches. We need two of them up here right now. As he began to work, Paul was also asking about the situation. He thought he could hear something else, only to learn that it could be in the future. Will close its own stores until the market returns to normal again. That's not good news for Paul. Not many buyers are that conscientious. With the tuna on the scale, the fish weighs 310 pounds. We need to know the final price immediately. Rick was watching for a while. The fish is well protected. The color is very beautiful, and the transparency of the core is good. The fat is just thick enough. It's very good for Rick. So they put the price down to $20 a pound. Let two people very excited. That's $6,200 for one fish. After a few days of hard work, everyone makes at least $10,000. Well, that's all for this program. Give a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next episode. You know what the worst thing about fishing is to celebrate the harvest early. Like he was almost pulled out to sea by a fish. Fortunately, his teammates showed up in time to save him. Otherwise, the tuna's gone and the man's gone. Fortunately, there were no surprises. I hooked this one. A 91-inch object weighing 335 pounds. It'll sell for tens of thousands of dollars at least. You want to catch such a dangerous and lucrative fish. Bob takes his team out to sea early in the morning because there was a lot of tuna on the market, led to the closure of many buyers. So many days have passed. They were hoping to catch a fish to make up for the empty wallet of the last few days. I can't stand the feeling of not having any money in my account. All the fleets decided to set out this time. If I don't catch any tuna, I don't go home anymore. Dave's boat arrived at the destination of his fishing trip for a number of recent reasons. Dave came to a remote place. I hope we catch some tuna here. And there's no other fleet here. The nearest one's a dozen miles away. It also means the fish in the sea. They're going to have it all. Then their detectors sounded. Dave quickly caught the mackerel. Throw it into the ocean to lure the tuna. I just don't know if they've eaten yet. Will not bite this hook. Suddenly the hook reacted. The excitement was immediate. I never thought I'd put down a mackerel. I was attracted to the tuna. I put on the door myself. Although this fish is self-conscious. But they didn't let up. After all, the fish bent the pole in an instant to drain this tuna of energy. They are constantly indirectly recycling the fishing line. But there's something tricky about this tuna. Keep going around and around in circles. Then he went to the left and right side of the boat. Even made it to the bottom of the boat. It was hard on the crew, afraid of breaking the line. After dozens of minutes of pulling, the tuna came to the surface. Looks in pretty good shape. The crew immediately picked up the spear, right at the fish, after a successful hit, and hooked it to the side of the boat. Tie a rope around the tail of the fish. A few people didn't even think to start fishing. There was a baby on the boat. The tuna measured 98 inches. It's a nice fat fish. That's what they want most. Taylor was so jealous when she heard that. How come you not like them? After days without fish. From the beginning, there was tuna. There is no other way now. Fishing for mackerel can only be done on a regular basis. To lure the tuna in the water. When they have checked all the fishing rods, no gain is ready to continue when dazed. Suddenly, there was a reaction. This is making Taylor so happy. Just complaining about the injustice. There's a fish pulling the line. In order not to lose this hard-won surprise, neither dared relax his nerves. Even the drifter that won't come near. Keep a watchful eye on it before it gets tangled up in the fishing line. While fighting the tuna, Tyler thinks it's a big deal. There's only tuna like this. To bend the rod at once and stay that way. As the fish is gradually pulled out, they think the fish is big. This makes them even more afraid to relax. If this goes to the buyer, I'm sure it'll get a good price. While they were still dreaming, the line suddenly broke. This is two people to look stunned. I had no idea it would end like this. That was a whole lot of fun for nothing. I guess some things can't be thought of that early. Jack at 9 o'clock in the morning spotted a whale nearby. That means there's bound to be some tuna around. When the whales appear, there's usually a lot of mackerel, which is Tuna's favorite. But he's been here half a day. I don't see any fish biting. This makes Jack a little confused. So I asked him what was going on in Otter, hoping to get some information from him. But they were in the same boat. No tuna was harvested. So what's he not getting? Just keep fishing for mackerel. Prepare the tuna food. Dave came to the port to sell fish. After fishing the tuna, Rick has also moved on to the first item of the day. Because the current market is not very good, Dave really wants his fish to be good quality. After determining that the fish weighed 369 pounds. And here comes the most exciting time. If the meat is good, they're going to make a lot of money today. The color of the fish is very good. The core is also in good shape. It's obviously a good fish. Rick doesn't have any ink either. They just gave it a price of $19 a pound. Made Dave's team $7,011. They're basically making money today. I set out to fish and I didn't get any fuel. It made Dave decide to fish there from now on. It saves on gas and makes a lot of money. Tyler and Marissa now, still upset about the loss of that tuna. They just want to work hard now, to distract yourself. Then the fishing rod suddenly bent. I got Tyler so excited. I just lost a tuna. How can this ever happen again? The line keeps going out. Marissa was right there watching, until the speed slowed down. It's her turn too, but they're just starting to reel in. The fish is exerting himself once more. Looks like the tuna is a Big Mac this time. Be able to sprint constantly, to not lose any more tuna. Marissa stopped coming back slowly, just spinning the wheel right there. Soon the tuna appeared on the surface. Taylor immediately plunges the spear down, but it didn't work out, and let the tuna run away again. Let Marissa do what she just did, and now she has no strength. Taylor quickly took over. Under his control, the fish was soon pulled out again. Hooked the tuna behind the stern. Marissa put a yoke on the fish's tail, so the fish can no longer escape. Taylor was so excited to impersonate famous people there. After pulling the tuna on board, you can tell this is a fat guy, measured to be 100 inches in size. It suits their thirst for tuna. The two men returned to the port immediately. Get Dennis to sell it, although experienced a period of zero income. But this giant tuna, make Tyler think he can undo the damage. Make your wallet full again. This fish weighs 446 pounds. Very impressive weight. And the fish is good too. It has a very vivid color. You can also see some skin fat. The core is not only transparent, but also a beautiful red color. The price is $17 a pound. The two of them made $7,582 straight away. Look at their excitement. The wallet should be a little full. It was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The eggs are still at their fishing spot. So far, he has not seen the tuna. It made him suspicious. Is a location chosen too close to home? I don't know why he thinks that. I'm about to have heart surgery because of pickled eggs, but I'm not making enough money. It made him a little nervous. And that sentiment spread to the rest of the crew. Makes them all more productive. Then the sounder made a sound. 125 feet away from them, there's a lively tuna. After waiting for a while, suddenly the fishing rod was pulled and bent. Jason immediately stepped in to take control. This tuna is good at picking a hook. I can't believe I picked a small one. This is making everyone on board even more nervous. I'm afraid the fish won't pay attention. I broke the rod and the wire. I mean, they're all trumpets these days. Fortunately, they have a lot of experience. To ensure the safety of the crew, get the fish as close as you can. You don't even have to hold the pole. Nothing's going to happen. It's the fish that's a little stronger. Jason was drained in an instant. Joe had to fill in. No one can fight tuna all the time. This also shows the importance of the team. Of course, to put it bluntly, too many bully too few. I've been wasting the tuna's energy. Watching the two of them work together. Spiced eggs are relieved. Start blowing water there. But Jason wasn't listening. And make the hand speed up. But that's when the accident happened. I have to say this fish has a lot of strength. They fought for dozens of minutes. In a sprint. Fortunately, there were no surprises. An hour after the fight, Joe still couldn't pull the fish out. Even tuna have a lot of strength. OTT after the night came. Bob was suddenly asked about the situation. The result was nothing. Bob is looking for tuna, too, but they're pretty sure of where they are. There are lots of giant tuna. That's the confidence of Honey. Joe has been fighting the tuna for 2 hours. The fishing line keeps coming. It's taken 3 hours since we started. Looks like this fish is really tough. What did the egg suddenly see? I just grabbed the gun and stabbed it. But he missed. The 4th hour of the battle. They're still pulling. This makes a few people's hearts a little panic. I'm afraid the fishing rod will suddenly break. The 5th hour of the battle. Several people were exhausted. Tuna, on the other hand, is quite powerful. It makes them feel like it's the fish. Could be fighting till dawn. 6 hours after the fish are served. Jason managed to pull the fish out. But the tuna is not so calm, trying to get to the bottom of the boat. But Jason didn't get what he wanted. Spiced Egg took the gun and stabbed it. When he successfully hit the tuna, the line is not holding. It's a bit of a coincidence. It's a good thing the spear just went in. Now we just need to pull the rope back. You'll have a successful harvest of tuna. As the fish are pulled to the boat, Joe immediately controlled the fish with a hook, so Jason can tie the rope around the tail. After the success, several people let out a roar. It took 6 hours. They finally caught the tuna. As the fish are caught high, you can see this fish is really big. The body shape is also very good. It measured 91 inches. It's a nice tuna. Spiced Eggs arrive at the harbor on a new day. Told Rick about the fight last night. Such battles made him curious. How good the flesh of the fish is. It's amazing how long it lasted. You don't see many fish like that. Looking at 335 pounds of fish. A few people are very happy. Now I just need the meat to be good. I'm going to make a lot of money. When Rick got to talk about all the good things about fish, right in the way of the spiced eggs. Looks like they've been fighting too long and they're tired now. Rick probably saw it too. Let's just quote it at $19 a pound. A reward of $6,365. It makes 6 hours worth it to a few people. At 7:30 in the morning, Bob has already started arranging the mackerel, ready to fish for today's tuna. About a mile away from him, Jack is also arranging mackerel. OTT on the other side, too. We're also laying decoys. They're this fishing league. It was pretty bad luck. No one has caught a tuna yet. Then Bob's detector sounded. There's a tuna at 200 feet. Same with Jack. What a coincidence between your two teams. Then his fishing rod buckled. They were instantly excited. I didn't expect tuna so early. And then Bob got a fish too. It's not really a coincidence. It's just OTT right now. No fish have taken a bait. Looks like he's got the worst luck here. Not like the other two faces. With a happy smile on her face. But fishing in this fog, there's no small danger. What if there's something in the distance? Only when we got to the boat. There's a high risk of entangling the line. causing the underwater tuna to escape. Sure enough, I just finished. There was a shadow in front of Neil. The speed of approach is very fast. It's the blink of an eye. The shadow turned into a ship. As if that tuna had a clue. There was a lot of force suddenly pouring out. Bend that fishing rod and it's going to break. That's not good news for Neil and Jack. Good thing the boat found them. Start walking the other way ahead of time. Slowly drive away from them. After Nick saw the boat leave, the strength in his hands suddenly increased. It has to be pulled out fast. Things are better on Bob's side. The tuna keeps being pulled to the surface, even though the fishing rod is bent. But Lance kept the line in. It soon carried it to the surface. His teammates quickly picked up the spear, right in the tuna's head. After successfully hitting the target, I quickly put the rope on it. Not Jack's side. What? And pulled the tuna to the boat. It's just a coincidence between you two. They all tied ropes around their tails. Bob now pulls the tuna into the boat. Look at the fat fish. Measured a body size of 80 inches. Jack's here after the tuna cools down and pulled it into the boat. It measures 105 feet. It's much bigger than Bob's. The head is also very beautiful. Bob's in an hour. To Rick's buyer. In order not to delay the wallet meal, he quickly pulled the tuna up. Not the biggest fish they've caught, though, but after kicking out some junk. Also weighs 177 pounds. Next up is the fish. This thing looks good at first glance. Has skin fat and beautiful color, but still a little bit less fat. You can't pay more than $16 a pound. Although the price is not very high, it also earned several people $2,832. Still able to sustain consumption for the next few days. Bob was just leaving and Jack was here. Rick was just learning they had a 100-foot fish. He quickly lifted it up, cut off a corner of the fish for inspection. Jack looked at the fish. Hopefully in the days to come, you can also catch 407 pounds of tuna. It doesn't matter if the meat is bad. Can also earn a lot of money. Besides, the meat has good fat. The colors are also very bright. Rick was able to pay $19 a pound. Let them make $7,733. This is a very good reward. Well, that's all for this program. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next episode. It's the easiest job in the world. All it takes is an hour at sea. 2 tuna will take the bait, just because I don't want to be too tired. And I lost one of my fishing rods. Don't appreciate the value of that one tuna. And that one fish alone, it could bring them thousands of dollars in revenue. You want a job like this? After a period of competition, the gap between the fleets has also emerged. OTT, in order to be able to close the gap. The old man who cut most of himself into the ground. Pull him in to catch tuna for him. How human is it to be true? I'm old enough to retire, even try to make a living, to keep these old men motivated, and bet on who catches the tuna last. You have to buy someone else dinner. He's really a good son. Since Tim and Chris haven't been fishing for a long time, I don't know where the fish are right now. So he chose to follow OTT, headed to the spot where they fish most often. After a day of fishing, there's no sign of any fish. Then Tim's boat suddenly turned black. Their generator stopped working. Good thing there's a backup source of hidden energy. They got the lights back on, but they still had to return to port. Fix the old boat. The time came to 11 o'clock at night. Tyler is back at the old fishing spot. I hope we can get some tuna from here. But then I realized there was a boat ahead. Looks like it belongs to Michelle. Sure enough, this is them. It made Taylor feel bad. I don't know why Michelle wants to take a shot at him. I was taking care of them. After the two sides exchanged greetings. I can't believe we just started fighting. Looks like tuna fishing requires a lot of fishing spots. Tyler wouldn't be so stressed. We were fighting for half an hour. Tyler gave it up anyway. Let Michelle have it all to herself. Looks like he's still angry. But Michelle's pretty innocent too. Didn't even know it was Taylor's treasure trove. Then Michelle's detector went off. Tuna is 125 feet down when the fishing rod appears bent. I can't believe Michelle's still in Versailles. Said if Tyler was here, then the tuna might be theirs. Looks like in this game, there's no friendship, just Monet. When Michelle took the fishing rod. But there's something weird about what's down here. Why didn't Tuna try to escape? But that didn't stop her from making money. It's always there to take in the line, to pull it to the surface. When he spins the wheel happily, the fishing rod suddenly bounced back. Apparently, the tuna got away, ripped off the line, and took off with the hook. It makes Michelle feel like she ate dog shit. The whole body is very uncomfortable. Leah, on the other hand, was a little obsessed with recycling her fishing line. You can catch the line in your hand. You can only see the signs of breakage. Obviously, there was a big fish down there. It seems that this is the punishment from heaven. You guys are a little immoral. 6 a.m. on a new day. Paul found whales on the surface of the sea. Friends who've seen my last few episodes, I think we all know what that means, right? That means those tuna are around, too. Follow the whales out there. Bob was dying of envy when he heard that. Hurriedly indicated that he would also go over. I wanted to see if I could catch a tuna. That's when Paul's probe started to move. The fishing rod in the back is also bent. It seems out of all the ships, they'll be the first ones to fish. Can end today's tiredness early. Just get this tuna on the boat. Then we can laugh in front of everyone. I don't know why these two would think that. After 10 minutes of fighting, Paul found that the fish had brains. Know how to go left and right underwater. But that's just fine for Lance. That's the fun of making money. Soon the tuna appeared on the surface. It greatly stimulated the fighting power of both men to keep it from going back to the bottom. See the strength of the tuna gradually decrease. Paul took the spear and stuck it in. After successfully hitting the tuna, he tied a rope around his tail. This harvest goes straight to Lance. The whole person stood up and wiped out the old slump. Looks like we got nothing. It makes them feel bad. The tuna cools down and is pulled onto the boat. Take measurements of body type. Look at the fish at 88 inches. They were very excited, feeling that money is finally coming in. When Dave found out about Paul, the whole person that is sick as hell. How did the man catch the fish so quickly? But he picked a good spot. There are no other boats around. Tim took care of the boat too, and I caught a few mackerel, although the problem with the generator was solved successfully. But the refrigerator hasn't been restored yet. If you catch any tuna, you'll be back in port immediately. Otherwise, there could be problems with the fish. Otter's been fishing longer than his old man. Why haven't you caught any tuna yet? And there's mackerel bait out there. Paul then came to the harbor, a face full of excitement showing tuna. Looks like he's still in shock. This tuna is their number 6. Now he's looking forward to seeing how much the fish is worth. After learning that the fish weighs 293 pounds, it's a pretty good weight. Next comes the quality of the fish. Rick looked at the little piece of meat. It has a nice pink color. There's also some skin fat. It's just a little bad in the cortex. But Rick still gave us $18. Let them make $5,274. In this poor market atmosphere, to make so much money, the quality of the fish looks very good. Michelle then received a message from Taylor. Just don't know what he said. Look at 2 people face blank. I don't think Tyler's over it yet, complaining that they took his fishing spot. When Leah found out, it doesn't mean you're working harder. Looks like she wants to hook up with the tuna. To make fun of Taylor, Michelle didn't complain about it. Now we see fish 125 feet below the surface, kind of like the one at night, running after them all the time. Take a bite of mackerel when you're hungry. Michelle probably thinks it's the fish too. Look at the fishing line out here. Suddenly, he started to go to the recycling line. No chance for the tuna to escape. Looks like hate is one of the things that drives people. It's not that long ago. Pulls the tuna to the surface. There were no surprises in between, but the fish is still a little fierce. Leah can only help. In case this is all for nothing, the tuna ran out of sight again. Soon Leah pulled the fish out again. Michelle went straight in. After successfully hitting the target, he took the hook and pulled the fish to the boat. We got our 4th fish. After controlling the tuna, Michelle broke the news to Taylor. It made him look dumb. To my surprise, there were 2 fish in a row. Don't look at him now, saying he doesn't care. Must be going crazy inside. Michelle and Taylor were left wondering what was going on in Taylor's heart. With the tuna being pulled up, it's a really nice big fish. Measured 90 inches. A nice big fat fish. That's where the egg was delivered to the other 2. A new way of fishing. It just seems a little dangerous. I don't even use a fishing pole. You just pull the line with your hands. I'm not afraid of getting my hands pulled out by a string. Directly cause the nerves in the hand to rupture. Jason and Joe were there to listen, but they didn't take it seriously. Yeah, what time is this? Still doing it the old, dangerous way. Michelle came to the port to sell tuna. Rick saw this and lifted the fish. Remove useless stuff from the head and tail of the fish. Remove the meat for testing. The tuna weighed in at 265 pounds. That's a good weight for a 90-inch fish. It's just that the meat is a little low in fat, but the color is very nice. Rick finally paid the fish $19 a pound, earned them $5,035. Let them make a lot of money, to be able to go home and have fun. After Tyler was robbed of his fishing spot, to this curly ocean, gamble on tuna. It was a bad decision to fish here. There are many fishing boats fishing for tuna. He had some relief from Michelle's operation. After all, it's halfway through the season. Better to focus on the tuna. Then his instrument found 150 feet. They're live tuna. The fishing rod was also bent. Tyler rushed out, only to find that more than one rod responded. 2 fish bite today. The 2 instantly became tense. There's a lot of money in catching 2 fish. It hurts to lose one, not to mention all the fishing boats around. If they see you, it's going to be a joke in the whole circle. But then the lines got tangled together. Quickly get Marissa to come and help. And the one on that pole isn't getting away. After Taylor's manipulation, the fishing line came free. In order to get at least 1 fish, he tied a float to the fishing pole. Throw it straight into the ocean. Not until we get this tuna up here. Now they can finally focus on the tuna. If 2 fish come together, the fishing line entangled itself again. It's not good news for either of them. It'll cost them all their fish. But Marissa found out. The lines are still tangled together. Tyler immediately ran up to the front. He caught the fishing line and bring back the fishing rod from the sea. With this crisis resolved, and Marissa is starting to get her act together, constantly turning the fishing boat. I found a little big down here. The other tuna doesn't seem to be moving, afraid of getting caught in the line again. Tyler's been giving me a pep talk. It doesn't seem to help, does it? But the tuna made it to the surface, so that 2 people can see clearly. Tyler grabbed the spear, right on the target, and he went down, and successfully hooked it to the stern, with the rope tied around the fish's tail. They also got their first fish of the day. Now we just have to deal with the other one. But Tyler found it when he was pulling in a line. That tuna broke the line. Good thing they just caught one. Otherwise, it's been a wasted time. The fish measured 96 inches. It's a very beautiful fish. They came to the port at once. Find Matt, the double dealer. After pulling the fish up through the crane, Matt also got to work. The useless things were soon removed. One said the fish weighed 383 pounds. Very good situation. Next comes the quality of the meat. What fat does the fish have? It can only be seen on the edges. The core is good and a little transparent. The overall color is okay, but the fat is a loser. Matt can only pay $15 a pound. The price disappointed Taylor, but it's acceptable. Not even $5,745 is enough. If I could get my hands on it that easily. Right off to work. One morning at 8:30, OTT asked about Bob. He got an answer that satisfied him, that everyone is equally poor. The same goes for Tim, of course. We haven't even set up mackerel bait yet. Looks like he's getting on in years. Kind of hard to get up this morning. But their thirst for tuna, still very strong. After all, they spent thousands of dollars fixing the engine. Just put them both in negative equity. Others have at least some money to start with. These 2 old men lost money from the start. I don't know if OTT made the right decision. The detectors on both sides went off at the same time. One by one, they were all nervous. Tim's fish are the first to react. It means the 2 old men are about to reap the harvest. Their first tuna. And this fish isn't a baby yet. The strength of the sprint surprised Chris. I feel a little old. OTT and Jack were very jealous when they learned. Why are you still not responding on your side? Especially Jack. He's only a few days old. No tuna in sight. Suddenly the fishing rod in OTT's boat buckled. Jarrett immediately stepped forward to reel it in. It made the wheels smoke. When they are happy to take in a line, Chris is different. Just run around with a line. Taking a fishing line there once in a while. He just had a little bad luck. Always getting hit by the sea. But to be able to get the tuna on board, he just had to sit there and take it. Save your anger for the tuna. Jarrett's been working on it for half a day. They haven't pulled the tuna to the surface yet. Even pick up the fishing rod. I was pulled to the back of the boat. It's obviously a big thing down there. Chris is a little different at this point. He felt the fish down there. There are a billion dots like sharks. But we haven't reached the surface yet. Not sure what's down there. Chris just keeps pulling in. Jarrett is excited right now. He felt that the fish was very powerful. He's so excited right now. Makes him want to fight. Keep yelling at the side wheel rotor over there. That's the fish running around there. Running away without any qualms. That's when Chris spotted the fish. It's a sturdy tuna. It was an instant thrill for him. The speed of the hand becomes faster. Tim immediately picked up the spear. I just went for the tuna, but just hit the target. Then Tuna knocked the gun off. I even wanted to run to the bottom of the boat. This drove Tim mad. He immediately picked up another spear, waiting for Chris to pull the tuna out again, with the fish gun flying out again. It hit the target with great success. Otter was here around the same time, pulling the tuna to the surface. He stabbed the gun right through it. After pulling the fish completely out of the water, he was immediately on the side of the boat with a pole. Wow, this fishtail is kind of fun. I was swaying to avoid the rope. Tim's here after Tuna's weakness, pulling the tuna back to the boat. Hey, OTT, Tuna over here. It's like an electric motor. It's so dynamic to be out there all the time. It's a different story with Tim. Tie the rope easily. Otter here after catching the tuna, all flushed with excitement. After Tim got that tuna, I radioed OTT right away. It just so happens that he is too. Caught tuna on both sides. Jarrett wants to change the gambling laws. See whose tuna is bigger and heavier. Tim couldn't agree more. The two ended the call. He pulled the tuna into the boat to test the size of the fish. The fish was immediately measured at 81 inches. It's a nice big fish. OTT pulls the fish into the boat at the same time, and it was measured. This fish is 81 inches. That's how I feel about these two tuna. It's like they're brothers. So many things are the same. Soon Tim came to Rick, but he didn't pull the fish up. I told him to bet. Just a few minutes. Otter also made it to the port. A few people after saying hello, one after the other, pulling the fish to the warehouse. Began the useless dismemberment. There's also some measure of the quality of the fish meat. After everything else, Tim's fish was measured at once. It weighs 187 pounds. Then there's Otter's fish, just 182 pounds, 5 pounds smaller than Tim's. That made the two old men so happy. Jarrett was just a little bit upset. Tim's and Tim's fish are not very good. Only a little bit of skin fat is too thin. Rick can only pay $16 a pound. I made $2,992, but it still took a lot to repair the generator. And the meat from Otter is very good. The color isn't just better than Tim's, and more fat than they have. Better in every way. The price Rick gave them was $19. That's $3 more per pound than Tim's. They made $3,458. It's a strange bond between a few people, just short in so many ways. You are a father and son. Well, that's all for this program. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next episode. Anyone who makes tens of thousands of dollars a day knows that. Tuna fishing is the easiest way to make money. You just need to be at sea for a while. I can catch one over 100 inches. Hundreds of pounds of tuna. The fish must be of good quality. That could easily make tens of thousands of dollars. I envy that I want to go to work now. That's where you pick up the money. Marcia is leading the crew today. It's a whole new fishing spot. There won't be any other boats here. Fight them for tuna under the water. When Joe and Jason were at work, Marcia was there to lament the difficulty of life. Now, he's not the only one having heart surgery. I have my own father's cancer to treat. This puts him under enormous financial pressure. You don't even know what to do. Fortunately, his crew was fine. After discovering his fault, 3 mackerel on the hook. Think of it as a freshly caught fish. Let Marcia think there's a tuna school here. That's what Joe didn't expect. That's when the bait is released into the sea. There was a tuna, and he bit it. It surprises people. Jason felt the fish was fierce. The two sides just started fighting. I'm already red in the neck. Jason's a little self-aware, too. When I can't handle the tuna, let Marcia take his place. Probably just getting to work. Marcia was full of strength now, and the tuna face off for dozens of minutes. So Joe could take over. In this way, the crowd fought for more than an hour. The tuna still has the strength to swim deeper into the ocean. Even in Jason's hands, I broke the shackles of the fishing line, completely disappeared into the sea. The result is disheartening. You were so close. I'll be able to harvest the 6th tuna. Only mackerel for now. Tuna for a free breakfast. Tim and OTT from the family business. It all came together before heading out to sea. Look at the youngest kid, Danny. It's not easy with this kid. Since I was 8 years old. Follow OTT on a tuna hunt. It's the school holidays right now. To be able to eat this bowl again. Earn yourself a little money. Dave's crew is out looking for tuna. Hopefully there will be a bite now. Now they have 4 ships in their entire alliance. Not too far away from each other to fish for tuna. Dave learned after some questioning. Now everyone is acting like a ghost. Didn't get the tuna. While he was still upset about it, the probe suddenly made a noise. They got nervous right away. Be ready to work. Soon a fishing rod was bent. The other teams were happy when they found out, because that means they're fast. There will be tuna too. After all, the first step is the hardest. As long as Dave can get the tuna on the boat. Jody after taking the fishing rod. It feels like this tuna is pretty fierce. He's really nervous right now. Can only yank the line to ease the mood. After more than half an hour of fighting, the tuna is soon pulled to the surface. Teammates see the fish behind them, and Michelle in the distance. I just don't know why they're here, you know? Several people were also stunned by her appearance. The fish dashed back to the bottom again. Now we have to pull the tuna back to the surface. The fighting continued for nearly an hour. Jody finally pulls the fish to the surface again. Sandro on the other side can't wait. Take this spear and slam it. This one just stunned the fish. Obediently was a few people control in the side of the ship. Tie that strong rope. Managed to get the 7th tuna of the season. Michelle looked on admiringly. Why are you waiting at sea? Several men pulled the tuna into the boat. The fish measured 102 inches. More than any fish I've ever caught. Dave and the crew immediately returned to port. Today's huge gain makes Dave kind of start afloat. I don't even worry about the quality of the fish. Scott lifted the tuna and measured 253 pounds of fish. It's a very high number. He put the fish out in front of him. You can see it's got a nice fat on it. The color is cherry and the core is transparent. Scott just paid $19 a pound. Let Dave's team earn $9,937. This is profiteering. I've been out for one day, and I'm close to $10,000. Feels like you can't get out there faster than they can. Meisha's fleet is in port at this moment. He's doing a pre-work meeting. The subject matter is, what are Joe and Jason supposed to do after they go into surgery themselves? That's a little pessimistic. Like it's never going to happen again. It was past 5 in the morning. Tim looked into the morning sun and saw whales. On one side stood the boy. A couple of guys were just talking about tuna. It should be in those places. OTT and Bob are learning about Tim. Whales are seen here. I'm going fishing right now. Danny sets up mackerel bait in the back. I don't want to miss this. A chance to get your first pocket money of the year. While he was busy there, suddenly I saw tuna in the distance, jumping on the surface of the water. Danny and Chris were thrilled, looking at the fishing rod nervously. When the pole Chris was holding reacted, several people were immediately busy. Danny was there after Chris stabilized the tuna. I took the fishing rod from him. Catch his first tuna of the year. Soon the fish will be pulled to the surface. Looks like Danny's got some pretty good skills. Chris stood aside with a spear. Danny looked at him, so worried. Also speed up the hand. The fighting did not last long. The tuna came to the surface. Chris quickly poked the gun up. Danny managed to get his first fish of the year. It made him as happy as a monkey. A kid can do that well. Then I can make a lot of money by finding a few people. After pulling the tuna on board, this big fish measures 92 inches. It's still early enough to get back. They can still go to the next restaurant. It's time for the Meisha fleet to eat. Jason was very excited. One of the happiest moments of his day. That's the kind of meal you can make. The smile looked a little creepy. It's not some dark recipe, is it? After his busyness, everything was done in no time. Looks good. But Marcia still wanted to take what she had. Throw it into the ocean to attract tuna. It seems that this meal is not very good. At 11 o'clock in the afternoon, Michelle and Leah are setting up mackerel bait. There's a whale in the distance. It's just Leah's a little sad. Her dear father in February. To a beautiful paradise. He was Leah's guide. He's the reason Leah loves fishing. And her father was alive. There's nothing I want more than to see whales. Just in time to take his ashes. See this beautiful creature along with the sea. OTT is really torn right now, looking at the whales and trying to fish for tuna. But there's so many fishing boats around. I'm afraid I won't catch any tuna. But a different location might not have whales. I decided to set up mackerel bait here. I wish I had a tuna hook. Not on that other boat. Soon the instrument spotted a fish at 154 feet. According to the detector, it's still a Big Mac. Soon the rod began to bend. Several people immediately busy up when Jarrett pulled the line in, and it showed the same results as the instrument. That tuna down there is big. It's just that the fish's strength is a little weak. It was soon pulled to the surface. OTT picked up the harpoon and plunged in. Success gives the tuna a break. They also get the seventh fish. With the help of whales, I got this huge tuna. After they pulled the fish into the boat, the tuna measured 90 inches. A beautiful, big, fat fish. Tim and his men returned to the port to sell fish. This is Danny's first tuna. A very big fish. After the buyer picks up the fish, this fish weighs 361 pounds. It's a very nice, big fish. You got a nice fat layout on the fish. It also has a nice cherry color. The core looks pretty good. Can give a unit price of $18, making Tim an all-angry $6,498. This kid's got a lot of luck, making two old men that much money when they first got here. When Tim and the others left, Otter also came to the port with tuna. The buyer hauled the fish into the warehouse. Take out the core of the fish. Cut off the useless ends. It weighed in at 324 pounds. As long as the fish is good enough, you can get rich instantly. The fish has a nice red color. Also has beautiful skin fat. It's oily on the core. The buyer can pay $21 a pound. If his tuna wasn't heavy enough, they make more than $6,804. We're this close to financial freedom. After Leah got over her sadness, and Michelle started looking for tuna. So many teams have made it. It made them both a little anxious. After hurriedly setting up mackerel bait, stand aside and wait for the tuna to appear. Soon the rod began to react. After lowering the boat, he hurried the rod to the stern. But in such a short time, the tuna ran a great distance. Leah feels like there's a big fish down here, or he wouldn't have run that fast. That's when they spot the tuna in the direction. There's a boat out there fishing. It's very possible to make your own fishing line and wrap it around the ship's wire. Leah was there signing all the time, but there was no response from a ship. Leah took out her siren to warn. The ship is finally reacting. Michelle can handle the tuna with confidence. After all this time fighting, the tuna was pulled to the boat, but the fish was smart enough to get under the boat. Michelle was so anxious she wanted to jump into the water to get the tuna back on track. The fighting between the two sides did not last long. The tuna appeared on the surface. Looks like it's going to be here soon. Sea tuna no longer diving to the bottom. Michelle quickly picked up the spear, right on the fish's head. With the tuna at the side of the boat, tie the rope around the tail. Pull the tuna to the deck. The fish is really a big fat man. It's 100 inches in size. I can't even close the mouths of two beautiful women. At 4 p.m., the Meisha team. I was told there was tuna on another ship. A mackerel bait was added urgently, making the tuna more likely to take the bait. Then he waited anxiously. and it took more than an hour. Not a single tuna took the bait. Looks like the fish got lucky on the hook. I'm a little scared to go fishing now. Very afraid of the life that is not rich. It just becomes a negative life. That's when Joe found tuna. Out there and out of the sea. It kind of feels like a provocation. Suddenly, the instrument made a noise. The fishing rod also made movement at this time. Jason immediately began to fight. There are so many teammates. Fishing for tuna is really easy. If anything goes wrong, Joe's going to be there to take care of it. It's just that tuna is a little bit stronger. Giving Jason to tired people makes them feel numb. It's all in the breath of your mouth. To keep fighting. Soon the fish appeared at the surface. Marcia just took the gun and stuck it in. Don't give the tuna a chance to escape. Joe got the tail on the side of the boat. Several people also began to celebrate the harvest. They worked together to pull the fish into the boat. The fish measured 77 inches. Not very big though, but it could also earn them a lot of money. Michelle comes to the port at night to sell fish. The buyer learned that the two men had 100-inch fish. Immediately pulls the tuna up. Cut off some fish and remove any unwanted ends. The fish turn out to weigh 466 pounds. You can see it's a good fish. The color of the meat is a little off, but it has a lot of fat. The core is very good. Look at the fish mix good and bad. The buyer agonized and offered $17 each. Not a very high price though, but it also brought in $7,922 for two people. Let them have a good time. Soon Marcia came to the port. Bring Rick a great fish. Pulled the tuna to the warehouse door. Rick immediately removed the head and tail and took out some fish. In the end, the fish weighed 268 pounds. It's not super heavy, but it's better than leaving empty-handed. The fish has a beautiful red color. The core can see past it. Just a little bit less fat. Rick can only pay $19 a pound. Earned $5,092 for the Marcia team. Although Marcia was happy to make money, but he's about to go into surgery. It's hard to get paid so fast. Well, that's all for this program. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next episode. Anyone who's been fishing for tuna at sea knows that. How hard it is to catch a tuna this big. And the boss just wants to eat this big fish tonight. Those oxen and horses will go to work. Some smart people want to go to the supermarket. One fish in question is worth thousands of dollars. It took 3 years of saving up to buy a fin. Another day of capitalist envy. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Marcia and his crew are already at work. And today is his last day. Marcia is about to go to the hospital for heart surgery. Now it's just Joe and Jason. Although Marcia is confident about their skills, but he still wants to be on the last one. Caught a tuna with my own hands. If he's out of surgery, it's basically the end of the season. But now he has a heart problem. This can no longer be delayed. Is that why they're here? Fishing for tuna very close to shore. He'll have more time here to get involved in the tuna fishing here. The sun rises above the sky. The two tailors were robbed of first place. Now desperate for a tuna. Back in first place this season. But in this ocean, there are many fishing boats. Giantle doesn't really like this part of the ocean. But these guys catch tuna all the time. In order to regain the first place, this is the only place I can come. Didn't tell me Tyler was a little introverted. I'm afraid to show my face in front of people. Jack hasn't caught a tuna in a long time. It made him a little depressed inside. They even changed their fishing policies. No longer continue in one position waiting for the tuna to take the bait. They move around looking for it. See if he can find anything. It's his own bad luck to blame. I think everybody else has tuna on board almost every day. You're the only one who hasn't. The probe then made noise. There are tuna in 100 feet of water. The tension was immediate. Look at the fishing rod in front of you. Nick suddenly began to reel in the thread. My hands are flying around. Looks like the appearance of this tuna. It made them very excited. I even work a little faster. Move the rod behind the bow. They found that the tuna seemed crazy. The sprint to the bottom of the sea is very strong. It didn't affect Nick, though. Soon the tuna is pulled to the surface. And keep it afloat. There's no getting out of Nick's control. It stayed that way for a few minutes. Jack picked up the spear on one side, right at the tuna, after tying the rope around the tail. They got their seventh fish of the season. The tuna is also pulled onto the boat as it cools down. The fish measures 98 inches. It's a lot bigger than they thought. It's a nice big fat fish. When OTT heard that Jack had fish, accelerate your work immediately. Keep setting up mackerel bait. It happens to be Jarrett's birthday. And the last one was Jason on Marcia's ship. They also happen to make tens of thousands of dollars. That makes OTT wish Jarrett well. Can make them the same today. Caught a huge tuna. Not to mention there are whales eating around. Based on OTT's experience as an angler for over a decade, there must be tuna around there scavenging for leftovers. There are so many factors that add up. Well, if the tuna doesn't bite, OTT thought he could jump into the sea to end the lives of 100 million unfortunate people. Soon the probe made a noise at this point. There are more than a dozen tuna under the water. The two stood nervously in front of the fishing rod. With so many fish, there's bound to be hooks. Suddenly, one of the poles bent. Several people set to work immediately. Jarrett had even begun to howl with excitement. After his short fight, it definitely feels like a big tuna down there. Just enough to be the first fish on his birthday. To keep the tuna from getting away, Jarrett's got his wits about him. It soon pulls the tuna to the surface. It was such an instant appearance. OTT immediately picked up the spear. Stick it in the tuna's head. The fish who offered to give Jarrett a birthday present. It was also successfully acquired by 3 people. After pulling the tuna onto the boat, the fish was found to be 90 inches in size. It's also a beautiful tuna. I guess tuna fishing sometimes requires stacking buffs. It is really a lot of conditions. Marcia is catching a lot of fish now, but there's no tuna. It's all the mackerel and herring they love to eat. This makes Marcia's heart very tormented. It's been a long time. Not a single tuna has been caught. Marcia then picks up a piece of paper and puts it in front of the camera. It says, "Don't forget to wear your head." What is he trying to do? And he pulled out a skull. It seems that he's trying to play a practical joke. Jack has now returned to port. Found Rick selling 98-inch tuna, although he didn't catch a fish for a long time. But if this tuna is fleshy and heavy enough, they'll make a lot of money. More than enough to make up for the time gap. The final weight of the fish was 341 pounds. It was a good performance. The fish looks beautiful, too. Just a little low in fat. Just a few on the edges. Rick can only pay $17 a pound. Don't look at it. It's not very high. But there's also this $5,797. That's a lot of money in just half a day. The ones who went to jail for robbery. Don't cry in the bathroom. Bob already knows about Jack and OTT. Have all caught today's tuna. And they're all still in this ocean. This made several people on board very envious. So they came to OTT's fishing spot. Let's see if we can find something here. So they waited for more than half an hour later. The detector suddenly made a noise. Several people immediately became nervous. Wait for the tuna to bite the bait. I noticed a change in the fishing rod. Bob also began to work. It soon pulls the tuna to the surface. The fish under the water seemed small to him. How did he get pulled up so fast? Through his constant recycling of fishing line. It turned out to be a tuna. It's just a little small. It doesn't fit the government's catchable size. If we catch this little fish, that's a big fine. This is not what Bob wanted to see. After all, he still wants to make money. Apparently, they were just happy for nothing. After OTT led his team to the harbor, found Jarrett's wife and kids. It's already waiting at Rick's. This family is really loving, not knowing if you're going to catch any tuna, and went to the dock to await his return. It just makes me feel bad being single. We're starting to throw dog food right off the bat when they were making out with each other. Tuna also weighed in at 265 pounds. The next step is to look at the fish. If only that were good enough. Jarrett will be happy today. The fish showed good color. It also has enough fat area. It's a very nice tuna. Rick was able to get the price down to $20. Let them earn a reward of $5,300. No, why is there a birthday cake? These people don't have any information up front. With the arrival of a new day, Tyler to be able to get tuna. I'm starting to get a little jumpy. To put on your favorite pizza, you get the tuna to bite the hook. Bob on the same side has no fish either. No, I caught a small tuna yesterday. That gave Tyler something to laugh at. We made radio contact. But you two are together. Why do you have to be so sarcastic? Maybe he's afraid of getting hit from the other side. Bob didn't react to his behavior. Didn't even respond to a message. Taylor didn't make any more mockery. Because his probe has made a discovery. There are tuna at 150 feet of water. Soon the rod was bent too. Taylor rushed right in. Start pulling the tuna from the rod to the surface. Marissa, after taking the fishing pole. The fish turned out to be quite a large one. The sprint look is very powerful. This makes the two very nervous. There's so many fishing boats around. There's a good chance the tuna will get past them. Break the fishing line from your mouth. With Marissa pulling and pulling, the tuna was quickly collected and quickly pulled to the surface. But tuna is very smart. Know to constantly change the course of action. To loosen a hook in his mouth is that it didn't work out very well. Marissa has pulled the tuna to the surface. When Taylor found out about it, immediately picked up the fishing rod and waited. With one sudden motion, the gun is thrust into the tunny's body. After tying a rope around the tail, they also get the 7th tuna. Then pull the fish into the boat. They measured a body length of 79 inches. It's not very big, though, but it also provides them with some compensation. Marcia suddenly announced at this point about having surgery on himself. I hope he can give face, so I could catch a tuna, even though it's usually competition. But we still have a good relationship behind closed doors. Tyler also took the tuna he had just caught. I talked to Marcia. Let them come here and fish. To catch the last tuna of the day. It's just that he doesn't seem very willing. Soon, they were back at the dock. Looks like Marcia is getting ready to leave, too. And at this critical time, Marcia's still a little worried. But not surgically. It's Joe and Jason before he gets back. I used up my meager quota. Looks like Marcia's a true fisherman. You're gonna have to have heart surgery. Still here thinking about fishing. Paul is reaching the ocean 100 miles away. Start laying mackerel bait right away. But when I was fishing here, one caveat, that is, the current here is very strong. We need to add some iron and lead to keep the mackerel in the water from being pushed to the surface. After all the decoys are set up, after an hour of waiting, the detector sounded. There are tuna at 211 feet of water. Lance waited excitedly at the fishing pole, watching the situation anxiously. Suddenly, there was a bend in the fishing rod. Lance went to work right away. Moved the rod behind the stern. Lance also picked up speed in his hands. Soon the tuna is pulled to the surface. The fight is getting easier. In less than half an hour, the tuna is about to be pulled out of the sea. Watch the bigger fish get closer. Lance became more and more excited. There was even a hint of creepiness in his face. If I didn't know what he was doing, I thought someone was going to pick up the soap. After the tuna has completely emerged from the surface, Paul also picked up one side of the spear, right at the target, and he's on it. Lance hooked the fish at the stern. They were both flushed with excitement, like a peacock on the lookout for a mate. After the tuna is pulled on board, the fish is 99 feet long. It's a big tuna. Now Marcia is leaving on hard goods. Only Joe and Jason were left. That's when they found something Marcia had left behind. But there's a picture down here, a nice picture of Marcia. And inside that box is what he left behind. Joe and Jason look the same. I can't even laugh myself. Tyler and Marissa come to the harbor. Dennis wondered what kind of fish it was. To get Taylor to dress like this, there's no way he could have known. This tuna in my hand. Taylor dressed up as a pizza to get it. After cutting off some meat for observation. The fish weighs 221 pounds. The quality of the fish is also very good. It has a nice color. Fat is also well distributed. The core also has good transparency. You can see that this fish is of good quality. Dennis lowered the price to $23. The highest price of the season for two. It's just the weight of the tuna is a little off. They only made $5,083. Not much though, but such an easy way to make money. No wonder it attracts so many people. Joe and Jason on the hard goods. Put dear Marcia by the exit window to keep an eye on your work. The superintendents aren't just because Marcia's gone and lead to neglect of work. Couldn't catch a tuna. It feels like it might not be useful. Just put it there for a laugh. After they put a hook on the mackerel, they released the fish back into the sea. That's when the probe spotted fish 85 feet down. After Joe confirmed the location, immediately watched the fishing rod warily. Soon the line was pulled away by the fish. Jason immediately took control to keep the tuna from going too far. But the fish under the water is a little strong. Jason's job is a little difficult, although it managed to pull the tuna close to the surface. But the fish didn't quite reach the surface. Two people can only keep pulling alternately. Try your best to pull the fish to the surface. Joe picked it up quickly. It pulls the tuna to the surface. After seeing the face of the fish, Jason immediately picked up the spear and stuck it on the tuna. But this fish is a little energetic. I slipped the grip of my hook, but it didn't do anything. He was recaptured by two men and controlled the position beside the ship, although this fish was caught in Marcia's absence. Fortunately, the tuna was caught today. I can go back in the evening and bring this news to Marcia. The fish measured 74 inches. Looks like it's the smallest of the season. I don't know why they're so excited. Probably because Marcia's not here. Paul and Lance came to the harbor, proudly displaying this 99-inch tuna. After all, this is the most recent time. The biggest fish that ever appeared. I'm sure it's going to pay me a lot. After Rick cut what he wanted, he pulled the rest into the warehouse. The fish weighs 385 pounds. Very good weight presentation. Finally, the fish has a very good fat distribution. The color has a nice bright red, but there are still many flaws. Rick could only offer $18. That earned them $6,930. When darkness fell on the sea, Jason and Joe come to the harbor. First thing they caught with Marcia gone. To Patrick up there, the man also works fast. Cut out all the useless stuff at once. The fish was weighed at 165 pounds. Patrick watched for a moment. The fish was found to have a good distribution of skin fat. The core has nice color and transparency. It's a tuna that would make Marcia very happy. So Patrick was able to get the price down to $19. Let these two young men earn $3,135. Looks like someone can make money here or there. Well, if I catch tuna, I can get people to work for me locally. Well, that's all for this program. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next episode. Why is this tuna selling for tens of thousands of dollars? Maybe it's the big mouth or the fat. Actually, it's because of tuna like this. It takes time and money, and you can't catch it without some skill. Even if the tuna is successfully caught, we can't rush it to the boat yet. It'll take some time for the meat to cool. If you don't feed it to your dog, you'll hate it. Now you know what tuna is. Dave leaves at 3 a.m. with the crew to get rid of the tuna. Expect to catch a tuna there. To solve the void of a long time without fish. This place has a lot to say, although it's a hot spot for fishing. But Dave was smart. Choose to fish on the edge of the area, so it can be in a place where there's a lot of tuna. We don't have a lot of people grabbing one fish. Michelle took Leah to today's fishing spot. Start today's tuna business. This is the same place Dave seems to have chosen. All in this tuna hotspot. Leah, in order to attract tuna. I didn't think mackerel bait was enough. Added a nesting procedure. But it's getting late. I don't think those tuna are going to be here. That's when Michelle found Tyler. Asked him what's going on there. But I didn't get any useful information. This made Michelle very sad. The season has started so long. I've always been at the bottom. I didn't make much money. It is even possible to lose money. I feel like you deserve it. I've been fishing for a long time. I don't know where I've caught fish before. I have to keep changing positions here. Trying to catch a really big tuna. Bob's going crazy right now. I've been fishing for tuna all year, and nothing good came of it. It's always the little fish taking the bait. This makes him a little uncomfortable last season's champion. I can't handle this big gap. Now we're barely catching any mackerel. Suddenly the detector made a sound. John immediately threw the only bait he had into the sea. If this tuna doesn't take the bait, it takes a lot of time. Went fishing for mackerel bait. But while Bob was still worried, the fishing rod in John's hand responded. And it feels like there's a lot of tuna down there. This made John very happy. All that tuna fishing this year. Finally, a big fish. After half an hour, the tuna is pulled to the surface. Manny picked up the spear right away, constantly looking for opportunities on the side. With the gun down, the spear successfully grazes the fish. And then the second shot and the third shot went blank. This is killing Bob on one side. He went straight in with the other gun. Bob's got to be good at it. One shot hit the target successfully. It's this tuna that's a little active. Got hooked to the side of the boat and almost got away, successfully tying the rope to the fish's tail. A few people are excited to shout there. Who would have thought the only mackerel? I managed to catch a tuna. After waiting for some time, the tuna became cold. He pulled the fish into the boat. The tuna measured 90 inches. Get the big fish on board. Make Manny happy and keep yelling. Joe and Jason on the hard goods. I miss Marcia so much. It's just the photo or the smell. It's not that you guys are gay. Good thing Marcia doesn't know about these things. Otherwise, I wouldn't be back after the surgery. When Marcia was in the hospital, Joe and Jason were eating on the boat. She looked at Marcia's picture and suddenly laughed. I don't know what's wrong with these two. Jack and Nick were fishing for mackerel bait. Saw a whale on one side. A few more mackerel bait in quick succession. Let two people very happy. I feel like I'm going to get a giant tuna today. While fishing for mackerel bait, all of a sudden, a tuna bites me. This made Jack very excited. There's obviously tuna down there. Through the detector's display. That's still a lot. Jack immediately sets out mackerel bait, anxiously waiting for the fishing rod to move. Nick found it when he grabbed his hand up. This tuna down here is a bit of a chicken thief, pulling the line and not making any noise. Two people quickly moved the fishing rod to the bow. When Nick took over the job, it feels like the tuna down there is huge. Then Jack suddenly spotted a speedboat ahead, in the direction of the tuna's escape. Got Jack in there screaming, for fear the speedboat will cut the line in the tuna's mouth. How did the line break? Jack's been barking around for a long time. Ran back to the cab and honked the horn. It seems to work. Then Jack took the fishing rod. Soon the tuna loses its strength. When Nick took over again, after more than half an hour of pulling, the tuna is soon pulled to the surface. Jack picked up the spear on the side, right at the tuna, and stuck it. I didn't know this fish was so easy to catch. It took just over half an hour. He pulls the tuna to the side of the boat, with the fish being pulled to the boat. The fish measured 93 inches. Bob is now at the port. Found the tuna from Bubba's selling boat. Look at this 90-inch fish. Bob felt happy every time he saw it. After Bubba cut off the fish's head and tail, I pulled out the fish for later. This tuna weighs 395 pounds. There's also a lot of fat on the fish. The color looks good too. Overall, very good. Bubba can get the price down to $20. Got Bob angry for $7,900. Such a quick place to fish. It made the Bobs happy. I want to go tuna fishing in that place again tomorrow. Catch that big fat fish. Dave experienced the time of day. Finally came to today's fishing spot. They're really slow. Look at the others. Bob's already gone home from work. That's when Dave realized there was something wrong with the boat. There's a big problem with a water pipe. A tear was found when the tube below was removed. Fortunately, there is only one small problem. All you have to do is simply replace it. If there's any other machine malfunction, then there'll be adrift at sea. Pay a lot of money to get someone to save you. After replacing the parts, the small boat soon regained power. And now Dave's still scared. I'm still scared if something goes wrong with the boat. After all, if there's another machine malfunction, then I'll be home for the rest of the day. Jarrett from the OTT boat. Look at the whales around you. The whole person is very excited. There's so many whales. I can't imagine how many tuna there are. OTT and Jarrett are excited. I don't know how fast you can set up mackerel bait. It took no time to turn around and bait 2 fishing rods. After waiting more than 20 minutes, OTT noticed movement on one side of the rod. We're going to start recycling the fishing line right away, with Jarrett taking over on the side. Put on one glove. He went straight to his golden right hand. In there, spinning the wheel. Just stop and rest when you're tired. Constantly wasting the energy of the underwater tuna. Although Jarrett thought the fish was big, But after all this, soon the tuna loses its strength and kept being pulled to the surface. Jarrett felt the situation, too. Immediately increase the strength in your hands. Soon he was pulled to the surface. OTT immediately picked up a spear. I just went right down, hooked the tail to the side of the boat. Several people hurriedly tied the rope to the top. After a little cooling of the tuna, he pulled the fish into the boat. The fish measured 83 inches. It's a beautiful big fish. This left several people without fish for several days. The excitement of the whole person is a little unable to take care of themselves. That's when Jack came to the harbor. Bubba looked at the contents of the boat. I wonder what size fish Jack got. After learning that their 8th tuna is 93 inches. I think they're really lucky. The market as a whole is now recovering. If the fish is of good quality, that would make a lot of money for both of them. This tuna weighs 364 pounds. It's a pretty good weight. This makes Jack and Nick happy, as long as the fish isn't too bad. Bubba saw that the fish had a nice color. Fat is also widely distributed. Arguably the best Jack and Jack have done this season. The core is also very beautiful. Basically no downsides. Bubba hesitates and gives $20. The two young men earned $7,280. It seems that the market is really good now. If I book a flight there now, is it possible to spend the rest of this time? Earned hundreds of thousands of dollars. Taylor is very worried now. No tuna has been seen since morning, and everyone else is already on the fish. That's a lot of mackerel bait. I didn't even see the tuna bite. Michelle's just like Taylor now, but she's in a better frame of mind. After all, no tuna ever took the bait before. Now, it's just getting back to that. But now is not the time for negativity. To be able to catch tuna, both men have been working hard. One of them is going to bait you there. The other is looking around. It was almost an hour ago. Not a single tuna was found. Suddenly, there was a movement in the fishing rod behind Michelle. The two immediately went to work. Michelle began to recycle the fishing line. It feels like this fish down there is huge. I'm so excited right now. I thought if I got this fish, how much money that's going to make. Soon the tuna was pulled dozens of feet closer, but still a long way off. But so far, everything is fine. Michelle fought for more than half an hour. The tuna went further. This is a little bit speechless. It's been a long time. How come tuna got further away? The strength of Michelle's angry hands immediately increased. This is when the fishing line breaks. Leah was just so dumb. Michelle, too, stayed put. Looks like they're only a little better than chicken. OTT is now back in port. The tuna on the ship was to be sold. Bubba's a pretty good buyer, too. Pull the tuna back to the warehouse. The movement was very quick. Cut off the fish in a few moments. The final fish weighed 267 pounds. This is their 9th fish. If the fish is good enough, that will pay them well. Bubba looked at the fish in his hands. It feels good. It's a nice color. Fat is also widely distributed. The core also has a beautiful appearance, but there are some flaws. Transparency is not very good. I was only able to pay $20 per unit. Make them angry for $5,340. This Bubba is a little weird. Core, such an important price point, can give the price to this unit price. With the arrival of a new day Dave's fleet, so far not a single fish has taken the bait. This made Dave very sad for more than a day. Only the mackerel bait took the bait. You don't make a dime. While Dave was still there complaining, suddenly I heard a movement of the fishing rod at the back of the boat. Sandro ran over at once, very excited to look at the sea, expect a big tuna below, and have little strength. Had to be pulled to the boat. That's when Dave on the side noticed. A fishing boat appeared ahead. Looks like it's still heading this way. What about the nearest teams? It happened to me, but this fishing boat had good sense and left. And tuna fights during this time also began to appear weak state. It took less than 20 minutes. Sandro now felt that the fish was very big. There's a situation of powerlessness and the ability to return to the deep sea. He probably weighed more than 300 pounds. This made several people even more excited. Sandro's got a lot more speed in his hands. It's like having an electric motor. It soon pulls the tuna to the surface. After finding this out, Dave immediately picked up the spear, stood aside, and waited. Tuna is also good for face. He ran to the boat to let Dev ZA. After successfully hitting the target, the tuna is immediately controlled by the hook to the boat. After tying the rope around the fish's tail, happy to return to port at once. Sell this tuna you just caught. The thought of this immediately pulls the tuna into the boat. Look at this 97-inch fish. A few people that is more excited. It feels like it was worth the wait. After Dave took the boat to the buyers, and no one's talking nonsense. Just hoist the tuna right up to the warehouse door. After Rick got the tail and belly out of the fish, I cut off the heads and tails of worthless fish. This tuna carries 339 pounds. It was the weight that disappointed Sandro. It was strong before it was hooked. Now it's just like this. Fortunately, the color of the fish is not bad, but there's not a lot of fat. Core performance is also very poor. It doesn't make a perfect sashimi. Rick could only offer $17 a pound, although the price wasn't what Dave expected, but it still earned them $5,763. It's also a good income. Looks like when you catch a tuna, it's best to wait for the fish to cool down. Otherwise, the meat will have some problems. Not at a very good price. Michelle and Leah learned that one was missing. The tuna's rivals grew increasingly anxious. He quickly added another fishing rod, hoping to make the tuna more likely to take the bait. While he was still waiting anxiously, that's when Leah rushed out of the cockpit, came to a bent fishing rod. Looks like we got a fish bite. I just don't know if it's a shark. Michelle, after putting on protective gloves, took over Leah's job, began the brutal recycling of fishing line. It's not even draining the tuna. I didn't realize it worked for her. Soon it brings the tuna to the surface. It's just that fishing rod keeps feeling like it's breaking. Probably because we lost a tuna earlier. Now he didn't want to ink anymore. It doesn't matter if the tuna has strength. That's when Leah came to help. But it doesn't work very well. Tuna are always hovering not far from the sea, fighting with Michelle all the time. This went on for nearly 2 hours. Michelle is almost paralyzed by now. Fortunately, the same can be said for tuna. They were soon pulled to the surface. After Leah observed this, he grabbed the spear right away. He dived right in front of the tuna on the surface. This battle is coming to an end. Look at the tuna that's still alive. Michelle hurried another shot. Leah, too, hooked her fish to the side of the boat. After the two men laboriously tied the rope, happy are hugging each other. Imagine this big tuna. What kind of gains can you bring for yourself? It made Michelle feel so tired. Why should it be over 100 inches? When the time came to evening, the tuna also cooled off during this time. Looking at a fish that's struggling to pull into the boat, the two were more excited. Although only 101 inches is a little short of expectations. But this beautiful big fat fish, still a huge payoff for both of them. As the two arrived at the port before 11 o'clock, I'll be able to go fishing tomorrow. Because the government has rules. If time runs out, return to the port to sell fish. Then we won't be able to sail again tomorrow. What's the reason for this bizarre rule? It doesn't make any difference. Scotty, after he hauled the tuna up, immediately removed the useless head and tail. The final 101-inch fish weighs 538 pounds. It's a pretty good weight. After removing the core and tail meat, Scott was also impressed by the quality of the fish. The surface looks like it has a nice color. The fat distribution is also good, but the key is in the core. Scott said after reading these, "This is the perfect fish of the year. Everything looks good." So he decided to buy it for $24 a pound. Earned the two beauties $12,912. This is the highest price recorded this year. It gave him a chance to make it to the top 3, a chance to take first place this season. Well, that's all for this program. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next episode. Although the way to get rich these days is in the criminal law, but these fishers don't believe me. To go out into the Atlantic Ocean and fish for tuna. Just buy some bait for a few dollars. Go bike to bike. A tuna this big is worth tens of thousands of dollars. It's no safer than going to jail. OTT looked at the whales around him. Who thinks he's going to be a better fish today? Otherwise, I'm sorry for the whales here. Although now in the sea, there are other teams, but no one was together. There's still a good chance of catching tuna. Dave's fleet is a different story. There are no whales around them now. You can't even see the sea around you, leaving Dave to move on. Let's see if we can get out of this foggy area. Find signs of whales. OTT has now made another discovery. Just below the surface, there are swarms of sand eels. That means the tuna will smell it. Suddenly, the detector made a noise. The fishing rod next to Jarrett has also changed. It's obviously got tuna hooks. Looks like a lot of strength. Jarrett can't even touch the edge. We just have to wait for the tuna to give up steam. I want you to run a loop through it to kill the tuna's energy. 10 more minutes of combat consumption. Tuna can still pull so hard. Jarrett sensed that the fish must be very large. I'm a little too tired to pull. Tuna can stay so alive. When the two sides have been fighting for more than 30 minutes. Fish are also pulled to the surface. Otter saw it and immediately picked up the spear, saw an opportunity and jumped right in, then hooked the fish to the side of the boat. The men also tied the rope to the fish's tail. You can see this is a big fish. While they were still cooling the tuna, Old Man Tim came to the side, wanted OTT to give himself the fish. Let yourself go home and rest. Well, not because you're his father. That's how you bully. Good thing it was just a joke. The otters still pulled the fish into the boat. The fish measured 97 inches by a simple measure. A lot bigger than they thought. All a little unexpected. The other teams were very jealous when they learned that OTT was on the fish. How can you be so fast? It's not good being a boy. OTT is a nice guy. After I caught the tuna, the mackerel on the boat is useless to the surrounding fleet, so they don't spend their time fishing for mackerel. Can concentrate on fishing for tuna in the sea. Tyler's a little behind on information. Didn't even know OTT was on the fish. Still bragging about how well you picked your spot. How close to the road home. If I can catch tuna today, that's basically pure profit. Probably learn not to show off all the time. Mackerel bait is being set up. It's just that little mouth that's still there. Bob after getting help from OTT. Mackerel bait was immediately added. No more fishing for tuna's favorite fish. This made the two people in the back very happy. After all, this old capitalist Bob, just sitting in the cab doing nothing. Let an old man like John do his job. There was movement in the probe. Instantly let the two people behind the tense up, looking at the fishing rod with great anticipation. I just waited a little too long and Bob got emotional. Suddenly, the fishing rod beside Manny responded. Several people were immediately refreshed, but the feeling from the fishing rod makes Manny think something's wrong. It's not very strong. One spot looks like a small fish. It made Bob a little uncomfortable. I don't want it to be an ungrown tuna. It was because of that one fish. It took them hours. In the end, it was an empty joy. Soon the tuna below lost its strength, started being pulled to the surface by Manny. Soon the fish will not be seen by a few people. It's a big fish, probably 80 inches in size. Several people are very watchful, standing beside the boat. Wait for the tuna to surface. Then John suddenly put the spear down, just a little off the mark. Good thing the second shot went in. Didn't let Bob down. After all, someone has emptied 3 times in a row, after tying the rope around the tail. A few people became the second boat to fish today. Got his 10th tuna. Dave was so jealous when he found out. The tuna has cooled down for a while. He was pulled into the boat by several men. The fish measured 87 inches. Far more than Bob expected. I didn't expect such a big fish. Manny just thought it was a small fish. Michelle is not far away. After finding out Bob had tuna, quickly asked him for a mackerel. That's a little shameless. Soon Bob was in front of Michelle. He sent the mackerel bait over there. Or Michelle, who accepted the help of 2 fleets. I wonder if I can catch a tuna in the back. OTT is now in the harbor. Found Rick selling tuna. Before being pulled to the warehouse door, remove any useless heads and tails. It weighs 344 pounds. However, the final payment does not depend entirely on the size. It's about the core and the color of the fish. That's what matters in the end. Rick looked at the fish. The color and core are rosy red. Fat is also well distributed. It's a nice tuna, willing to pay up to $21 a pound. It's a high unit price. Let the two directly earn $7,224 and get rid of the gas and all that fishing. A net profit of $7,000. Then I can't risk going to sea for more. Michelle's crew hasn't hooked any tuna yet. It made Leah superstitious. There was a constant prayer. She worships Buddha and God. You're not a pure believer. Michelle watched everything Leah did. The same is starting to happen. Then the detector made a noise. That's not true. You're so bad. Then we'll get tuna. Even the fishing rod was bent. Instantly, the two became excited. I didn't expect it to be so casual. I could get tuna bite. When Corio was on that line, this tuna looks a bit like a shark. Not the fish they were hoping for. Suddenly, the fishing line broke. Looks like the fish down, there is a shark. Even if Leah doesn't think it is. Otherwise, you can't accept the result at all. I mean, it's been there a few times before. At 1 in the afternoon. Joe and Jason are a little lost right now. I don't know. When those mackerel baits were down, what should we continue to do? I can only give hope to the photos in the back. I wanted to give me some useful advice. Or what did they hear? They're setting up mackerel bait again. Tim's fleet hasn't caught any fish yet. Only the occasional shark. Take a bite of the bait on the hook. Deceiving two elderly men. This makes two people very uncomfortable. How could you be fooled by a stupid fish? Suddenly, there was movement in the detector in front of Danny. Soon Chris noticed that the rod was bent. Immediately moved the pole to the stern with Tim. Chris is in a fight with tuna. The fish was found to be big and fat. Through this moment of fighting time, it feels like a tuna down there. Danny, after taking the fishing rod, I put a motor on my hand right away. The strength in the hand suddenly increased a lot. It didn't take long to dry the tuna, but suddenly the line started going out again. The tuna is making a final stand, but that obviously didn't do much. Chris is retaking the fishing rod. It soon pulls the tuna to the surface. After the other two spotted the water, immediately picked up the spear. Keep aiming at the tuna. After waiting for Chris to pull for a while, Tim immediately put the gun down, but he missed. Danny quickly picked up the other gun in the back. That's when Tim plunged again, but also missed. Chris is pulling again. That's when Danny went down. The tuna, after being successfully hit the target, he immediately hooked the fish to the side of the boat and tied the rope to it. Several people also got a third fish, with the tuna being pulled to the boat. The fish measures 99 inches. They're by far the biggest tuna. Looks like this kid got a little lucky. 3 people catch tuna till now, except the first fish is small. There's a nice big fat fish in the back. Bob is now back at the port selling fish. Leave and pull the fish in front of you. Immediately cut out the core. Cut off the heads and tails of useless fish. The fish ended up weighing 243 pounds. That's a pretty good weight at 87 inches. The fish also has a very vivid color. Fat distribution is also in good shape. The core looks pretty too, but in front of stingy Rick, it's still only $19 a pound. Bob made $4,617. Not much though, but also got them a lot of money. Can play good for a while. When Tyler found out the Timbers got tuna too, there was a sense of tension. There are already so many ships with the tuna harvest, and you're still adrift on the ocean. Suddenly, the instrument spotted fish 150 feet below the surface. I was instantly excited. The fishing rod also stirred at this time. The happy people all danced. Luckily, Marissa didn't let her joy get to her head. Came to the rod in front of the control. Where this tuna gets away, you don't know where to cry. Then Marissa spotted a float ahead of her, right in the direction of the tuna. Why these fish like to go there so much? But it didn't do anything. It only caused them a little trouble. After Taylor hooked up the floating rope, just throw it over the other side, so Marissa can take the tuna seriously. The two sides fought in this way for dozens of minutes. Taylor's arousal grew, started yelling in there. Cheer for Marissa. Soon the tuna is exhausted, being pulled out to sea by Marissa. Soon it was at the surface of the water, though the tuna sprinted back below the surface. But Marissa's hand didn't stop. Tuna are doomed to no longer live in the sea. As Marissa pulls the tuna back to the surface, Tyler picked up the spear too, began to wander on the side, looking for a chance to kill. When a spear was released from Tyler's hand and stuck in the tuna, they also got the 8th fish. In case anything happens in between, the two men scrambled to control the tuna in the stern and start cooling the fish. After the tuna has been in the sea for half an hour, the two men pulled the fish into the boat. The tuna measured 79 inches. Not a very big fish, though, but it's still a huge payoff for both of them. Tim is carrying 99-inch fish. To Rick, the buyer, waste disposal of fish heads and tails. The final fish weighed 356 pounds. This is very happy news. Then Rick takes out the tail and the core. Final pricing for several people. Look at this nice colored and fat fish. Rick had a feeling there might be blood this time. Fortunately, the core is not particularly beautiful, so they bought it for $19 a pound. If the core wasn't good enough, these three guys definitely made more than $6,764. But they were happy with what they got. The reward is upon completion of the commitment. We'll get over $1,000 each. To be cool for a few days. I look more covetous. Joe and Jason are on a tight schedule right now. Now it takes 3 hours to get back to port. If it were another clock, if you don't catch a tuna, they won't be able to return to port by today's deadline. Even after that I got the tuna. It's only tomorrow's fish. And their next time, I can't go out fishing for tuna. Can only wait for a new day to come. I don't know who made that rule. It must be the animal protector over there. Due to time, after they heard the detectors, they both became very excited, looking expectantly at the fishing rod behind. Soon one of them was bent. Jason immediately stepped in to take control. Joe also moves in the direction of the hull. Before the tuna gets to the bottom of the boat and cuts the line. Jason has been working for a while. Joe takes over the battle of the tuna. Looks like they got the fish in the bag. No one's ever been slower on the hand. The constant stopping and retracting depletes the tuna's energy. The two sides fought in this way for an hour. Tuna are also showing signs of weakness. They were soon pulled to the surface and drifting in powerlessness. Rob Color saw the gun stabbed in the past. After successfully hitting the target, hurriedly tie the rope to the fish's tail. After successfully controlling the tuna, Jason immediately pushed the boat to maximum speed, start sprinting towards the port. Even the celebration after the catch was delayed. The ship moved steadily forward in certainty. Jason immediately began to celebrate with Joe. When the time came to 8:00 in the evening, they began to pull the tuna into the boat. The fish landed on the back of the boat. They immediately measured the fish at 81 inches. A nice big fat fish. Tyler carried their little fish. Came to the port to sell. It's not very big, though, but the buyers won't be bothered. After all, what about making money? After removing the head and tail of the fish, the tuna has a net weight of 197 pounds. It made Taylor a little upset. After the buyer takes out the fish core, look at the fish in front of you. Told him that the fish wasn't very good, but it looks good. Has a nice color and fat distribution. The core is not very transparent. This is a big failure. It can only be offered at $18 a pound. Let them make $3,546. Obviously, the fish is not very good. It's a big difference compared to the other teams. When the night is over, Joe and Jason also came to the port, but they got there before the deadline. 10 more minutes at night like that. Everything they've just done will be for nothing. This 310-pound fish, it's just the next day's tuna. After removing the fish tail and core, you can see the meat is still beautiful. The core is very transparent. The color is beautiful and the fat is evenly distributed. Rick can get the price down to $21 a pound. That's still a good price. Both earned them $6,510. I have to say they got lucky. All this money again. After so many days of fighting every team, they've made tens of thousands of dollars. Well, that's all for this program. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next episode. Don't look at them fishing for tuna. There is a lot of learning in it. It's not just a lot of good bait. And beware of sharks which love tuna. Because the buyer just wants the whole tuna. If a shark bites you, I have no choice but to give up the tuna I just hooked. Actually, I'd rather eat scraps. After all, millions of dollars worth of tuna. It's a waste of money to feed to the sharks. 6 o'clock the next morning. Hard goods Captain Marcia just returned from surgery. I can't wait to get my morale up with a big fish. He made a special broadcast to warn his colleagues. I'm booking this part of the ocean today. But Paul rolled his eyes. This guy needs special treatment before and after surgery. I feel even worse when I think about it. Found Dave teasing. They talked there for half an hour. Choose to stay away from Marcia, who has just returned, and join hands with each other. But to the new fishing spot, Dave and I have to pay more for gas. If we don't catch a giant tuna, then they won't be able to save Ben today. The tuna back found out. His face was full of despair. If we can't even keep Ben, then they're working for nothing today. Soon Paul and Dave arrive at today's fishing spot. Start laying out mackerel bait. They're at the bottom of the pack right now. Makes Paul want a big tuna. John's detector suddenly beeped. There's a tuna at 140 feet. Quickly watch the fishing rod. After finding the hook bitten by a tuna, John burst out laughing with excitement. Saw the line no longer go out. I put a motor on my arm right away. But John didn't last long. The tuna regained the upper hand. It makes him think there's a big fish down there. The two sides stood in this way for 40 minutes. And the result was John's victory. The tuna has come powerless to the surface. Looking at this huge size, Paul could have stuffed an egg in his surprised mouth. John was surprised, too. Keep increasing the strength in your hands. When the silver blue figure came to the surface, Paul picked up a spear and took aim. After successfully hitting the target, immediately hooked the tuna to the side of the boat and tied the rope around the tail. Look at this huge fish. John was so happy that he wanted to jump into the sea and give the fish a kiss. After the tuna cools down in the ocean, he pulled the fish into the boat. The fish measures 87 inches. That's a nice fat fish. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. Tim is also happy with the crew's catch today, because a few people started too late. There's no mackerel bait right now. Only before fishing for tuna. Fill up on the mackerel you need. When they're happy fishing. And there was a shark competing with them for mackerel bait. And he jumped out of the water to grab it. It's rare though, but if you see a shark, that means the tuna will be around. Sure enough, that's when the detector spotted the fish. The tuna is over 200 feet below the surface. The men immediately set about setting up mackerel bait, waiting for the tuna to bite the hook. Time passed slowly, except for the beep of the detector. The fishing rod is not moving at all. This made several people a little anxious. Suddenly, the pole in front of Danny bent. Looks like a pretty big fish. The fishing rods are bent at 90 degrees. It's like it's going to break when you follow it. Good thing they have a fishing rod. It costs thousands of dollars to buy. I can hold my own in this situation. A few people are taking the fishing rod to the stern. Danny finds tuna further away from them as they fight. Chris hurried to take over Danny's work, lest this tuna actually escape from your hand. So is old Chris. It soon pulls the tuna to the surface. After spotting the fish, Chris was excited and quickly increased his strength. But then something happened. The tuna erupts and runs back to the bottom. This made Chris look angry. The strength in his hands increased again. Looks like this tuna outbreak was a one-off. Before long, he was pulled to the surface by Chris. After Danny picked up the spear, he stabbed the gun right up. This made several people very happy. After pulling the tuna to the boat, he immediately tied the rope around the fish's tail. After Tim fixed the tuna in place. So I spread the word. OTT heard this and was very envious. Why is the old man so lucky now? With the tuna being pulled on board by several men. Look at the big fat fish. Body measurements were made immediately. Although the fish is only 79 inches, not very big. But such a big fat fish. I feel like I'm going to make a lot of money when I get back to port. It took Paul an hour to get back to the port, selling his decent-sized tuna. Bubba after removing the fish's head and tail. There's 350 pounds on the fish, to the delight of both Paul down there as long as the fat and color of the fish are good enough. That would make a lot of money. Bubba, after taking the fish tail and core, describes the qualities of the fish. The color looks good. The fat is very evenly distributed. The core transparency is also good. Willing to pay up to $20. Two angry people make $7,000. Although this fish is not very big, but the tuna's core and other aspects are good. It made Paul very happy. Marcia was informed that 2 boats had caught fish. He's a little anxious right now. Why are you back fishing for tuna today? So far, nothing has happened. There wasn't even a mackerel on the detector. This Marcia is so angry that she keeps swearing. The idea of fishing in another place came to mind. Several people, after consulting with each other, Marcia returned to the cab to turn around. That's when the probe spotted fish in 115 feet of water. The fishing rod is also bent. Jason grabbed the pole at once. Several people immediately went to work. Meisha controls the direction of the hull. Jason works hard to recover his fishing line. Since Marcia hasn't fished in a while, he just took Jason's job and did it himself. After this little battle, Marcia thinks this tuna down here is pretty good. It has a lot of strength. He's getting better and better with a few squats. Resistance to the tuna is also handy. Time is slowly passing. When the two sides have been fighting for an hour, the tuna came to the surface. But behind this fish comes a shark. Several people are very confused about this situation. I wonder what this shark is up to. Suddenly, the shark bit off the tail of the tuna. This made several people very angry. It was a beautiful fish. That's one short verse. Marcia's had her first encounter in decades, although now broadened the horizon. But the fish is no longer valuable. I had to give up the tuna. Look for a new target. Meanwhile, Tim returned to port. Sell that 79-inch tuna. After removing the useless head and tail, only 233 pounds were left. As the buyer takes out the meat and core, several people looked at the meat. Everything looks good. The color is a beautiful cherry red. Core clarity and fat are also abundant. Bubba hesitated there for a while. They gave us $22 a pound. Bubba's obviously lost some blood. Earned a few people $5,126. This kid Danny is so happy. I think after this season, I could buy a nice Mustang. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Jack and Nick are in a beautiful state of mind right now, singing over there with the mackerel bait. Didn't get it all. The effect that someone else gets the fish and you don't. Just concentrate on what you're doing. Dave's a little different. Been asking for information on the radio, but he was doomed to fail. After all, Jack has nothing to gain now. Can only wait here silly. Suddenly, the detector made a noise. The tuna is 150 feet below the surface. The two men looked around warily. Suddenly, Nick notices a tuna bite. The two men immediately moved the fishing rod to the bow. But this tuna is unusually fierce. It takes just a few minutes to pull the line halfway out. But they didn't want to leave it at that. It doesn't matter if the tuna has strength. Fishing line is recycled all the time, ready to pull the fish to the boat. In this battle, the tuna soon lost its strength. Only wait to fight the final battle. But it didn't work, did it? I was pulled to the surface by Nick. Jack, after seeing the tuna, I just went right down with the spear. But this fish still has strength. He managed to pull the spear free. Nick quickly took control of the fishing rod. To keep the tuna from breaking the line, Jack took out another spear, put the gun down as hard as he could. This time the result is very good. The tuna doesn't have the strength to fight again. Jack had to tie the rope, with the tuna pulling in the stern. They also got their first fish of the day. Jack told the news again. I envy the others to death. Taylor, in particular, was remorseful. Why don't you go fishing with Jack? As the tuna cools down, they pulled him into the boat. Although this tuna is only 74 inches. It's the smallest fish of the season, but still a good pay. The atmosphere in Meisha's fleet is bad. And now there's another fleet of fish. And they've been empty until now. I thought when Marcia got back, it should never be the same again. It was always late afternoon when the tuna were caught. And now you might not catch any fish. It doesn't make any difference if Marcia is there or not. The mackerel bait can only be placed as before. At the same time, 20 boats appeared around Dave. Is this to rob the tuna or to mess with him? Dave got scared and ran, ready to find a new place to fish. I came here today to fish for tuna, in a state of loss. If the tuna doesn't bite, I can't even keep Ben. On the way, Dave noticed tuna down there. Hurry the crew behind to drop the mackerel bait. See if we can attract the tuna. A few people just stand in front of the fishing pole, waiting for the tuna to deliver. As Dave re-entered the cab, the fishing rod in the back is bent. This tuna is really strong. You're about to break the rod with your mouth. Looks like there's a big one down there. This is very exciting. Sandro takes advantage of the tuna's slack. The fishing line was snatched back, but this tuna has plenty of energy left. Sandro didn't make a difference. After Jody snatched the fishing rod from his hand, this tuna looks big, and I know why Sandro never worked. When they fought for nearly an hour, Jody's running out of energy to nurse. Just barely got the tuna under control. He activated the backup hidden power source, forcing tuna dozens of feet below the surface. Teammate took a spear and stabbed tuna in the head, although the fish flopped a few times. But the tail was eventually tied to the rope. Got the 9th tuna of the season. Look at this beautiful fish. Several people lamented that the busy time was worth it. The tuna has cooled down completely. The fish was immediately pulled into the boat. The tuna measured 93 inches. I touched the huge fish. Happy Dave put it there and yelled. Jack then returned to the port. Pull the giant fish up to Rick. Remove the head and tail immediately, and take out the core that you'll need later. In the end, the fish weighed 229 pounds. It's a nice big one, although this one has a nice color and core. But the fat is somewhat low and even unevenly distributed. But Rick still offered the price at $19, making the two angry $4,351. When did Rick get so nice? The market must be even more out of stock now. Then go fishing for tuna now. There's a lot of money to be made in being casual. 6 a.m. on a new day. The Messias still didn't get the tuna. This was very frustrating for several people on board, especially Captain Marcia. Why didn't you just start fishing? That's what he doesn't like the least, especially when everyone else is serving fish, while he's still out there complaining about the injustice of the universe. The detector made a noise. There's a tuna in 168 feet of water. The news made Jason very happy, looking forward to the tuna bite. Soon the fishing rod changed, and 2 poles. There's a tuna on the hook, but there's a fishing rod feedback. Makes Marcia feel less like a tuna. It's a shark they hate the most, but it's not clear yet. The fish below must first be pulled to the surface. After 10 minutes of fighting, there was a fishing rod with a shark on it. After Marcia got a good look, I don't even want this shark. Directly and violently recover the fishing line. Soon the line broke open. Jason's rods are different. The tuna hasn't been pulled out yet. There wasn't even a sign of exhaustion. It pissed Marcia off. I just grabbed the fishing rod. It's just that Marcia's a little mean. He was yelling at Jason while he was pulling in the line. Looks like Jason's been a disappointment to Marcia. After an hour of fighting, Marcia handed the rod back to Jason. Looks like he's tired now, but I don't see him gasping. Jason fought for an hour too. Tuna finally appears weak, so a few people can see its size. It was that simple a glance. Jason was even more excited. The strength in his hands increased a little. Soon the tuna was pulled to the surface. A few people saw it on one side. Jason took the spear and went for it, but the tuna ran away again. Marcia quickly took the gun and stabbed down. After the tuna lost its ability to fight back, he immediately tied the rope around the fish's tail. Marcia finally got her first fish after surgery, watching the tuna floating in the back. Several felt this fish was definitely the biggest of the season. I'm sure I'll make a lot of money for myself. As the time passed half an hour, the tuna cooled too. Marcia can't wait to pull the fish into the boat. Looking at this beautiful tuna, it measured 96 inches. Not the size they expected though, but it's a pretty good fish too. Dave was back in port, very satisfied with this tuna. We all thought we were on a boat trip. You're gonna lose everything. But now I have 93 inches and 322 pounds of fish. It was full of joy. This fish still has a lot of fat. The color is cherry-like and the core is transparent. Rick can pay $20 a pound. Let them earn up to $6,440. Although this time has a lot of gains. But the cost of catching one tuna is hundreds of millions of dollars. It took too much gas and time. Marcia, after Dave left, and came to Rick to sell fish. Marcia is still happy looking at this 96-inch tuna. It's not enough, you know. I wish I could catch fish like this every day, especially 337 pounds after taking out the useless stuff. Now it depends on the quality of the fish. Rick watched for a moment. I found this one pretty good. Has a good fat distribution. The color and core show a beautiful cherry color. Rick can get the price down to $20. Let them make $6,740. It's a little taller than Dave, though, but the gap is huge. After all, they don't pay that much for gas. Fishing only a short distance from shore. Well, that's all for this program. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next episode. You know, it's just a piece of prime tuna. How much tuna sushi can you make? A conservative estimate would be hundreds of millions. This is a tuna just caught. Easily weighs 100 pounds. The bag can be used in the sushi restaurant retired. The profits are staggering. It's like someone's braised beef noodles. Makes me want to catch a tuna and sell it. The Golden Gun Network has now earned more than $50,000. This season's #1 spot. OTT looked at the calm sea, with his detector as quiet as an examination room. The whale that opened the water disco 100 meters away, just when he doubts life. Good news came over the radio. Arch nemesis Dave didn't even catch a sardine. Otter's back stopped aching and his legs stopped hurting. There are even more unlucky people. Put a Davicaster on the bow of the boat overnight. But OTT wants to take Dave's top spot. Then you have to catch a big tuna before he does. That's how it's likely to succeed. When Dave found out that the humpback whale was pressuring OTT, the instruments on the hot tuna made a noise. A big tuna has been found. While they're still waiting, the fishing rod now bends into a rainbow bridge. Jarrett instantly switched to Olympic weightlifting mode. OTT also went on the radio and said he had a fish. When Dave heard it, he knew he was under pressure. Jarrett, in such a short time, the line goes 300 meters. His pupils burst into flames. The angler's soul is finally able to vent after holding it in for so long. Soon the tuna is exhausted. Jarrett pulled him a dozen feet out to sea. OTT immediately took up the harpoon. Stand aside and look for opportunities. When the tuna came to the boat, OTT dived right in. After successfully hitting the target, several people picked up the speed in their hands. Can't wait to catch the tuna. With the fishtail was tied to a rope by several people. They succeeded in getting the 11th fish. They got tuna first thing in the morning, 2 days in a row. I envy Paul and Bob to death, especially Dave. He's feeling bad about losing first place, while the rest of the fleet is still envious. The otters pulled the tuna onto the boat, although the measured body size is only 76 inches. But I can still make some money, and I get to go home early today. When the time came to 10:30, Tyler had some accidents. I was up early to catch tuna, but Tyler's not feeling well right now. I got seasick when I shouldn't have. Still, he has a little work ethic, even if the whole person is not like it. And I want to catch some tuna, so you don't miss it when it gets snagged. Specially came to lie on the deck. Wait for the tuna to bite the hook. When Dave found out OTT was back in port, asked if Bob was going to their fishing spot. After learning they didn't want to go, we're about to set sail there. Let's see if we can catch their luck and catch some tuna. But Dave wasn't the only one going to that fishing spot. And these Tim and Jack boats. I don't know which of these people will serve the fish first. Good luck catching OTT's legacy. Paul's got a piece of intel now. OTT was on his way home, found a place with tuna under it, but made John curious. Why didn't he tell his own Tim? Maybe this is a scam. But Paul seemed convinced. With the mackerel bait released into the sea, the detector sounds tuna in 204 feet of water. Let two people did not expect OTT to give the true information. Soon the rod began to bend. Lance went to work immediately. Slow the tuna's escape. and begins to drain the energy of the fish. Because right now, they're at the bottom of all the teams. So they really wanted the tuna. But Lance felt the fish was a little fierce. It took half a day. The fishing rod is bent like this. To spend a lot of time fighting. Soon Lance pulls the tuna to the surface. Looks like he's in good shape. Paul quickly picked up the spear. Keep looking for opportunities on the side. When the gun's in the fish's head, immediately put the hook and hook the tuna to the side of the boat. After successfully obtaining this fish, they were very excited, all smiling like gamblers. When the tuna is pulled to the boat, look at this dead fish. It measured 81 inches. It was a very good harvest. Otter then returned to port. Asked Bubba for the tuna sale. When did this guy's hair turn white? I guess you've been making a lot of money on tuna lately. He gave his head a different color, with Bubba removing the useless head and tail. Tuna still carries 225 pounds. It's a good weight in 76 inches. Remove the core and the fish tail. Bubba looked at the fat distribution of the oil on it. The color is cherry red and the core is very transparent. I can get the price down to $22. If this tuna had been heavier, the otters would have made a lot more. It's definitely more than $4,950. Hard item number at 4 p.m. Know that several other fleets got fish, but they don't want to go there to fish for tuna. Although the heart surgery was perfect, but I'm sure there's still a hangover. So he couldn't fish too far from the shore. There's just something wrong with Marsh's head. Trying to catch tuna the old-fashioned way. Not with a fishing rod, but with your hands. By the time he's done with this decoy, the probe found tuna in 65 feet of water, and it's constantly going up and down. I was looking at Marsh's hard up and down. Then his rope began to be pulled away. Looks like he caught a fish the old-fashioned way. After Marsha put the gloves back on, the tug-of-war with the tuna began. I just don't know who's going to win. Don't look like Marsha's taking it easy right now. If one is not careful, they'll be pulled out to sea by tuna and never seen again. Marsha found out after 10 minutes of struggle. The tuna seems to have ripped the line. Even recycling is surprisingly easy. When he had pulled all the lines back, you can clearly see that the hook is missing. All you can see is the fracture. This result makes the latter two a little unacceptable. If we don't challenge modern tuna with BC fishing methods, surely they can catch the tuna now. Went home to rest and play. Paul and Lance arrive at the port, selling their tuna. Look at this fish being lifted. Paul really wants his fish to be good quality. This will give us a chance to win first place this season. Otherwise, you're stuck at the end. I don't see any hope of winning. The last tuna weighs 229 pounds. It's a fish of good value, as long as the quality is equally good. Then Paul can pass out in the bathroom laughing. Rick said after a flurry of observations. The fish has a pale pink rose color. The core also looks more transparent. Fat also has a good distribution, but the core is not good enough. We can only offer it at $19 a pound. Let them make $4,351. It's a lot of money though, but not much has changed for either man. I was happy when I got the money. Marissa and Taylor fished from morning until night. Not only is there no tuna on the hook, Taylor's health is getting worse. It's not just that you look drained. I can't hear you very fast. I feel like I need to go to the hospital right away. But Tyler didn't want to go. All I wanted was to catch tuna. This guy's a little crazy. If there's a serious medical problem, don't even think about fishing after that. Are you willing to let Marissa go into the sea alone? And finally don't know what happened. Marissa took Tyler back to port and held the ship in place. Go to the hospital for treatment. It's 7 a.m. on a new day. Bob is very depressed now that it's a new day. How come there's still no tuna? I hope we get a fish soon, when a few people are still feeling. Bob's detector made a noise. Now we have a tuna at the coordinates. The only fishing rod with mackerel bait is also bent. The three people on the boat were very excited. Finally, a tuna bite. Although this fish is very powerful. But John thinks it's a sham. Fish like tuna are vegetable chicken. All I could do is sprint. Soon pulled in dozens of feet. See this desired advantage. John immediately increased the strength in his hands. Now is the time to bring the tuna to the surface. But his idea did not materialize. In fact, it kept the tuna going for an hour. There's a powerless situation. After seeing tuna on the surface, Manny immediately picked up the spear on one side. Stick it in the tuna's head. He hooked the fish to the side of the boat. Tie the rope around it right away. Look at this giant tuna. 3 people happy or some incoherent. All I do is shout from the spot. Looks like a big tuna. Why else would these people be acting like this? While the tuna needs to cool. Bob bragged about being on the fish. Not the first day I caught him, though, but it's still the envy of a few others. When Bob was still out there blowing water, the tuna was also pulled into the boat. The fish measured 95 inches. It's the biggest tuna in 2 days. Marissa after a long night. Finally, this is the time to wait for Tyler. Look at the questions on the chart. Taylor was glad to finally listen to Marissa. If we don't get rid of this gastroenteritis, there will be a perforation of the stomach. You're going to lose your whole body. Although he's got his spirit back now. But I still can't eat right away. You have to wait a while before you eat anything that's easy to digest. After making sure there are no other problems, he left the dock again to fish for tuna. Dave's whole brain is a little mushy right now. Why can't you catch tuna here in Otter? And Bob served fish where there were no whales. This is not supposed to happen. Now, Dave kind of wants to go to Bob's, but he thinks there's still tuna here. Don't want to spend a lot of time running that far. Suddenly, Dave gets a radio call from OTT. Look, he said if he caught any tuna. I feel like I'm going crazy. People are back out fishing, and I'm still waiting here. The time came to 10 o'clock. The probe spotted fish at 228 feet, and a bunch of tuna. Just then a fish bit the hook. Sandro immediately took control of the rod. Start fighting the tuna. But Sandro sensed something was wrong. Tuna seems a little strong. It's like not quite biting off the hook. With such a powerful burst of force. Through Sandro's constant tugging. Turns out I was wrong. This tuna is really strong. It's been going on for over an hour. To pull the fish 20 feet above the water. But this position is a little awkward. If you push too hard, the line will break. If the strength is weak, the tuna will run back to the bottom. The good thing is Sandro's skill is superb. It soon pulls the tuna to the surface. Dave put a spear in it right away. When the team is about to hook the tuna to the side of the boat, the hook was pulled away by the fish. Good thing the harpoon's still on the tuna. The loss of a fishing hook is a small thing. After taking out a new hook, pulling the tuna to the boat, with a rope tied around the fish's tail, they got their first fish in 2 days. At this time, OTT came to the sea again, just in time to see Dave hook a tuna. After learning that their hooks were adrift at sea, and he helped them get it back, even though the pole isn't worth much. But this favor is a favor. Dave can't return the favor. As the tuna cools down, several people hurriedly pulled the fish into the boat. Look at this round tuna. It measured 82 inches in size. A happy Dave showed off. It was a blow of water right at Jack. Bob brought the crew to the buyer's back. Pull up the 95-inch tuna right away. Let Rick have a pleasant cut, with the head and tail removed. This tuna weighs 335 pounds. It's a nice big fat fish, with Rick taking out the core and the fish tail. I think it's got a good fat distribution. The core also has beautiful color and transparency, but the fat on top is a little bitchy, in the wrong place. We can only offer it at $17 a pound. Make them angry for $5,695. Tyler is recovering from a medical condition. The whole person is very positive, constantly doing all the labor to reflect their recovery state. It feels like he's just trying to be a man, probably because the hospital trip cost a lot of money. Taylor didn't just put mackerel bait on the rod. A balloon was added to help. I just didn't know the tuna was on the hook. How do you get the rope to your hand? Tyler waited for an hour. Found tuna 125 feet below the surface. The instrument was beeping and beeping. Suddenly, the fishing rod made a sharp turn. There's a tuna on the hook. Taylor, after securing the pole. Marissa took the fishing rod again. I haven't caught any tuna for too long. They decided not to be too aggressive now. Slowly waste the tuna's strength. The two sides fought like this for half an hour. The tuna came to the surface. even though he ran back to the bottom of the sea. But in Marissa's superb technique, the tuna starts to rise again and emerge to the surface. Tyler picked up the spear and immediately put it down. I just didn't realize it was going to be so bloody and run down to the bottom of the sea again, to their surprise. But it didn't do anything, as the tuna brings blood to the surface. The two men immediately took hooks to catch the fish, controlled a rope to the side of the boat, while they were still there celebrating. Found the tuna, still moving. It seems that the fish in the water is really strong, waiting anxiously for the tuna to cool down. As the two men pulled the fish into the boat, the tuna measured 89 inches. Looks like a tumbler swinging around. It's really fat and round. Soon Tyler was back in port. Look at this nearly 2.3-meter tuna. I hope this fish brings in a lot of money to make up for yesterday's hospital expenses, and there will be a lot of surplus. The fish weighed 323 pounds. So far, the fish is doing well. Next comes the quality of the fish. Matt's simple observation is that the color is not very good. Fat is still growing. The core is by far the best of all elements. But at this point, we can't raise the unit price too much. It's only $16 a pound. The price is really low. It's the worst price these days, but it still earned them $5,168. Dave also came to the port at this time. I found Bubba selling tuna, although now everyone is fighting for the first place this season. But Dave always thought no one could sit but him, because every time you go out, you catch a fish. Don't look at the biggest tuna you've caught, but the fish is of good quality, even if the fish is only 257 pounds. But there's a lot of fat and it's oily. The color looks pretty cherry red. The core is perfect. Look at Bubba, that was full of praise. Give the Ocean Ferrari a price of $22 a pound. Looks like he was just telling the truth. Made these three think they could get a very high price, but still earned them $5,654. More than the ones that brought back the big fish. Managed to retain first place this season. Well, that's all for this program. Give a thumbs up. Let's look forward to the next show. A tuna bigger than a man. You've seen it. This is just a basic operation of the anglers. They even felt small. If I hadn't been short on money lately, I wouldn't show anyone tuna like that. But you can also make tens of thousands of dollars to be happy. And what a tuna bigger than that looks like. Now the season is almost over. Marsha received bad news at this time. His father, who fought cancer most of his life, he died a few days ago. It was a heavy blow to them. Marsha didn't expect her heart surgery to be a success, but my father did not survive the ordeal. Then he remembered something important. His father was alive. Fishing for tuna is my favorite. The men in the boat decided to catch a big fish. Pay homage to the old man on your way back. Didn't realize how many people were on Dave's boat. I also learned of Marsha's father's death. You can see the sadness on everyone's faces. Dave could relate to that. The same thing happened 2 years ago in July, and Leah in the midst of all these ships. She lost her father a few days ago. It seems that these people are good enough for God to see. Take their father away, to educate the soon-to-be born, to bring a bright future to a newborn child. I feel like I need to go home tonight. Make small talk with the parents at home. Jack feels bad about what happened to Marsha. Decided to mourn this venerable old man. It's a tradition on his side of the family. Put a kite in the sky. This is the way to get Marsha's father. Go back to this beautiful world and look again, to make sure the kite doesn't fall. They need to keep the speed around 3 knots. While the two are still mourning, the probe spotted fish 150 feet down. That's when the tuna bites the fishing rod. It seems that the old man brought thanks. The tuna also jumped out of the water. They also learned that the fish was very large. The flame of desire in the heart of the moment is also burning. Jack's hands are spinning like a motor. But I have to get that kite back. If one is not careful and even gets entangled with the fishing line, the line to the tuna isn't just at risk of breaking. Soon Nick finished the kite recovery. Jack was there during that time. It takes a lot of energy out of the tuna. It was incredibly easy to let Nick take over. We'll run out of 2 miles of tuna. Pulled it a few dozen feet closer. When Jack learned of the situation, he was immediately at Nick's side. Wait for the tuna to surface. Watching the big fish get closer and closer, Jack immediately picked up the spear, right on the body of the tuna. Maybe Jack's still grieving. The first shot missed. As he picked up the other harpoon, he plunged. It's finally nailed to the tuna. But then the accident happened. The rope from his spear got tangled around his foot. Good thing Nick was there to help. Or Jack will be wandering the seas with tuna. Although the fish ran a short distance. But he was badly wounded. He was soon pulled back to his side by the two. Jack made another stab. The tuna has no strength to run away. You just have to put the rope on. The two celebrated a little. He pulled the tuna into the boat. I didn't realize it was a little ugly. It was an astonishing 108 feet in size. It's the living fossil of tuna. After all, this is not long enough to live. The two took an hour to get to the port later. He immediately bragged about his day to Rick. I hope this stingy old man makes a good offer. It's been a long time since either Jack had a fish. I finally caught one. That's not going to make a lot of money. The fish weighs 509 pounds. It's their biggest tuna of the year. As long as the fish is of decent quality, those two can be happy for a few days. Rick looked at the fat on the fish and felt sad. Clearly the color has a cherry. The core is also very transparent. Why is there only a little bit of fat? We can only offer it at $19 a pound. They're not going to make a lot of money. But it also paid the two $9,671. Don't worry about living paycheck to paycheck. Michelle felt a little anxious. Jack has already gone home with the fish. I have to set up mackerel bait here myself. Obviously, everyone is poor together. Jack suddenly came into a fortune. Look at the boats all around us. Michelle kind of wants to go fishing somewhere else. But the end of the season is near. If we waste time changing positions, there's a good chance you'll catch a lot less tuna. And Michelle doesn't want to change. That's what women are. They're so fickle. Suddenly, there was a bend in the fishing rod. My face hurts a little. The two men immediately set to work. Leo will spread the news of the fish. OTT was a little envious of the two beautiful women in the hands of so many fishing boats. Grabbed a tuna, but it's not so easy for them either. There are too many boats around. I was afraid the fishing line would get tangled with the other boat's line. The condition of fracture. To prevent that from happening, Leah is constantly controlling the ship's movements. Let Michelle have a good pulling environment. After half an hour of fighting, it's a tough fight to win. If it wasn't for Leah's constant pep talk, she wanted to put the tuna in the distance together, watching the baby get closer and closer to the water. Michelle let the energetic Leah take over. Soon the tuna appeared on the surface. Michelle on the side after seeing. I put the spear down right away, with the tuna lying dead on the water. Hold the hook and hold the fish to the side of the boat. Tie the rope around the tail of the fish. After successfully obtaining this seventh tuna, they waited for the fish to cool down. He pulls the tuna to the boat. When a silver blue fish appeared on the boat, measured the tuna at 87 inches. It's a nice big fat fish. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The people on hard goods are very laid back. Joe and Jason are both kind of looking for a place to lie down, waiting for some tuna from nowhere to bite. And Marcia in the cab. I still miss my father's teachings, although those words are of no use now. But it will ease Marcia's nostalgia. It's also a great escape from reality. But that's when the detector made a noise. Brought Marcia back down to earth. Michelle and Leah arrive at the harbor. Find a buyer to sell this 87-inch tuna, even though they only got 7 fish this season. But as long as the fish is good, then he could make tens of thousands of dollars. After all, this tuna weighs 308 pounds. And then there's the all-important fish. Look at all that fat on it. It's oily. The color is a beautiful ruby red, and the core looks pretty transparent. The buyer hesitated only slightly, decided to pay $18 a pound. That brings them to $5,544. Although the ultimate reward is not their destination, but the price is acceptable. Tyler's setting up this mackerel bait right now. So far, not a single tuna has taken the bait. It made him very upset inside. I was so close to first place this season. Just sat there for a day and then fell off. while he was still there in a daze. The ship's detector made a discovery. 150 feet below the boat, there are tuna. The bait could be snagged at any moment. Soon the fishing rod became a string moon in the sky. The two were immediately excited, especially with Tyler yelling all the time, happy with the tuna bite. Marissa, after taking the fishing pole, started pulling up the river with the tuna. I just don't know who's going to win. But for now, it should be Marissa who wins. I mean, I had Tyler cheering me on, and tuna are alone in the deep ocean. Soon the fish appeared dozens of feet away. She's about to be pulled to the surface by Marissa. Just wait for the tuna to show signs of exhaustion. As Tyler picked up the harpoon, stood by Marissa's side, Tuna also appeared on the surface. You can clearly see the figure. But then something happened. The tuna's tail was caught in the fishing line. It could break at any time. They have to be more careful. Good thing this tuna doesn't know. Very conscious to come to the surface. Taylor stabbed him in the body. After the fish's tail is hooked up, they tied the rope up immediately. This bluish tuna became their 10th. They celebrated for a while. The tuna was immediately pulled into the boat. The fish measured 93 feet. It's an amazing body shape. They finally got a big fish after all this time. When night came, Taylor arrived at the port, found a buyer to sell this tuna. After removing the useless fin head and tail, the net weight is 221 pounds. Obviously, it's not very heavy or even a little bit light. The buyer took out the core. A critical qualification check was carried out. This fish has a nice color. The fat distribution looks good. The core also looks particularly beautiful. Absolutely the best in tuna. You could get up to $21 a pound. That's definitely a high price. Is it their fish are too light? Or you make more than $4,641. Some of the guys on Dave's boat are having a little morning. I'm feeling a little sluggish. Sure enough, people get up early or at noon. It's just not the right time to be awake. But they had to. The end of the season is drawing near. All the time must be lost. That's when the probe spotted fish in 170 feet of water. Several people immediately looked anxiously at the fishing rod, wait for its size to change. But they were only disappointed in the end. The detector no longer beeps. The tuna leaves this place. Bob looked ahead at the dancing whales. I expect there to be plenty of tuna here. Otherwise, the scene would have been a bit of a waste. In such a pleasant situation, why can't it make people happier? Along with mackerel are thrown into the sea. There's nothing left for the other two to do. Can only tease the birds on one side. All of a sudden, the ship's detectors are moving. A tuna in 185 feet of water. John immediately stood in front of the fishing rod and waited. I just didn't know it was the back. I just stood in the wrong place. With John moving the fishing rod to the back. After Bob grabbed the pole, it's like a tiny cosmic explosion. Looks like Bob's been a little weak lately. It's just getting started with the tuna. I have no strength left. Just hang on with your last breath. John couldn't stand it either. Took the job back. The old man's really good, too. It didn't take a moment to pull the fish to the surface. You can clearly see that the tuna is also holding up, but it has no one else to help. Can only slowly rise to the surface. I was stabbed by Bob with a spear gun. Why didn't you miss it? That's the first time this year. Fortunately, there was a teammate on the side. After successfully stabbing a tuna, he immediately hooked his tail with a pole. He tied the rope to it, watching the battle unfold. I kind of want to go fishing now, with the tuna being pulled aboard, measuring 102 inches on tape. It's bigger than Manny on one side. Soon the men returned to the port. Find Bubba selling that giant tuna. I have to say that 102 inches is big. Bubba's cutting alone took half a day. The fish ended up weighing 507 pounds. If the fish is good enough, then they'll make tens of thousands of dollars. Bubba looked at the fat. It means high levels and good distribution. The color is cherry bright. The core also looks like a jewel. It's clear that the fish is not only big, but also fleshy. Can give us $20 per unit price. Sure enough, they succeeded in earning tens of thousands of dollars. The Meisha fleet has now gone almost 2 days without a fish. I see whales dancing in front of me every day. I'm getting bored with Marcia. He wanted so badly to catch a tuna for his father. And now there's no tuna every day, making it hard for him to do that. Can only be in that boring hair stay. Where did all the tuna go? Suddenly, there was a bend in the fishing rod. I was bitten on Joe's hand. Got a couple of guys on the court pretty excited. I didn't know they serve fish that way. Jason looked at the fishing boat in his hand. Looks like this tuna bite is big. It's exactly what they want. But when he's out there fighting hard, spotted another boat approaching. Most likely cut the line. Several people quickly shouted away each other. Meisha is also controlling ships away from them. There's a brain on the other side. Went to the other side of the boat. Avoid the tuna under their boats. Marcia looked tired after seeing Jason. Took his place right away. Get Jason to control the ship's movement. Looks like there's a lot of tuna under the water. Joe's taking over for Marcia. Soon the tuna was pulled to the surface. He was seen by several people. Marcia picked up the fishing rod, right down on the fish, although it did not succeed in hitting the target. But the second shot was going to hit, so to speak. Once Jason has the tuna under control, the others immediately tied a rope around the fish. Wait half an hour for the tuna to cool down. A few people cannot wait to put the fish on the deck. Look at this fat 91-inch fish. Feels like 2 days at sea is worth it. This huge tuna, a fitting tribute to Marcia's father. As they made their way to the docks, they found Rick. It's just a weird buyer. How do you know Marcia's father's gone? But this man is kind. It means as long as the quality of the fish is not very bad, willing to give them a higher unit price. Buy this fat tuna. After completing all the pre-work, this tuna carries 340 pounds. The color of the fish is very beautiful. It just hasn't cooled down enough. Fat looks good. The core is as beautiful as a diamond. We can get the price down to $22. Looks like Rick wasn't lying about what he said. It did give them a very high price. That made Marcia $7,480. The end of the season is drawing closer. All the fleets made a lot of money too, but many are not satisfied with the current phenomenon. Well, that's all for this program. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next episode. Want to catch a giant tuna? It's easier than you think. It's even like a pirate ship. As the waves rise and fall, as long as you keep an eye on the physical consumption of the tuna, so that it is exhausted, it can easily put more than 1,000 pounds of big fish in the bag. This is the ultimate fisherman's dream. At 7 o'clock in the morning, all the fishing fleets are out. Look for tuna in the sea. Dave looked at the blank space on the screen. It's like a stock investor looking at the daily limit, listening to the bad news on the radio. You don't know how to catch the tuna, do you? Taylor is making changes to tuna fishing today. Decided to follow the army to the same sea. I hope I catch a high-value tuna here. Looks like he found himself before. I catch a fish every day, though, but it didn't make much money. Marcia is a little different. He kept his own style, fishing for tuna alone, but they're on a tight schedule right now. Marcia's father died. I'm going home for church this afternoon, so they only have half a day to hunt. It's hard to catch tuna in a short time. It takes a little bit of luck as well as skill. I don't know if they'll get what they want. Every creature on OTT's ship, all looking around intently, hoping to find some tuna, while they're still looking around. The detector near OTT made a noise. There are tuna at 220 feet. That's how they made the discovery. The rod at the back of the boat is bent. This is absolutely exciting news. Just trying to find this tuna. There's a fish on the door. Jarrett found out when she got the hang of it. This tuna under the water is big and heavy. After OTT heard what he had to say, get Jarrett's hands moving fast right now. Now he wants to take the tuna home for good. Enjoy life with a lot of money. The tuna below seems to hear it. Actually took the initiative to come to the surface and appeared on the surface of the sea to let Atsa. The tuna doesn't think he's taking it with him. How could there be such a stupid fish? Some of the people on the boat are here to collect it. How can you still enjoy life with it? After the tuna cools down in the ocean, pulled into the boat by several men. Look at this thin tuna. A few people suddenly a cold heart. Sure enough, the fish was only 74 inches. It's literally stuck to the government's minimum fishing size. If the fish is not of good quality, then they'll be out of pants this time. When OTT told the story, I didn't get the comfort I wanted. Received nothing but merciless ridicule. This tuna fishing is like playing mahjong. The first one to win will end up in bad luck. Otter shakes the idea out of his head and came to Paul with the crew. He gave away the mackerel he caught that morning. When Lance got his hands on this decoy, the whole person is very happy. I don't have to spend any more time fishing for this boring fish. Focus on the tuna. And the mackerel reminded Paul of someone he hated. His boss before he was a captain. This man is so nasty. It's just one mackerel on a stick. They have to be there to scold constantly. I've been with that guy for over a decade without giving him any face. Bob is about to use up his quota now, but he doesn't think he's making any money. Basically just break even. This situation made him very hopeful. I'll catch a good fish today. Make yourself a fortune. While the two behind set up mackerel bait. The instrument in front of Bob made a noise. There's a tuna down there. That's what a few people want. John was waiting in front of the fishing rod. There was a sudden bend in the back pole. Bait's been down for less than 2 minutes. The tuna bites the bait, making Manny yell and cheer John up. The other boats learned they were on the fish. Paul's heart was full of admiration for him. Bob saw John tired out of breath. Without saying a word, directly took the fishing rod, several efforts, and finally pulled the tuna to the sea. The good news is John has some skills. No chance for the tuna to escape. Instead, it keeps pulling the fish to the surface. Manny got a good look at the tuna. He stabbed the spear right away. After you hit the tuna, I can't believe the fish got out 2 miles. The ropes were all pulled off the ship. Good thing Manny didn't grab the rope. Otherwise, it's time to practice swimming in the sea. The blood's been bleeding because the tuna's been pricked. The physical strength is constantly decreasing. Soon he was pulled to the side of the boat. Manny tied the rope behind the fish's tail. They also got the 11th tuna. The fish in the water cooled down. Immediately pulled it to the boat. The tuna has a simple measurement of 80 inches. Not hundreds of inches in size, though. But tuna like this still sells for a lot of money. Marcia's been feeling terrible all morning. Not a single tuna was in sight. All looking at the endless sea. Helpless, Marcia can only pack up the equipment to return, ready to go home to worship his father. If he could hit the F5 save button in real life, he would have crushed it. OTT is now back in port. Found Rick selling tuna. Look at this fish being pulled up. OTT feels like things are going well this season. Not like last season. There's never been any tuna harvest. Watching other people get fish after fish. And all I could do was watch. The last tuna weighs 195 pounds. Although I knew the fish wouldn't be heavy. But OTT couldn't hide his sadness. If this tuna is of poor quality, well, that would be a really bad day. Rick looked at the fat on it. It means there's a little bit less. But the color looks pretty. The core also has good transparency. We can get the price down to $22 a pound. Although the fat is not much, it is evenly distributed, and the buyer gives a good price. Otter and his team won $4,290 and didn't have to worry about losing money. He might even make a little bit of it. Taylor found out about the other fleet's communication channels. The radio was tuned in right away. Chris then suddenly found himself in front of the sea. There are some whales playing acrobatics. That's when the instrument in front of Tim beeped. Clearly, there are tuna under the water. And by the looks of it, it's not minnows. Chris and Danny set up the bait right away, trying to get this tuna on board. After all, the whales are bubbling. It attracts whales and sand eels. These two kinds of fish are also favorites of tuna. It's bound to attract tuna to feed. You just have to lay out your bait. You can sit back and wait for the tuna to bite. Several people waited for 10 minutes. One of the rods suddenly bent over. Chris immediately stepped in to control the pole. Before the tuna pulls the rod into the sea, Chris watched the fishing line above fly out. I think this tuna is definitely bigger than I thought. Probably more than 100 inches. After getting Danny up to speed, I stepped aside and gave instructions. Give Danny experience fighting tuna. Taylor had already finished adjusting the radio. This guy's a little bad. After greeting the crowd, he started to mentally attack Bob. And the name of his boat, the Evil Pizza. That sounds like a nice name. I'm getting a little hungry. Although his attacks are quite frequent. but it doesn't kill anyone. But Tyler does have a sense of humor. Gave him a nice nickname, Bicep Bob. It was also approved by other ships. Looks like he's going to carry that name with him forever. Probably a nod to the name. Bob began to communicate with Taylor. I just don't know what they said there, you know? Half an hour later, Bob came to the port, ready to sell his 80-inch tuna. Although the front and Taylor cursed for a long time. Let their inner pressure to relieve some. But this fish is still a little small. It weighs only 220 pounds. The color of the fish looks good. Skin fat has a nice look. But the quantity is a little small. And the core is not very good. Only $17 a pound. Made a few people $3,740. Tyler's going through a lot right now. He had some contempt for them. Now they've caught a lot of tuna. While he's still out here laying mackerel bait. There's not even a hint of tuna in sight. All I can do is watch the old, silent detector sit there. After watching it for more than half an hour, suddenly there are fish 150 feet below the surface. There's also a 90-degree bend in the back rod. One of the fish bit the hook. In order to have good output environment, Taylor immediately moved the rod to the stern of the boat. Look at the pole that stays bent. Marissa thinks this one is absolutely huge. It must be bigger than Bob's tuna. To keep this big fish from getting away, decided to take out the mental response of 11 points. You can watch the noise coming back from the fishing rod. I'm afraid I'm going too hard. Pull the line straight through. Had to get Tyler to help. With the cooperation of the two, the tuna soon lost its strength, began to rise slowly to the surface. This greatly increased Marissa's confidence. Now it's just a matter of steady operation. I'm sure I can pull the tuna to the surface. 10 minutes later, the tuna came to the surface. This is clearly a big fish. Taylor immediately picked up the harpoon, right on the body of the target. As the tuna drifts feebly on the surface, they immediately control the fish to the side of the boat. Have Marissa put the rope on. They got their first fish of the day, with the tuna being pulled to the boat. The fish measured 79 inches. It's a tuna about an inch smaller than Bob, although not as big as expected. But it's a good tuna. I could sell a lot of Manet. Some of the guys on Tim's boat, ever since I caught a tuna, they've been fighting each other for over 2 hours. Several people also rotated several times. This fish still has the strength to run away. It was unbelievable. As the clock ticks down to 5 hours, Chris is still fighting tuna. But the good news is that the tuna has pulled in dozens of feet. Don't look at the short distance. That's a sign of hope. That's the distance I can't get any shorter. The tuna kept circling in the water. There was no sign of exhaustion. Chris is tired now. The tuna keeps running away. Even after Danny took over the fishing rod, I can still run far away with my fishing line. This is very surprising. Paul is in a good mood. There was no anxiety about not being able to catch tuna. I was even in the mood to play mackerel with Lance. Looks like he was abused by his former boss. Paul is very open about a lot of things now. Not to mention, many people think the two will not do well. But it is now firmly in 4th place. For snatching the title this season, there is still a great opportunity. That's when Dave got in touch with Paul, trying to get some intel. But Dave's got some weird luck. When you can't catch any fish on your side, contacted a random competitor, so this guy can spot tuna. Paul's rods are bent in the back. Obviously, a fish took the bait, but the line got tangled up with the other rod. To keep this tuna from getting away, Paul won't even release the line. I just picked up the scissors. This method has worked well. Now we just need to focus on the tuna. After an hour of struggle, Lance is in a state of exhaustion right now, but in this rough sea like the Caribbean. And now he's filled with pride and ambition. I really want to sing that song, Pedal. I can't sing. Paul noticed it then too. Drove Lance aside to experience the life of Jack Sparrow. I don't know why he's taking a step back now, but in this brief experience, he found the tuna very big. The resistance is strong. Lance fought for 2.5 hours. I feel the tuna's resistance is no longer fierce, but I can't pull the fish out completely. The battle time came to the 4th hour. The tuna still didn't make it to the surface, but you can see the outline. It's clear that the tuna is failing. Lance immediately increased his strength. Paul took the spear as soon as he picked it up, although the first shot was not successful. But this second time will definitely do it. After all, tuna are already on the surface. Paul, if I can't get this, then he can go home and work the land. I can't even do this little thing right. What else can be done? After tying a rope around the tail of the tuna, the two also got the 10th tuna, although the battle lasted a long time. But looking at this huge tuna, Lance feels that no amount of exhaustion is worth it. After half an hour, they finally managed to pull it up onto the deck. I have to say this tuna is really big. It's 104 inches. It's a lot bigger than I thought. And he looks fat. It's a hell of a day today. Taylor also arrives at the port with tuna. Don't look at it. It's only 79 inches. But it was done without anyone's help. Catching is far more difficult than the others. Although this shows Taylor's technique is very good, doesn't mean his fish are worth anything. The final fish weighs 204 pounds. The fat in the fish looks good, and the color is like a cherry. As long as the core of the fish is fine, those two will get a nice pay. As Dennis observed, this kind of fish is the favorite of people who have a good life. We can get the price down to $21 a pound. That brings them to $4,284. Looks like they're really good at it. We have a good chance of securing first place. Tim's the only one still fishing. They've been battling tuna for 10 hours, but no tuna has been caught on board. Danny and Chris are too tired to talk now. Just the muscle memory to recycle the fishing line. But the tuna can still pull the line. And now Tim's in the middle of it all wanting to bitch. Why is this tuna so awesome? After 14 hours of fighting, dawn finally dawned. Even though the battle was a bitter one, they fought hard and earned respect. One fish tugged for more than 10 hours. Then Tim spotted tuna coming to the surface, quickly picked up the spear and stabbed it down, although the shot did not hit. But the tuna has no strength now, waiting to be stabbed on the surface. As the spear appears on the fish's body, they immediately had the tuna at the side of the boat and tied the rope around the fish's tail. It took 16 hours to finally catch him. The three were so happy that they didn't know what to say. All I know is a silly smile. Looks like all three of them are exhausted when the tuna is pulled to the boat. Measured the fish at 105 inches. Their biggest tuna of the season. Look at this big fat fish. A few people feel that the time is not worth it. Paul then arrives at the port with the tuna. Watch the fish disintegrate in Bubba's hands. The two men felt that the tuna must be heavy. And it turned out just as they thought. It weighs a whopping 578 pounds. The fish looks good too. It has a beautiful color and core. Fat is also well distributed. I can get the price down to $20, making two angry $11,560. The first $10,000 tuna of the season. When the sun rises from the sea, Tim returned to port with his prize. Hearing that they fought the fish for 16 hours, Rick wondered if the legendary fish lived up to its name. After removing the useless parts, this tuna still has 454 pounds, although the weight is not very high. But the fish's performance is what matters. But the end result is not very good. Color fish core performance is mediocre, and there seems to be very little fat. It's only $16 a pound, although they made $7,264. But it's the same price as battle time. It's kind of like go to work. $1 an hour's work. Well, that's all for this program. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next episode. It's the fastest hunter in the ocean. It is also the blue gold in the eyes of fishermen, tuna. But to catch it, you'd have to spend hours circling the ocean with it. Fight is endurance, but also will. Only if it uses up all its strength can get a shot, and you pulled the boat. Could be a priceless fortune. Some people say that the meat of tuna, as expensive as gold. Can you believe it? The season is now just days away. Most fleets make about the same amount of money, except for the bad fish, which came in later. In order to catch more tuna, each captain's bond has grown stronger. I'm afraid I missed the news about the tuna. According to some of the best fishers this season, the most tuna is in Chatham. So all the ships went there. It's a long way for a lot of people. But in order to make more money, everyone wants to go there. After all, Who has a problem with money? So many ships going to Chatham. Looks like the final battle is about to take place here. Otter sleeps in this morning. It's 6:30 and we're not there yet. This made him very upset. How could he have been so stupid, even when it matters most? And his father, Tim. Mackerel have been set up in Chatham. Get ready to be the first one to catch a tuna today. As they say, the early bird gets the worm. Of course, it could be someone else's food. While a few people were waiting, the rod in front of Chris was bent. They succeeded in eating the worm. Just wonder what's up with the tuna down there. If the body doesn't meet government guidelines, then all this work has been for nothing. But the noise from the fishing rod. This must be a big fish. How else could Danny have missed his fishing pole? With the pole stuck in the stern, Danny clenched his teeth and began to exert himself. But the battle was a little close. Chris thought to himself, this isn't going to be another 16-hour battle, is it? I'm too old to spend it. Hearing Chris mumbling, Danny gritted his teeth and tightened his hand. He wants to make it quick, pull the fish straight up. Watching his youthful energy, Tim and Chris hurried to cheer him on. Soon, the tuna is pulled to the surface. Chris hit the ground running. Tell Danny to pick up the spear on one side. Aim for the tuna that has reached the surface, although you can only see the outline. But the spear went in anyway. Yeah, it didn't hit. Tim immediately took the other gun and put it down. Well, the old man didn't hit either. Chris pulls in a few more tuna. Tim immediately added another shot. This time it hit the target. It seems the old man's skills are not very good. Even school children know that water refracts. It's going to distort the position of the target. He needs a second shot to hit the target, and the tuna is still fighting back. After Danny tied the rope, you can only obediently drift in the stern. After successfully obtaining this tuna, Tim spread the word right away. Listen to the envious voice of others. The old man's got a lot of vanity, with the tuna being pulled aboard. Look at this 77-inch tuna. A few happy people want to dance. Although this tuna is a little small. But at the end of the season, it's nice to have something. Paul is not in the right frame of mind today. Now he was eager to catch a big fish. Well, I guess that's not a good thing. It's changed my cheerful Paul. And they found a good friend next to them. Marcia, they fish for tuna here too. While a few people were still there saying hello, Paul's radar went off. 190 feet below the surface lies a tuna. Lance was so excited that he almost jumped. He lit a cigarette on the deck and stared at the detector. Suddenly, the fishing rod sank with a sudden jerk. The tuna had attacked. Without hesitation, he moved the rod to the stern while teasing himself. Old age is not easy to bully. Grip the rod, ready to give the fish some color. Even if it feels like the resistance from the fishing rod is fierce. But as long as the line doesn't break, Lance is willing to take the form of 7-0 and dried tuna till the sky was dark. But there's something wrong with this fish. Lance didn't have it that long. It rises to the surface. Paul just grabbed the spear and went straight in, although the target was successfully hit. But the defiance of the tuna has not stopped. Good thing I still have my line and rope. He was finally contained to the side of the boat. With the rope tied up, they succeeded in getting the 11th fish. It's possible to win the championship this season. When Tyler heard that, from relaxed to anxious, wait for the tuna to cool down. Lance immediately pulled the fish into the boat. Look at this big fat tuna, measured 95 inches in size. Excited, two people want to immediately go back to sell fish to make money. After half an hour of driving, the bad fish found Rick with the tuna. Sell that 76-inch tuna. Although the current ranking is very low. Can't win the first place this season. But they really thought the fish was worth something. After all, it's all about the money. The last tuna weighs 175 pounds. The quality of the fish looks good too. It has a beautiful color. The fat distribution is also good. It's just the core is a little off. If it had cooled a little longer, I'm sure it could be more perfect. Now we can only offer the price to $18. I guess the core really is the priority, but they still made $3,150. Although the pay is not very good this time, but the men were happy to make money. After they left, Paul also came to the port, although they arrived a little slower than Tim. But their tuna is bigger. I'm sure I'll make more money than Tim. But if the fish is of poor quality, or maybe just a little bit of manet, the fish weighed in at 381 pounds. A nice big fat fish. The quality of the fish looks good too. It has a nice cherry red color, and the core looks good. It's just a little bit less fat just on the skin. The meat looks firm overall. I can only offer it at $19 a pound. Two angry people made $7,239. It looks like they have a real chance of winning the title this season. That's if Tyler doesn't catch a fish today. Michelle's been in the Air Force a long time. Leah had to fish mackerel every day. It's close to the end of the season now. She wanted to catch a tuna. But no matter what they do, nothing has changed on the probe. Leah's too busy to sleep now. Suddenly, there was a beep in their ears. It's the sound of the detector picking up the tuna. They both got excited right away. The fishing rod is also bent at this point. Michelle put on her gloves, immediately took over the fishing pole, start a battle with the underwater tuna. But there are too many fishing boats around. To make sure the line doesn't break accidentally, Leah took a boat and fled the area. So Michelle can handle the tuna. It's the fish that's not putting up much of a fight. She was soon pulled to the surface by Michelle, but the tuna ran to the bottom of the boat, trying to escape this way. But this is bound to be a fool's errand. Leah and Michelle work together, keeps the tuna from reaching its goal. The two sides fought in this way for nearly an hour, although Michelle didn't pull the tuna to the surface. But for now, she has the advantage. There was a sudden outburst. The tuna is pulled to the surface. It's clear Michelle is on the verge of victory, although the tuna got away again. But as long as nothing goes wrong, you can definitely catch the tuna on the boat. As the battle time came to an hour and a half, the outline of the tuna's body appeared on the side of the boat. Leah raises her spear and aims for the tuna underwater. Bam! The tuna gives a few violent struggles and then tumbles feebly to the surface. Both men immediately seized the opportunity to pull the fish to the boat. The tail was expertly roped. At this moment, they finally harvested the first tuna in a while. While pulling the tuna into the boat, found this fish especially big. As the tuna hit the deck, the fish measured 103 inches. Both men could not wait to return to port. I wanted to see how much I could get for this tuna. The hard commodity is now back at sea. Go on a tuna hunt. Although this season has a lot of rough, but they still caught 10 tuna. Enough money has been made, but no one thinks they have too much money. I'm hearing the probe. The fishing rod is also bent at this time, but Jason felt something wrong with the rod in his hand. The tuna's resistance is much like the shark's. Still not sure what it is. The only way to know is to pull the fish out. Soon the target appeared at the surface. It was a shark. It's not tuna though, but they were not affected by it. Jason even mimicked a shark in there. He's been studying great white sharks in the movies. Jack's a sucker, just like Michelle up front. We haven't caught any tuna in a long time. He looked at the whale next to him now. I feel like I'm going to catch a tuna today. After all, no one in the world is that unlucky for that long. Not to mention that Jack is known as Lucky Star. It's like he's doing it for himself. Suddenly the line began to be pulled. A fish bit the hook. Nick felt the fish was big when he controlled the rod. It's definitely a monster. After moving the rod to the bow, Jack adjusted his sitting position and immediately began to exert himself. Fight underwater tuna. Although the fish under the water are not exhausted yet. But watch the tuna get closer and closer to the surface. I'm sure they'll soon be able to pull the fish to the surface. When Nick found out about it, immediately increase the strength in your hands. The tuna must be pulled to the surface. Don't look like the fishing rod's about to break, but the outline of a tuna is already on the surface, as if it could be pulled out of the water at any moment. When Jack found out about the situation, quickly picked up one side of the spear aimed, although Tuna is a little reluctant to give it a chance. But under Nick's tugging, where Jack stuck him with a spear gun, look at the tuna with no resistance. Jack quickly tied the rope up. I'm afraid this tuna got away. After all, it had been a long time since they had caught a fish. Now I finally got one. How could he let it get away? As the tuna cools down, the two men immediately pulled the fish into the boat. It's just that this tuna is a little big. The two men pulled for a long time to get into the boat. The fish measured 101 inches. Michelle is now at the port, ready to sell your tuna, although the previous time did not harvest. But to get such a big fish at such a critical time, you can definitely envy everyone else. After all, as long as the fish isn't too bad, I can make a lot of money from an A. The final fish weighed 488 pounds. The color of the fish looks good, not so much for fat. And then there's the key core. As long as the performance here is good, then the fat problem will not be a problem. Through the buyer's observation core is still passable. It's not great, but it's not bad. I can get the price down to $16 a pound, even if the unit price is not very high. But they still made $7,808. Jack also carries tuna at night. Found a buyer to sell. Rick hadn't seen them either in a long time. Looking forward to their arrival. How's the tuna? I mean, at a time like this, the revenue per tuna can affect the quality of life later in life. And finally, this 101-inch tuna. It weighs a whopping 432 pounds. This must have been a monster of the sea. The quality of the fish is also very good, with a nice core and color. The fat is well distributed, but a little too much. Plus, now the market is starting to level off. Rick can only offer $19. Don't look at the end of the two, made $8,208. If only they brought this fish in a few days earlier, I could make tens of thousands of dollars. With a new day, Tyler looked at the whales all around him. It feels like a lucky day for sure. I was able to catch a huge tuna. Soon the probe spotted fish 120 inches below the surface. The fishing rod also stirred at this time. Marissa immediately grabs and transforms into Superwoman. Start retrieving the fishing line that got out. Based on the noise coming back from the fishing rod, the tuna on the hook is of good quality. To pull the fish closer to the surface, let the tuna run again. Taylor noticed that the tuna was fleeing in the direction of a nearby fishing boat. He quickly moved his fishing rod away, trying to avoid the danger area. Unfortunately, it was a step too late, and the fishing line wound around the floating boat of the other side and was entangled in death. Tyler frantically tried to break the wire, but all to no avail. Helplessly watching the fishing line snap broke. Two people missed this big fish, can only look at the ocean sigh. We have to rearrange the herring bait and wait for the tuna to bite. That's when Rick sent a message to all the ships. Said he was running out of quota. There are fewer than 29 left. It's almost gone in 2 days. That's for Bob and the people who didn't get the fish. Definitely not good news. There's nothing anyone can do about it, right? It only speeds up the search for tuna. Let yourself in the last time. Grab this last cash grab. While Dave was out there worrying, the detector made a beeping sound. Sandro waited anxiously in front of the fishing rod. That's when the tuna bites the hook. I grabbed the fishing rod and took a deep breath. When Sandro finished his preparations, he immediately turned his hand out of the shadow. After all, they're not far away. There's a fishing boat sitting right there, even though Dave didn't know what the ship was doing. But they're not willing to risk breaking the line. It hasn't been a day since Tyler's accident, but Sandro's got everything he needs. Still let the tuna run that way. Dave quickly grabbed the fishing rod. Start fighting the tuna. This could be the last time they fight tuna. What if something goes wrong? Then there's a good chance they won't get the tuna. Through Dave's skill set, it soon pulls the tuna to the surface. Sandro immediately picked up the spear, but then the tuna was dozens of feet down. They have to pull the fish back to the surface. Sandro watched Dave get tired. He took the fishing rod and fought the tuna again. Under Sandro's tugging, it soon pulls the tuna back to the surface. You could see the fish on the water. After Dave picked up the spear, he immediately went straight for the target. After pulling the tuna to the boat, hurriedly tied the rope to the fish tail. Looking at the tuna that's already been caught, it looks like this fish is at least 100 inches long. While they wait for the tuna to cool down, tell the truth about what you've learned. And they didn't get much of a reaction. It seems everyone is anxious to find the tuna. Dave and Sandro pulled the fish into the boat. The tuna measured 101 inches, not far from what they expected. It's a nice big fish. As soon as Dave arrived at the port, he couldn't wait to put the tuna on display. 101 inches. He shouted at Rick, his face smug. Unfortunately, Rick only glanced at it and responded faintly. Well, that's good. After all, he's no match for Dave, so there's no reason to get excited. This last fish weighs 405 pounds. The fish looks cherry-colored. The core is the same color and transparent. It's just a little bit of a drag on the fat side. Totally detracts from the value of this tuna. Only $20 a pound. They ended up making $8,100. And that's what they want most. And more than $8,000 in the nick of time. Now the first place of the season is in Paul's hands. And Tyler fell. Do not know the last time other captains can snatch the final champion. Well, that's all for this program. Give a thumbs up and let's look forward to the next episode. It's the favorite job of any fishing guy. Their daily work is fishing. But it's not river grass carp. It's the southern flag tuna, the gold of the sea. This fish weighs even a few hundred pounds. Second dealers can offer tens of thousands of dollars for it. Just a week's work. I'll be out for 6 months. Today is the last day of tuna fishing. All the ships began active preparations. Choose a sea area that you think is the best. Caught a huge tuna to win the championship this season. Everyone has their own plan. Some fleets set out for their destinations during the day. Some fleets set out at night, although it will be a step slower than others. But they do it to feed their spirits. For the next challenge, at 4 o'clock in the morning, Bob has reached the target area. Mackerel bait is being set up. The same is true of otter, not far from him. All set up mackerel bait, waiting for the blue flag tuna at the bottom of the ocean to bite. In this tense atmosphere, the detector in front of OTT made a noise. A tuna appeared under the water. When he passed the message to Bob, that's when the fishing rod was bitten by the tuna. But Jarrett broke it on the way back. At the same time, the other rod was bent. Jarrett looked at the broken fishing line. Turns out a shark just bit the hook. A little worried about a shark on this pole, but it's too early to know for sure. The resistance from the fishing rod is a bit like tuna. Jarrett immediately increased her strength. Want to see what kind of creature is down there? While this side is still fighting hard. Bob's radar system beeps, too. There's a tuna near the bottom of the boat. And the fishing rod in front of Lance had a reaction. Both fishing boats are frequented by tuna. Now it's just a matter of who gets the bigger fish. It feels bigger on Lance's side, because most of his line is gone. Jarrett, on the other hand, was able to retrieve the fishing line with ease. Even the tuna is exhausted. It's rising to the surface. Then Bob saw the bad fish in front of him. I'm moving towards them. Manny sent out an early warning on the radio. Tim immediately turned around when he heard that. Then a relieved Bob took over the fishing rod. But Manny noticed that the boat in front of him was not moving. Several people immediately reacted that it was not bad fish. Start screaming at them to leave. I got closer and closer and realized it was OTT. But they don't have the time right now. The tuna have come dozens of miles out to sea. The battle now is a very intense one. This is going to freak the Bobs out. He kept yelling and screaming. All available means have been used. Still no response from OTT. They're about to start swearing. But you can't blame OTT and others for not hearing it. They're all fighting at the back of the boat. The tuna are already on the surface. How could you pass up this opportunity? OTT took the spear when he saw an opportunity. I succeeded in getting my first tuna. After tying the rope around the tail, several people immediately began to celebrate. And unlike this joyous atmosphere, Bob, they're hoarse now. Why is there still no response from OTT? Jarrett suddenly heard a distant cry. He quickly picked up the radio to inquire. He was dumbstruck when Bob shouted, "Get out of the way." What? Just catch a fish and chase people away. Look again, it's Bob's tuna heading their way. Jarrett quickly turned the rudder to clear the course. Oh my God, that's why it's been going on. After Bob spotted the otter ship moving, I put my heart in my stomach again. I don't have to worry about my line breaking by accident. Able to focus on the tuna. OTT's fish also cooled off during this time. As they pull the tuna into the boat, this fish looks a little big. It measured 100 inches. It's the big tuna they need most. OTT's luck is really good. That's the size of a tuna you've caught just out to sea. And the bobs on the other side are still fighting hard, although the front was delayed for a long time, but just wasted the tuna's energy. Now it's starting to rise to the surface. Soon the tuna came to the surface. Manny put a spear in it too, but the tuna can still escape. Bob immediately grabbed the other gun and stabbed it down. Hold the tuna behind the stern. Bob tied the rope up easily. Through many hardships, I finally got this tuna. When he got the word out, Paul was jealous of his own lack of response. They've already got something. As the sky lit up, the men pulled the tuna into the boat. It's exciting to look at this big guy. This tuna was found to be 110 inches long. It was totally out of their expectation. It also made a few people feel that the ordeal ahead was worth it. No one else can get fish like this. I was just scared half to death. At 7 in the morning, Dave's got a crazy brain right now. Everything is ready now. How come there's no tuna for half a day? There are no fish here. When I heard Bob and Otter fish, I'd love to turn around and get to them. But Dave wants to fish here again. After all, I've caught good fish here before. That's when Michelle came over, trying to get some information. But Dave has nothing here. After not getting anything useful, I lost the desire to communicate. Tyler's under a lot of pressure right now, from the first place to fall down. Now I hear someone's already serving fish, and he's still on his way to the fishing spot. But he doesn't regret it now. There's a lot of money to be made for all the ups and downs this season. Now it just dropped out of first place. None of this is a problem. Okay. Taylor, on his way to the fishing spot, watches the whales next to him. He was immediately on deck. Start laying out mackerel bait. We're going to fish for tuna here. Suddenly the probe spotted fish at 150 feet. That's when the fishing rod buckled. Marissa immediately stepped in to take control. After the tuna ran away with the line, immediately began to recover the fishing line that had escaped. The battle must be brought to a swift end. Let's see if we can sell the tuna back in the ocean to earn some fishing. Taylor had the same idea. After taking over Marissa's fishing rod, it seems strange that this tuna is fighting back, like a fishing line wrapped around something. It's hard to pull back, but there's nothing else around here. Most likely, the line got tangled in the tail. Given the circumstances, that seems likely. If we let this tuna run underwater for too long, it could have ripped the line. In order not to lose this tuna, Tyler decided to lighten the pressure on his hand. Let Marissa reel in the thread slowly. After nearly half an hour of pulling, the tuna is finally on the surface. Tyler felt as if the fish had lost its strength. Just hook the tuna right up. Tell Marissa to tie the rope. With the tuna in the water for a while, the two men immediately pulled the tuna into the boat. The measurements showed that the fish measured 87 inches. It's not the biggest, but it's enough to make them a fortune. At 9:05 a.m., Paul learned that another fish had been served. Suddenly a little urgent. If we don't catch any fish, we'll lose our first place. Although the championship doesn't really matter, but the money from tuna fishing is real. And after 11 o'clock tonight, all the buyers of the port will no longer buy tuna. They have to do it before they stop buying. Return with a catch of tuna. But now they have nothing to gain. Suddenly, there was a bend in the fishing rod at the stern. When the tuna bites the hook, Paul immediately stepped forward and clenched his teeth. Start the effort to recover the fishing line. But after pulling and pulling for a while, turns out it's just a shark. The silent shark is at it again. By this time, Taylor had returned to port, ready to sell today's tuna. Although this tuna is not very big, but as long as the core is clear and the color is beautiful, fat is evenly distributed and abundant, that would bring them plenty of money. After cutting out the useless fish, there's 275 pounds of fish left. The fat in the fish looks good too, but the color is not particularly good. Now, we can only look at the core. According to the buyer's observation, the core is still pretty good and clear. You can get up to $19 a pound, although the unit price is not particularly high, but it's still brought in $5,225. There's a good chance of regaining the top spot. The hard goods number left last night. So far, no tuna has been seen, not even their excrement. To attract tuna, Jason cut out a box of mackerel bait. fell down in the middle of the sea to make a nest. Hopefully, this will attract the tuna. I have to say it works. It only takes a minute. The probe found tuna under the water. Several people were immediately waiting in front of the fishing rod, with the tuna biting the hook. Joe immediately began to retrieve the fishing line to pull the tuna into the boat. They really want this fish now. Jason found out when he took over the fishing rod. This tuna could be big, but the resistance doesn't seem to be very strong. It soon rose to the surface of the sea. Just a little help at home. I can get Joe to put a spear in it. Jason tried for a few minutes. Joe put the spear in it. With the harpoon, hit the tuna. He's got the fish right next to the boat and tie the tuna to the stern. Necessary treatment for cooling. After Marcia broke the news. Didn't get any good feedback. Just Dave's envy. It's just weird Bob and OTT has not yet returned to port. It's still at sea today. The Messias are pulling the tuna on board. The fish measured 78 inches. It's not that big, though. But this is the last tuna of the season. Still something to celebrate. Soon the men returned to the port. Sell your tuna as soon as you find it. Rick looked at the little fish. I think Marcia made the right choice. If you don't want it because you don't want it, that might not be enough time for them to catch another tuna. Although this fish is a little small, but it also has 192 pounds. It's just that Jason took Rick's job, leaving the buyer to watch. But it's not a very skilled job. The following unit price is not going to work. Rick got his job back. After all, if Jason says anything, he still has to pay for it. The color of the fish looks good. The fat distribution is also good, although there is a flaw in the core. But Rick was still able to pay $21. Make Marcia et al. $4,032 in anger. A couple of them after saying goodbye to Rick, and leave for the start of next year's season. At 12 o'clock in the afternoon, Jack's still waiting for his tuna. The two are now within a few $1,000s of first place. Has a great chance to win the championship, and they don't want to give up. I'd rather wait here. But the mackerel bait they set up was good. We succeeded in attracting the tuna. At the same time, the fishing rod was also bitten. Move the pole behind the bow. Nick set to work immediately, trying to catch the tuna in a short time. It seems stress is good sometimes. It's only been a while. The tuna comes to the surface. As soon as Jack got a shot, he tied the tail line. They both moved too fast, without even waiting for the tuna to cool in the water. Don't worry, the buyer's not going to like it when he sees this fish. The fish measured 77 inches. Still a pretty good catch. Soon Jack found a buyer, making fun of this harvest. But it's all in this last hour. There's no other way. Rick has to take care of this tuna. The final fish weighed 163 pounds. The fish looks good. It's rich in fat and beautiful in color. But the core can be very clearly pasted. That's why there's not enough cooling time. Because of this big problem, I could have gotten $22 per unit. Only $19 a pound now. Jack and Jack made $3,097. They were very happy when they found out the final reward. But the problem of unit price still makes two people feel uncomfortable. You really shouldn't skip a step for the sake of speed. Michelle is very anxious right now. They're running out of time to catch the tuna. But the two have worked hard all season. I don't want to give up at this last moment. All means must be used. To go tuna fishing. Then the rod was yanked. There was a tuna on the hook. Leah immediately stepped forward and grabbed the fishing rod. Start pulling the line back in. Michelle put on her gloves. Step forward to take over Leah's job. I have to say Michelle is better than that. He took the rod and pulled the tuna to the surface. But they were hampered by nearby boats. Don't dare make any big moves. I'm afraid the fishing line will be cut by accident. Fortunately, Leah managed to get away with the boat, away from those fishing boats. So Michelle can fight the tuna. But the unexpected always arrives first. The fishing line broke at this point. Michelle didn't know why when she retrieved the wire, only that he had lost his last tuna of the year. He didn't catch any fish either. And Paul and Dave, they're also very sad now. It was past 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Still nothing. And Bob and OTT are about to return to port. Now, they don't worry about catching fish. I'm worried about not getting first place. After all, They have big fish on their hands right now. As Bob's monster is lifted from his hands, he feels the title is almost certain this season. After all, such a big tuna in this year. It basically never shows up, as long as the meat isn't too bad. The final fish weighed 536 pounds. The fish looks fine on the surface. The color is a beautiful red. The core is also very transparent. There's a big problem with fat. I can only give the price to $20. A few people made $10,720. This greatly increases their chances of winning the championship. An OTT came here after Bob left. They caught more than 10 fish this season. As long as this tuna is good, then they can win the game. Of course, making money is the main goal. The final fish weighed 382 pounds. The quality of the fish looks good. It has a beautiful red color, and the core looks very transparent. The fat content is also very rich. We can get the price down to $22 a pound. That's $2 more than Bob. If it wasn't for the weight difference, they make more than $8,404. As time slowly passes, the season is coming to an end, and the final winner is Hot Tuna OTT. The fat tuna lost $218. All the other teams finished the season on a high note. As the final winner, OTT. I can't believe it myself. And the least expected was Bob. Only a few $100s. The other players did not mourn their defeat. Instead, there was a sense of relief. It seems that the intense fishing every day is still very tiring. Especially this guy Tyler. I just took off my clothes and went for a swim. While OTT was having a family meeting, Bob retaliated and gave it to OTT with a very stubborn goat. He said it was a blessing. It's kind of ironic, actually. Well, that's all for this program. Give it a thumbs up, and let's look forward to the next episode.